bottles, but they are just not bottles. They are artwork. And it means this is an art studio, upcoming art studio, that the students of the Slum Art School Ijora, Badia, will be using as a platform for them to exhibit art and, of course, intelligence. Of course, I have some of the students who were part of this art studio to give us a little bit of explanation. We have Taufik, Muiz, and Fawaz.
Yeah, we went from picking bottle to putting rope. You can see we used the fishing line to hold it up.
Okay.
So we went from picking to putting rope and hanging.
It means a lot to us because we like to do this for fun, something like carrying bottles, put it on, do so many things.
A lot. Because me, I'm a interior decor.
Wow.
And my friend is fashion designer.
Wow.
So we love doing art.
I learned collage and artwork when I entered the school. The teacher they are teaching well. We use magazine and brush and glue.
Slumber started in 2018. Started with 10 different communities: Ijarabadia, Kyokyo Village, Magedun, Bariga, New Garage, Gidankwali, and that is the beginning of slum art. But we noticed that it's not just touch and go, just go into this community and you never return back. So we decided to engage more, implant ourselves into the community, build a school where kids can come in. So we take our kids from the street and those who just roam about the community. So we use art as one part. We do animations, we do photography. So depending on what the child wants to learn, we decide to just be a part of people's life in our own little way to help them shape in their future and help them come out of their mentally come out of their environment.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, We facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
Expose the truth, the issues. On Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice. the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. Awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Good morning and welcome to VOP this morning. It's a beautiful Thursday morning and we welcome you to the program. I'm Moses Humphrey. Now let's take you through the conversation for today. Over the next 2 hours, these are the conversations we will dwell on. 3 dead, many injured, emergency services unavailable as deadly violence erupts at APC World Congress in Ondo State. And also, after Wike's intervention, PDP candidate steps down for APC 3 days to Abuja election. Exploring artificial intelligence as a cover for misdemeanor. How do we differentiate between what's authentic and what's false? Well, we'll look into all of these in the next 2 hours, and we do say that you should come along with us. I'm Moses Humphrey. Welcome once again.
Good morning and thanks for joining us. I am Chukuma Korona. Those are the 3 major stories, but we also have other interesting stories that are trending that we'll talk about in the course of the show. Come along with us as we dive into all of that.
Good morning and thank you so much for joining us. My name is Jane Ogoye. The Lagos State government has declared that the restriction of unregulated minibuses, popularly called Kurope, along the Lekki-Epe Expressway is a permanent data-driven policy following a protest by the drivers. In an official rejoinder on Tuesday, signed by the Special Advisor on Transportation to the Governor, Shola Giwa, the state condemned the blockade of the Aja axis, describing the drivers' actions as economic sabotage and a threat to public safety. Giwa condemned the protest, which saw several minibus drivers use their vehicles to obstruct the expressway and left thousands of commuters stranded. Let's take a look at the video of the protesting drivers.
From this corner, it's not issue. More than 10 people, and every time we eat, the wire we eat, they can win from this corner. They should not ban us.
How many children do you have? How many children do you have?
I have 2 children.
Madam, what about you?
I have
driver. She has 4 children. You know, if you take the job away from her, she's saying, what will she be doing? You know, they should allow her work. As a woman crying out, Lagos State someone should come to their rescue and go to negotiation table with them. They should negotiate with them and help them instead of sending them out of the route. What is the bill they are bringing?
For them saying they want to ban Kurope or ban Tipo, I don't think that is an appropriate idea for government.
They want to ban Kurope because they want their bosses, only the government bosses to
this they say they will give you for 8 million naira. How much is Kurope? Okay. Actually, if individual wants to go and buy Kurope, you should buy it and even give us if individual will give you Kurope for 5 million naira, then what are you telling me? A government who is a government of the people is giving Kurope for 8 million naira for citizens.
They should allow everybody to work. Government bosses, private bosses, all work should be, and they should work with you guys the way it can be comfortable for you.
I don't want to use the name. I don't want to use that word useless. I don't want to use that word useless. But at this point in time, Nigerians are fighting for themselves, so they should let Nigerians to express their rights. Don't come and put someone in bondage, because this I call it modern slavery. We are going through modern slavery and it's bad.
So these are people protesting because they banned their bosses, they banned Kurope bosses from moving, and they are not happy. They are calling on governments to do something about it, since that is their only job provided for them. They don't have any other way they can go.
Oh, well, so these videos are just a grim reminder of what we have on ground. It appears as though the APC, well, we've always said that this government appears to be disconnected from the reality on ground of the sufferings of the people. And you know that Lagos State has a long history of the fight between social order and, social order, the mega city plan, and the reality on ground. Because I love what a woman said there, that it's not just she that is a driver. You have the panel beater, you have the wirer, you have the painter, and so it's a long chain. So when you cut that, it's an adjunct. So when you cut off this, you are cutting off the means of livelihood for a lot of people. A lot of these people, a lot of Nigerians are living from hand to mouth. And right now, like we rightly said the other time, there's no middle class. You are either rich or poor in Nigeria. That's the truth. And it's so sad because when you make such laws, you forget that there are supposed to be alternatives. Now, 8 million naira, even for someone who has a decent job, how do you pay that? You understand? So yes, it may ease traffic, which is a valid reason. But how about the yearnings of the people? How about their means of livelihood? How about the sufferings? I don't know, but this government, I mean, we saw it with Makoko. No alternatives. I don't know. I don't know if they don't.
There's a lot. There's a lot in all of this. But yes. I like. There's a perspective that you brought into it that I like. Yeah. You know, being sometimes I'm interested in development economics. You know, development studies and all of that. And you mentioned social order. Yes. And the fact that they are trying to build a mega city. Yeah. That word mega city, it's not just a connotation. Yeah. You know, it also has applications. When you say mega city, to build a city, you know, that people could be proud of in terms of the size. It could be metropolitan, it could be cosmopolitan, you know, and it could be both. It could be a blend of both at the same time. Now, that's creating a social order. In all of this, you discover that at some point, something has to give. Yes. That is just the truth of the matter. Something has to give. But then, the beauty of public policy, you know, is to ensure that in trying to move up the ladder of growth, you know, you were able to create some kind of cushioning, seamless transition, you know, so that the effect will not be very hard on people. We cannot continue to be like that what disorderliness, you know, in that axis that they want to develop. And I like the fact that you talked about, I'm going back to that word, social order. If there has to be social order, it has to be regulated. Yes. Now, when the government says those people are unregulated, I don't understand what they mean by unregulated. You can regulate them. Now, the process of regulation is that they are bringing unique bosses, which they say is 5 million naira. 8 million naira, which is it's very huge. Individuals are given high purchase at 5 million naira, and government that is even supposed to subsidize the whole exercise is coming with 8 million naira, and there are insinuations that the person that owns some of those things, you know, the person behind it could be somebody that is related, you know, to people at high places and all of that. So it becomes, you know, very discomforting because, like you said, it's more like a disconnect from the reality of what people are passing through. There's a chain of dependence, you know. There's a woman that has 4 children. Now her children are dependent on her. She didn't even mention the husband. You also have other professionals, artisans, the rewire, the welder, the mechanic, you know, the AC person, that all of those people depend on what they get. Their daily bread, you know, from the Korope and all of that, and they are large in numbers. But then there is that level of disorderliness around that, that corridor, which they want to beautify and make Lagos look more beautiful. So it is that balance. We have to, public policy ensures that there is a balance, between transition.
Mr. Perry, I was having a conversation with a friend who is a town planner, and I asked him that, is that profession still relevant in Nigeria? Why I said so is that I noticed, I mean, all of my adult life, that Nigeria, we build before we plan. Because even Lagos seems, that, I don't know what the master plan of Lagos was, but from the way estates are springing up, buildings are springing up, it is after these things have sprung up, people have already begun living there. Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
I wanted to tell her.
But are the laws even... Okay, people like to break the law.
Do you know how you know if town planner still exists? Go and build on a waterway. And after 5 years,
but they will allow you. They will allow you build.
No, they will try to stop you.
Okay.
If you resist and insist, they will let you have your way.
You will live there for 5 years. One day you wake
bear
up
the consequences.
and you are homeless.
People
just like to break the
Yes.
law. Yes, I think we've said a lot on this issue. It's
there should be a balance. Basically, there should be a balance. I know government might mean well in terms of trying to control what vehicles should ply that road, but then you should also look at the welfare of the people. Korope, what we call Korope is really small buses. No, they're really small, and then it's not even a good means of transportation for humans.
Why do you say
Because
so?
it's not. When you see how people...
It's because they're overcrowded.
It's like maybe three in the...
Ideally, maybe 2 in front. Maybe
That's even too much, because you see people sit and then they are bent over because
people
the
that sit
seats
at
are...
the back.
Those are the back. If there's an accident, there's every tendency you will hit your head somewhere.
Fly off.
Or even sprain your spine. You sit and then you're bent over because it's too compact to harbor humans. So I don't know how it came into our system in the first instance.
Survivor.
Well, the thing is that it's a lot. Nigeria is an unusual place, honestly, because the normal buses that we even use is not even convenient. It's not meant to transport humans. Because some of them, anytime I bought a bus, I try as much as possible not to sit by the side.
The day I sat by the side, I almost died.
You know why? Because any little impact,
You hit against the metal and other things.
not even hitting you fall out of the vehicle.
And they don't even close
They don't even close the doors. So Nigeria is an unusual place. And you recall when we had motorways and all of that.
Oh, yes.
Now that has been phased out. So it is that gradual process of phasing out, from the ancient to the modern. That is what the government is trying to do. But they should do it with a sense of balance.
Now, Korope, as we call it, should ply inner streets, not highways.
Not highways, okay.
Not highways. I feel sorry
short
for-
distance.
Yes. Inner from the bus stop to your street corner
A road,
or to
just
your
a little
house.
road.
Yes. Not the highways. I understand the plight of these individuals, but I think in enforcing government's desire or will, there should be more appeal to the people. The conversation around it belonging to somebody, I think that's just, playing politics with things. But then, if you talk about regulating, you see, because the policies that government have churned out in the past did not exactly work out. We see replacing motorway and other mini buses with BRT and the rest of them, and they say, oh, it's for security, for regulation, excuse me, for regulation and all of that. We've seen BRT buses used to perpetrate crime. We've seen that. Along that same corridor, there was a girl who was raped and then killed.
Yeah.
And what has become of that case?
I think the driver was jailed.
He was jailed.
The driver was jailed. But I
The case
can't
dragged
recall the
on.
sentence now.
It dragged on for too long. So the measures, have they been able to curb insecurity? Have they been able to regulate those that ply the road? There was also a time on that same corridor, because I used to ply that road every time before now. they stopped colored buses, and then they only approved I think white buses, all to beautify the area so it doesn't look like it has this highbrow perception and not look like regular places. But how much of that has worked really? People will always go back to what they know, they can do just to survive. So government should find a way, appeal to the people, and then there should be some sort of pallying to make this work.
And you know that area, has a lot of shanties and is actually home to a lot of the richest people in Lagos, in quotes.
So they need to clean up that area.
They need to clean up,
Moses,
be sensitive to the plight.
That's what we are saying. Moses, there's something you said, but I don't think that we should ignore it. Ownership that it belongs to. Because if we allow these things, it might belong to, and it's very dangerous. In formal business, that is antitrust, and the penalty is very huge. So if you have people in government, having business in business, it doesn't speak well for accountability.
The individual is not in government, actually.
But he has relations in government.
He has relations in government.
Allegedly.
Yes, the alleged individual is not in government currently.
Well, now let's go into something that is related to all of that. Abdullahi Ayofe, a staunch supporter of the All Progressives Congress, APC, recently shared images of what he claimed were those of Sheyi Tinubu, the son of President Bola Tinubu, sharing food relief materials with Nigerians for the holy month of Ramadan. Well, the post shared at 7:25 p.m. on Tuesday, the day before yesterday, stated that the president's son, through his Nuela Foundation, was distributing Ramadan food relief to those observing the fast amid Nigeria's ongoing economic challenges. Well, now in the images Ayofe shared, Sheyi wears a nose mask as he lifts cartons of food packs that have emergency food box. Together Against Hunger and hashtag COVID-19 not for sale written on them. Reacting to those posts, most Nigerians have been calling the Tinubu government and family out for holding humanitarian packs meant for Nigerians since the COVID pandemic. While several social media users claim that the food items being distributed were originally COVID-19 emergency relief materials intended for vulnerable citizens years ago, questioning why such supplies were resurfacing 5 years later. But checks through Sheyi's verified Instagram account found out the images Ayofe posted were from the Ramadan fast observed in April 2022, 6 clear years ago at the peak of the COVID-19 pandemic. There we have it again. And I recall that sometime last year, during the Ramadan, Sheyi went up north and shared food items, packs to people that were observing the fast. And at that point, Nigerians were, why are you doing this? I think at that time, he didn't do it on behalf of Nuela Foundation. He did it on behalf of himself, probably trying to promote his father. It was at that point that he said, well, my father is the best thing that ever happened to the president. And there was this back and forth argument about what he said and all of that. But here we are again. And I'm happy that on social media, people did fact check and they found out that what is actually trending didn't happen on Tuesday, that it happened in 2020, April 2020. I understand that Sheyi has a foundation named Nuela Foundation, named for his wife, Nuela, and all of that. And that is a picture, videos of what happened in 2020 that was called up, or videos that were called up. I don't know the reason why Abdullahi Ayofe is doing all of this, whether he was paid to do it to promote what Sheyi is doing, whether he was paid to do it, to antagonize Sheyi's personality. Between both of them, I'm finding it difficult to place actually what it is, but in the coming days, all of those things will become evident. Now, that said, is there anything wrong in someone using his foundation to help people? I mean, as an individual, he's not in government, but he has people in government. But now, he's not doing it on behalf of the government. He's doing it, or he did it at that time on behalf of Nuela Foundation. I think we should commend him. He did it last year, and people were like, why do it? And now we are Ramadan fast. But the larger question people are asking is, why share palliatives to Nigerians? It's short term. While you are doing short term, you also plan long term. I think that is the problem with Nigeria. We used to have development plans. We used to have visions, 20 years, 5-year rolling plans and all of that. We killed all of that. Now, we are just adopting what we call the minimalist approach. Let us eat today, let us eat today. Nobody cares what happens tomorrow, which is maximalist. Solve a problem once and for all. We have thrown maximalism away and we are dwelling on minimalism, and it doesn't help the people. That's my concern in all of this.
I agree with you. And the key word for me with what you said was we used to have, meaning we were once a country, and right now I don't know where we are.
I don't know you as such a best daughter.
But away from that, I think for us to even understand why the backlash has hit so hard is to understand the trauma that Nigerians went through during the COVID pandemic, where a lot, life was so hard then for the ordinary person, people. And then when palliatives were found to have been stocked in certain warehouses, you remember some people breaking roofs to enter. Governors hoarding. And for those things to come out now, what does that tell you? But away from that, I think this is what happens when you have a government that thrives a lot on the optics, a government that loves praises. So what happens is that you have a lot of boot and ass lickers who would do anything to paint that government in real light, in good light. And guess the funny part, yes. But the funny part, these leaders don't even know what is even happening. But because there's so much sycophancy, this is a government that does not like criticism. So when such a government exists, you have a lot of people that will go the extreme, to put this out. And that's why, little wonder why this particular government has how many social media handlers, how many...
I think at last count, there were 13.
There were 13. So most is what...
The president's communication team. Exactly. But unfortunately, as far as I'm concerned, they're not doing a good job. They're not doing a good job,
No, they're not doing anything.
I don't even see why we're talking about this, really, because, an individual put up a video, put up pictures and say, oh, this is what it is. It's not Shay himself that put up the pictures. The foundation might be his. And people do throwback anyway. So maybe it was intended to be a throwback picture, but this should not be up for conversation, really. But then again, the issue of social media regulation should come to the fore here, because we should start talking about how people use social media to misinform people and all of that. And that in itself is a crime and should be dealt with. If the intention was to misinform the public, and it's a serious issue, that individual, Ayofe, I believe that's his name, should be, reprimanded for trying to misinform the public. Well, that's all I'll say in that regard. I think we'll take a break now. When we come back, we'll look at the papers. Well, thank you very much for joining us. Now, let's look at the headlines from the dailies. From The Guardian, these are the headlines here. The big story, 2027, credibility battle shifts to INEC as Tinubu signs amended Electoral Act. And then there's a breakdown of that. We'll get into all of that here in Newspaper Review. The window headlines here, IPAC, Obi flay police clampdown, tear gas of protesters at National Assembly. Holy month, Tinubu Obi urged spiritual reflection, commitments to shared humanity. Reps falls poor funding of security intelligence. And then when you go further down, you see some of the headlines. FCT polls. INEC pledges e-transmission of results. Mixed reaction. Protest trail Delta APC World Congresses. Gencos reject NLC's extortion claims. Say sector battling 6 trillion naira unpaid bills. Interesting. Tinubu orders NNPC to remit oil revenue to FAC as rig count stagnates. Telcos reject objection to e-result transmission, insist on national coverage. All right, and those are the headlines there.
And the Daily Independent leads with Tinubu urges Nigerians to believe in electoral process, says results are finalized by people, not computers, charges INEC to avoid glitches in 2027 polls, signs 2026 electoral amendment bill into law. Akpabio says amendments reflect the yearnings of Nigerians. New law will reduce manipulation during collation. 37 miners dead, 25 hospitalized over gas poisoning on part 2. Tinubu orders oil revenues sent straight to Federation account. Electoral Act amendment, treacherous betrayals of Nigerians, says the PDP. Lagos attacks 66% of TB detection gap with new community lab push. Nigeria needs action, not just policies, can President. Africa must industrialize, decarbonize, build resilient economies. Cardoso, Ondo APC Congress turns bloody. 4 killed, many injured. State party chairman's brother in coma. Party chieftains urge Tinubu to intervene. Governor asks security agencies to bring perpetrators to justice. Ogun government warns against roadside trading after fatal auto crash. That's the Daily Independent.
Now, let's quickly run through the Nigerian Tribune with the window headlines. That's 3 miners dying in tunnel in Plateau. Federal government closes site, dispatches forensic investigators. Now, that's the third one. Another sad story, 2 killed during Ondo APC World Congress. Now, we have conflicting figures. One paper says 4, another says 2, and all of that. But the important thing is that, though sadly, that people were killed during what congresses? We are not even talking about local government or state congresses. Now, to the big story, Tinubu signs Electoral Act 2026, says our laws must grow with experience. New law alters INEC February date for presidential NAS election. Presidential NAS poll to hold in January 2027, Abbas. Our inputs were painstaking, thorough, Akpabio. Amended Electoral Act may undermine transparency, ex-INEC director. Most stories from the Nigerian Tribune. Owo church attack. Witness tells court how cell phones analysis implicated alleged attackers. I'll take that again for clarity. Owo church attack. Witness tells court how cell phones analysis implicated alleged attackers. Tinubu signs executive order for direct remittance of oil, gas revenue to Federation account. And the bottom strip headline, I have my eyes on Ugu 2027, says Lemo, ex-CBN deputy governor. And in the world of health, artificial sweetener put people at high risk of heart attack, stroke, says study. And that's it from the Nigerian Tribune.
All right, and that's how far we can go on newspaper headlines. Much later in the day, we'll look deeply at these headlines during newspaper review. But in the meantime, let's look at what's been happening around Nigeria. Let's go to Idanre, a local government area in Ondo State, where we heard of 3 have died and many others have been injured. And then this is as violence erupted at the APC World Congress in that part of town. Let's talk about this when we come back. Stay with us.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city. The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka. I'm an about the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right? 2564 Atlantic County.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Boma Kore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Well, violence broke out on Wednesday during the Ward and Local Government Congress of the All Progressive Congress in Ondo State, leaving several people dead and many others injured. The crisis occurred in Idare local government area, involving an attack on Engineer Raphael Adetime, the younger brother of the APC chairman in the state. Adetime, reports from the community indicated that armed men stormed the area and opened fire during the political exercise. The attackers allegedly mistook Raphael Adetime for the APC chairman due to their close resemblance. Confirming the incident, the party chairman said his brother was brutally assaulted and left unconscious. He disclosed that the assailants first shot at him. When the bullets did not kill him, they used machetes and other sharp weapons on him repeatedly. But medical sources confirmed that Raphael Adetime remains in critical condition at a hospital in Akure, the state capital. Eyewitnesses said at least 4 other people were reportedly killed in different parts of the town as gunshots rang out and vehicles were set on fire. Several residents fled their homes in fear as chaos spread across Idare. A horrible one, I must say. And then we have those disturbing videos. But to help make sense of this, we have one who is, from that part of Nigeria, actually. He's a reporter and a public affairs commentator. We have Dele Fanimo. Good morning to you.
Good morning, everyone.
Well, I expect you will tell us, why this is happening. And I think there's a case of mistaken identity, a similar incident that led to somebody's death.
In Ado-Ekiti.
In Ado-Ekiti, many years back.
Yeah.
We'll talk about that as well. Now, we also have with us Mazi Amobi Ihegoro, who is a public affairs commentator. And we'll go virtual.
Thank you.
And we'll be speaking with Asim Adams, Chief Asim Adams, who is also a lawyer and a public affairs commentator. He will also be joining the conversation. Well, let's start off with some of the soil himself. What's going on? Is that how hungry they are? Some people are for power at this time. What's going on?
You see, it's a political interplay that resulted in these killings, though unfortunate. When the incident broke out yesterday, I made some calls because Idonri, that name is Idonri.
Okay, thank you.
Idonri is just about 12, 15 kilometers from Akure, the state capital. And incidentally, the chairman of the party, Adetimehin, is from Idonri. So that's why they needed to do show of force in that community. And the show of force is coming as a result of power play. The incumbent governor of the state, who is supposed to be the party leader in the state, has lost out in the scheme of things. Today, as we speak, the 3 senators representing Ondo State are not on the same page with him. Members of the House of Representatives are not on the same page with the governor. The House of Assembly is divided as we speak. So it was like a struggle for survival. And Adetimehin, the incumbent state chairman, who incidentally is from Idonri, happens to be a loyalist of the former governor, late Akeredolu, who orchestrated his appointment. And Ayedatiwa, the current governor, is not comfortable with Adetimehin. And most of these governors would always want to perpetuate themselves even when they leave office. So what they are trying to do is to ensure that, Ayedatiwa, what he's trying to do is to ensure that delegates arriving from these primaries are from his stronghold, such that when it is time for, because it is the delegates that will nominate and vote the governorship candidate that will represent the party. So they are already up in arms, just like the way NURTW, when they want to seize power, the person that runs away is the loser. You understand? So they needed to show that show of force that, look, if you think you want to use your power of incumbency to railroad these people into getting into office, so that when it is time for delegates to vote, you will now have your say on who becomes your successor. Now, Ayedatiwa is playing a game of going to court to challenge that single tenure after being sworn in according to the dictates of the Constitution. He is trying to get a shot for second term in quotes, which is also a negation of the constitutional provision that says
you can't be sworn in 3 times as governor. So, now, what is playing out is this power play that I want the party. And people are resisting. No, you cannot have the party. And of course, you know that if he's not enjoying the relationship that he ought to enjoy with his senators, the 3 senators from the state, the members of the House of Reps, and even the House on which he should have stranglehold, is also divided against him, almost on equal basis. So it's just a matter of time. And unfortunately, the man is not performing up to the expectation of the people of the state.
All right.
So those are the factors. Like you said, it was a mistaken identity. Adetimehin and his younger brother, they have a striking resemblance. Just like when they wanted to kill Taye Fashuba in Ado-Ekiti, the local government chairman of Ado-Ekiti, when he had brushes with the government.
Yes.
They mistakenly shot his twin brother, thinking that they have killed the chairman. And that was what played out yesterday in Idonri, where his younger brother was mistaken for the chairman of the party.
And was attacked. Mazi Amobi, now we're seeing a troubling resurgence. Now, not like it died down at some point, but it did dwindle. You know, violence, political violence, where you see thugs carry guns, and sometime around, it died down, it reduced drastically at some point, but we're seeing a spike now. What does this say to political space and the hunger for political power?
Let me be the prophet of doom, as it were. We will see more of this. Particularly,
that's not comforting.
Well, that is the truth. We'll see more of this, particularly when the electoral bill has been signed into law, making it crystal clear that whoever that comes out of APC is as good as being elected. That singular action will intensify this problem of political assassinations, as it were. So let's look at it this way. It's very, very unfortunate. This is just Ondo State. When you extrapolate to the Nigerian ecosystem, you find out that it will be very, very difficult to handle. I wish for this country in the coming years, because what is playing out, the scenario I'm seeing, because I use my political crystal ball to, juggle things, I'm seeing a very, complex political situation in this country, leading to 2027. We have laid the foundation for crisis-ridden political experiments in this country. So what has happened in Ondo State should be expected in most of these states.
Okay, yes, exactly, Mars. It should be expected in most of these states. Let me go back to Dele before we go to our virtual guest. Dele, you've been able to explain, more like, will I say explain a way, or explain what happened in Ondo State, and it's because you understand the politics of Ondo State. But I want us to put it within the context of the APC World Congresses, that started yesterday in the lead up to their national convention, where they would elect presidential candidates, governors at some point, senators and members of the House of Reps. Now, 2 people, we have conflicting reports, 2 killed in Ondo. Another media house says, there's a newspaper that says 4 people and several injured.
Perhaps they mistook the younger brother as dead, because they said it was, up to now, he's still in coma.
All right, now, in Delta State, the activity was disrupted. People chased away. Thugs, disrupted the exercise in one federal constituency in Delta State. In Benue State, there was mayhem. In Adamawa State, it was postponed. APC, what congresses? I mean, this is the grassroots. Like you said, these are the delegates that will, when delegates emerge, Now, does this speak to some form of desperation within the APC, like what Mazi said? Anybody that secures a ticket is as good as elected. And you know that we have a history where a lot of people have left their previous parties, Labour Party, PDP, NMPP, and dumped themselves within the APC. Is there likely going to be an implosion within the APC like some people have projected? And do we expect to see more of this at a higher level? If at the ward level we are seeing all of this, what will happen at the local government level?
You see, riding on what Mazi said, it's as good as winning this election once we secure the ticket of APC, the way it is today. Because in most of these states, other parties have been subsumed under APC. So it's like, once I get the ticket of APC and I go into election, I don't need much campaign. Because the other opposition parties have been so fragmented and they have landmines ahead of them that you can't even project.
So do you see a bigger problem within
there will always be problem. I can assure you there will be problem in APC in the build-up to this electioneering process. Because one, the Aborigines, I use the word Aborigines,
the original owners of the party,
the settlers, and then the migrants. You know, there's a difference between Aborigines, the settlers, and the migrants. Migrants are just the new set of people. The Aborigines are the original owners of that place. Then settlers are people that came, settled, and assimilated over time. So these three groups will naturally jostle for power and dominance. The settlers will say, even if I have lived with you for more than 2 generations, then I should have claims to this place. But the migrants, because they were promised that it's going to be a seamless assimilation as they come into this fold. Now, what is playing out is the Aborigines and the settlers are united in making sure that they keep them at the gates. And they don't want to remain at the gates because they believe that they also have something to offer in the process. You imagine somebody from NMPP in Kano now, APC is now telling somebody from NPP that has submerged the party for APC in Kano that, look, you have to wait for your turn. The man will ask you, I've always been a politician. And we came here with this number. So you cannot tell me that I won't have my way in this party. So there's going to be some sort of bedlam. But how the party will manage it is left to be seen. We cannot hazard a guess as how this party will be able to manage this crisis. But definitely, there will be serious jostle. There will be serious jostle for power in the build-up.
All right, then. Thank you very much. Now let's go to our virtual guest, Chief Hasim Adams. Chief, good morning to you. Welcome to the conversation. Good to have you. Good to have you here today. Now, does it seem like the APC is about to implode, like some people projected, seeing everybody coming into the party from different parties? Now there seems to be chaos within the party. Will we need the president to step in? And in how many states will he step in to solve the problem?
Yes, of course. When you see, a political party that is in power in Nigeria, that is what happens. Everybody wants to belong or part of that ruling party, as we call it. That is why you see everybody is drifting or running to APC. Now, when they get in there and they're able to get power, their power sharing and the hunger for further ambition now become a problem. That is when you begin to see these visible cracks that you now see in APC. APC certainly will implode, just like PDP did. But I doubt if that will take place before the election. Because why I'm saying that now is that the president is doing everything within his powers to make sure that he whip people to line, and he also reconcile others who are willing, so that there will be no distraction towards his second term in office come 2027, which is just some months away. So the president will be up and about to settle or intervene or wade in into issues that pertain to his party and states where he believes he has a lot of support.
Wouldn't that be a daunting
Southwest,
task? Wouldn't that be a daunting task, seeing the many states that we have in their congresses in the coming days, and different individuals vying for the same position? Wouldn't it be daunting for the president to wade into every one of them?
So we thought in the Rivers case, you found out that right now they were able to, one way or another, even though the peace is not permanent for now, but he was able to solve that problem of Rivers State. I believe with same zeal and zest, the president
All right, Mr. Fanimo, it appears, I'm going by your assessment of Ondo politics. It appears as though Ondo State has a long history of political turmoil, which dates back to 1983. So are we seeing a rehash of that in 2026, the 1983 elections? Are we seeing a rehash of that in 2026? And is there any way, can we say that this might end soon? Or it's not something we have to accept as part of the political framework of Ondo State?
You see, I was around in 1983 when that implosion happened. It's not going to happen this time, I can assure you, because you need to be around for you to understand the magnitude of that mayhem at that time. But this one is going to be an isolated case.
Okay.
You understand? People are wiser. But the point is, a lot of this game is being played without humanity in the politicians. And like the Machiavellian theory, the end justifies the means. That's what is playing out. So it's an isolated one. It became pronounced because that is the base of the current chairman of that party in Ondo State. And Idonre is a small community, but with illustrious sons. There was a time Idonre had a senator, a House of Rep member, and party chairman. Despite his smaller size compared to the state capital or other towns in the state. So they needed to take the battle to the doorstep of the chairman of the party, because I guess the chairman of the party will be serving us out his term in this case. So the jostle for power would actually be more dominant in his territory. That's why you have all that. But as to if it will snowball into a mayhem that would engulf the whole state,
like happened in 1983,
that is not going to happen.
Okay. All right. Let's bring back Mazi Amobi here into this conversation. Mazi, yesterday was the World Congresses, and as at last count, I've seen like problem in like 7-8 states. Some of them already postponed these congresses. So let's look at it this way. These problems continue to the extent that, well, that there are so many interests now, some of them intersecting within the APC. Maybe, and just maybe, APC, even if it doesn't implode, and this crisis, keeps, trailing them, does it create an opportunity for the opposition. How much of, first of all, how much of that will affect their electoral fortunes in 2027? And does it open a window of opportunity for the opposition to say, well, this is an opportunity for us to step in? Because a lot of people will be dissatisfied. And when they are dissatisfied, are they going to remain in the party, or are they going to say, okay, since I cannot drink this water, now let me spoil it so that nobody will drink?
Absolutely, you're correct. I expect a deluge of defections from APC to other political parties in the coming weeks and months. That is expected. Because like Dele said, there are a lot of people, strange bedfellows, eyeing one position. And if they cannot get it, they will play the spoilers game. I see a situation where you also have defections from APC to other political parties. What I'm saying in effect is that other political parties, the opposition political parties, put their house in order.
I think the president will allow that.
Sorry?
Do you think the president will allow that?
Individual ambition. You don't know what individual ambitions can do
at this time. From any state at all.
The president is comfortable with his own ambition, and you are telling some other person not to also aspire. You understand me? So it will clash. All that is happening is me, myself, and I in the political situation of this country. Once you don't get it, you play the spoilers game.
Chief Asim Adams said something, said even if there will be an implosion within the APC, not before 2027.
I agree to a large extent.
Okay.
The president might be able to manage it because he holds the, whatever.
Okay.
He can panel beat people into line. But immediately after, assuming without conceding,
so basically,
that he wins the 2027, after that, the APC party will go haywire.
All right. Well, I guess this would be a good place to anchor this conversation. Now, let's move on to another conversation. Now, we'll take a break. When we come back, we'll be looking at what Minister Wike is doing. Well, after Wike's intervention, PDP candidate steps down for APC 3 days to Abuja election after Wike's intervention. Let's talk about this when we come back. Stay with us.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Welcome back. The People's Democratic Party chairmanship candidate for the Buhari Area Council election, Julius Adamu, has withdrawn from the race in favor of his All Progressives Congress candidate, Joshua Musa, in a move that has raised eyebrows across the Federal Capital Territory political landscape. While the stand-down, marked by a show of supporters and political heavyweights, took place on Wednesday, that's yesterday, in Buhari, where FCT Minister Nyesom Wike was present. A video of the event shared by Abayisa TV on Facebook captured the moment Adamu publicly declared he would no longer contest the chairmanship seat and urged the supporters to back the APC candidate. Addressing the crowd, Wike said, "We have agreed that he will stand down for Joshua." Adamu, in his remarks, described the decision as born out of deep consultation with Wike and stressed that he and Musa were brothers, adding that it would not be nice for two brothers to kill themselves over one business. Now, let's take a look and listen to the video where the tradables, were thrown on the table and people had to rush to pick them up.
APC the immediate personal Peter Guararian Council, and now the PDP candidate Guararian Council. I'm standing here before you this afternoon to tell you that I have gone into a deep consultation with the Honorable Minister of FCT. And I have come to conclusion that I and Joshua, we are brothers. And it will not be nice for two brothers to kill themselves over one reason. So as such, I have relinquished my support to Honorable Joshua. We are from December with Joshua. He served as a councillor from 2026 and removed him from office from 2019 to 2022. So I wanted to remove him again, but I listened to my daddy. I said, let me leave him for now. So and I want to urge you all that we should also.
All right, there you have it. You know, the compromise reached between the PDAPC, according to the candidate that spoke, you know, at the event, under the watch of SCT Minister Nyesom Wike. We have the PDP candidate concede and ask his supporters to support the APC candidate. I mean, two brothers cannot kill themselves because of one business.
One business?
That's what business. The operational word there is business, one business. Well, we still have our gentlemen here in the studio, Dele Fanimo and Amobi Iheburu. Amobi, let me come to you. How will you describe this? Will you describe it as political sagacity? Will you describe it as effrontery? Will you describe it as audacity or impunity? Which one will it be for you? I mean, what just played out in the FCT Council election?
All of the above. All of the above. I think it's a harbinger of very bad thing to come. Like I stated in my earlier salvo, I said, with what happened yesterday, we will see a lot of issues throwing themselves up. So what it tells me now is that politics is not business. And that is why people die, and you know, for it and all that. And constitutionally speaking, there is nothing like APPDC and what have you.
PDAPC.
Yes, I think that young man there should be, you know, cautioned. There is nothing like that in our political, in political parties registered by INEC. I think this is an affront. I think it should be discouraged. And for the minister to superintend over this, I lack words to talk about it, shows to a large extent what the real, from what has happened now, you see that the FCT elections has been won and lost. That is what it is. And that was what I was alluding to, you know, ab initio. It has been won and lost. And that will also cascade into, you know, the general elections and what have you. We have gotten it wrong, fundamentally.
Fundamentally?
Yes.
According to Mazi. Mazi, talking about the elections being won and lost, I spoke to somebody, you know, politician, grassroots politician in the FCT yesterday, and he told me that despite what Wike is doing, that it's going to be a tough call for the APC, because according to him, the ADC is on the ground, taproots in the FCT. So if we look at this single, more like a single story somehow, and we use it to conclude, does it speak to the kind of thing? I'm trying to find the appropriate word now. Does it look like the real politics will not be played, or something bigger than real politics, more like manipulation or all of that? Are we expected to see? Meanwhile, are they going to use the Electoral Act to conduct the 2026 Electoral Act? Are they going to use it to conduct this election?
Absolutely. No, the thing was signed yesterday. It's already a law. It's already a law. And you see more glitches.
Okay.
More glitches will happen that will necessitate their using manual. That is what is going to play out. So the FCT election will be a test case, you know, towards 2027. And Minister Wike will want to make a point that he's in charge and all that. I think the opposition parties should also stamp their feet, because this election will, dictate the pace. If ADC is able to, show her presence sufficiently in this election, that will be thumbs up for the opposition. But if they will not succumb to the intimidation of, the powers that be, of course, the justification for what happened yesterday is there. So what I'm saying in effect is that the political situation in FCT should be closely monitored.
Okay.
So that we can deduce, one or two things from
the trajectory
where we are going.
Okay.
It is very, very important that we do so.
Okay. Now, Delifanimo, I don't have an opinion on this, but I'm dumbfounded. If I'm dumbfounded, how do you react to this?
I'm surprised that you are dumbfounded, because these had played out in the past, and I'll give you a few examples.
Okay.
Political game is dictated by transactional business in Nigeria. And as long as we have that, which is fueled by heavy monetization of the political space. What played out yesterday played out in Oyo State in the last election.
In the open?
Not in the open.
That's why I'm dumbfounded.
But in the open, if you understand the game.
Okay.
Makinde was behind Tinubu, and I've explained the build-up to that. He wanted to deliver, and he delivered Oyo State during the presidential election. And he sacrificed all the candidates of PDP in the Senate and House of Reps. Those guys were disgruntled. But in the midst of this hula baloo, this same man came into Oyo State overnight. Until today, none of these senatorial candidates of APC or House of Rep candidate of APC ever went to court. What does that tell us? There must be some undercurrent, which is known to you and I. And because that succeeded then, it is possible to take it a notch higher by openly displaying what transpired at that time, this time around. We are going to see more of this. A sitting senator, a high-ranking senator in the House of Assembly, in the Senate, also had this same thing. He never won the election, but he bought his way through. A particular senator in the North won an election, and somebody bought it off him. And that person is still in the Senate. So it's all about transactional leadership. And that is not what we want in this country today. We want transformational leadership and not transactional. If it continues like this, then money will dictate your altitude in this country.
All right.
Thank you very much for that submission. Let's go over to Chief Asin. The electoral laws in Nigeria is very strict about how and the process by which a candidate steps down. He has to be voluntary, he has to write, and he writes to the party, and it's also supposed to be followed by a primary. And you know that the FCT minister himself is a lawyer. So are we seeing a breakdown of law and order? Is this a voluntary step down?
Okay, I think, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes. Now, if I got you correctly, you are saying that the man that stepped down should have done all those things you said.
Yes.
later EPC. No, I don't think so. Except I got the story wrongly. Why? Is because he is a candidate of the PDP. In the primaries, that is when such is, when they are to choose, yes, when they are to choose who will represent PDP or ADC or APC or ADC. That is where those, conditions will come to play. But once parties have chosen their candidates, then the next thing for them to do is to go to elections. So we already have this candidate for PDP. Then we have the candidate for APC. I think that is what the story is talking about. Now, the candidate for PDP stepped down for the APC candidate, saying that he does not want to, contest the election of Saturday, just about 3 days away from, or 2 days away, that he does not want to contest. We have seen such happen before. Consensus is agreed insofar as it was done voluntarily, and that the party for which he represented, like PDP, agreed wholeheartedly with the decision of their candidate. Where there will be a problem is if the chairman of PDP or the PDP itself said, no, we don't have any alliance or maybe agreement with the APC for our candidate to step down for him. In other words, it then means that that PDP candidate has sold his candidacy. Now, what are the implications? That is why it happened, will I say, in a state, or yes, I think so, where you found out that on election day, a lot of people were not aware that a particular candidate stepped down. What now happened was that the supporters still went ahead and voted for the political party, the PDP. They still voted for a party. They didn't know that the candidate of that political party had stepped down for the candidate of the other party. So the legal implication is this. If that is what happens, the APC candidate wins the election with the support of the votes, from the PDP candidates. There is no legal encumbrance there because the voters that did their voting did that based on their own volition.
Barrister Adam.
Two. Yes, two.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. Two. Politics is war without blood. Why war is politics with blood? What am I trying to say? Politics is not a war, except in Nigeria here, when I see people killing themselves. Politics ought to be horse trading. You have to come,
Barrister Adam,
sell myself.
Barrister Adam,
Yes, okay.
I would like for you to shift back a little bit so that we can get your frame. Your frame is cutting,
Okay.
Beautiful, beautiful. It's good. So land on your thoughts. I have a few questions for you.
Okay. So what happened there was like horse trading. And like Mr. Fanimo, my brother, said in the studio, Nigerian politics is transactional. That is why you see politicians who wake up in the morning and say, I have decamped from party A to party B, because that is why I feel that my interest will be served better. Secondly, don't be surprised. I'm not saying it happened. The PDP candidate may have looked at the scenarios. Look, let me trade my ticket for some currency, maybe dollars, etc., as the case may be. And he receives 1 or 2 million or whatever as the case may be to further his interest in business. And then he relinquishes the candidacy just like that. So it's transactional.
Adams, it's not only Dele Fanimo that said it. He has said it several times that Nigerian politics is transactional, because I've heard you say that a lot of times. Now, we see these things happen, but this one happened with some kind of bravado, braggadocio, like you normally say, in the open. And shouldn't it be concerning to Nigerians that the man that publicly broke out this kind of alliance, if you don't mind, immediate alliance between the APC candidate and the PDP candidate, it's someone who is having problems in another political party, PDP, talking about Nyesom Wike, he's having problems with his people in the PDP. And he is here, we understand that he works for the APC. Shouldn't it be concerning to Nigerians that we have a man in one party, then brokering, for the success of another political party in an election? Shouldn't it be concerning to Nigerians? I want to say,
it shouldn't be. That's why I said politics is all about horse trading, etc. Let me give one example. Are you aware that George Bush, who worked for Joe Biden to become president of America, even though he was a Republican, the first tenure of Biden's government, when he was contesting with the Republican, he said that this man that is there, I don't think he's my party man, but I don't think I can support him. And he gave his support and votes to the other political parties.
So, Mr. Adam, did he campaign for Biden in public?
He didn't come out public to campaign, but when he was interviewed, he gave his reasons why he voted the other way. Okay. That was how I got to know.
So you can establish the difference here. So we have someone that is in another party and openly campaigning for another political party. What kind of political culture are we building? If you don't mind, can you help us?
That is what I'm saying. It is not criminal. On the moral ground of it, you may say that yes, ethics and whatever, it ought to be there. But legally speaking, there is nothing wrong with that. If the man decides to come out openly to do that, being transactional politics we play in Nigeria, anything can happen.
You're a lawyer, Mr. Adams. Master Adams, you're a lawyer. How can you help us define anti-party activity? Anti-party activity, is it an offense within the laws guiding political parties?
See, anti-party activity is an offense.
Okay.
Now, do you know you can commit an offense and the police will not come for you?
Barrister
If you, I'm coming. You can commit an offense and the police will not come for you. For instance, what I'm trying to say is that yes, anti-party can be an offense. If I begin to do anti-party and in my constitution it says that I should be punished and the party do not punish me, will you blame me for doing what I've been doing consistently? Even though it's anti-party, the party ought to stand their ground. For instance, I made that very clear just now. I said, what would have happened in this case for the candidate of PDP to have gone to say, I'm withdrawing from the elections? Has anybody spoken from the PDP, the national chairman, the secretary, the even chairman of PDP in the FCT? Have they spoken to say, no, that is not it is not true. You cannot step that. Nobody has reprimanded the young man. So it means something is beyond what we are saying. That is what I'm trying to explain. It's not a normal. It is not a normal, but politics allows such to happen. I have said an own goal, like in football, is allowed. If you score an own goal, like what happened yesterday in Arsenal's game with Wolves, you saw there was an own goal by Califiori, one of Arsenal players. It was accepted as a goal against Arsenal. But it was their player that scored it. It's the same thing in politics. So when you see people taking this thing too extreme or whatever too seriously and politicians don't do that, the reason is because the Nigerian average politician knows that what will satisfy my stomach is why I'm in politics.
Okay, Barrister Adams, based on what happened in Abuja yesterday, I mean the trade-off and all of that, are you able to let us into, what might be, the likely consequences, the outcome of the FCTA election? If we have this kind of thing, do you think that it's going to be free, fair, and credible? Mind you, you know that the Electoral Act has been signed into law yesterday, hurriedly, by our president, as some people said, hurriedly. Do you think that it's going to, how would that impact on the FCTA elections? Talking about what happened yesterday and the Electoral Act that has been signed into law. Now, this is double-barrel question, 2 in 1. Can you help us make sense of both issues here?
Yeah, what the INEC chairman said yesterday, immediately after the electoral bill was signed into law, the INEC chairman said that the FCTA or FCTA election is going to be based on the new Electoral Act, which means the electronic transmission. He made it very clear that there will be electronic transmission of results in the election for Saturday. That is what he made clear. But as a Nigerian, I'm so circumspect and skeptical. Why? Mahmoud Yakub went to Chatham House before the elections of 2023 and told us the same thing, that the 2023 elections between all the parties, P2B, Atiku, and whoever, Tinubu, that the results will be electronically transmitted. It said so in London. He made it. The world press, even CNN, and some of these national television stations took the news that this is what the man has promised at Chatham House. But he came back and did a different thing. So the same thing I'm so scared of and circumspect of on Saturday. Though the man has said that this is what is going to happen. And for now, I'm still looking, I'm watching, I'm praying that he will not recount or he will not renege on the promise he has made. But be that as it may, if the INEC is able to conduct the
All right, then. Well, unfortunately, we have a network glitch there, making it impossible for us to get the full summation of Chief Asim Adams's contribution there. But let's bring it back to the studio as we gradually coast home now. Mazi Amobi. Okay.
Why I said the election on Saturday will be a test case is that the argument, conversations around electronically transmission of results is hinged on poor network penetration in this country. Thank God, Abuja, can we describe Abuja as a rural community? Wherever in Abuja, I don't think we can describe Abuja as a rural community. That is why I said the election on Saturday will be a test case. I do not think there is anywhere in Abuja
where you have internet access
is not prevalent. So it is left for us to see what happens. Whether INEC will declare a glitch where none existed to be able to use the manual collation or whatever. So Abuja's election, the Joash Amukuten's INEC has said they are going to use the 2026 Electoral Act to good. We'll see how it plays out. That is why I'm calling on the opposition to look at where they are. And then one of the opposition has just stepped down. It gives room for the other opposition parties to begin to do their homework in the 48 hours window that is left to be able to prove a point. That despite whatever thing that happens, that elections can be credible. I believe that INEC will do the needful.
How do you expect a credible election where the minister of the FCT has came out to say that it is whoever supports the president that he will support, which basically places him at an influential position over the elections? How does that make you feel?
The minister is able or has the guts to make such an unbearable statement is because our elections do not count. If the National Assembly had come out clear-cut that this result will be transmitted electronically, simpliciter, the minister will not make such a statement. That is the point. You see, what we did, what the National Assembly did, has serious implications. It is not, one street-jacketed area. It has implications. I would have thought that if this electronic transmission of results, was adopted, just like the Nigerian people have said,
wholesomely,
people will not talk with impunity. People will, wait until the results are out before they start making statements. But now, people will sit down in their cozy offices and rooms and begin to make statements that are very provocative. If Wike, in his own wisdom, can say that, what it tells me is that there is a place, there is something that is beating the drum, in the bush for him, which is not supposed to be. So what the National Assembly has done is to give people, impetus to begin to do or say what is not supposed to be said.
Maz, let's veer off a little and stay within the topic of discussion, which is about elections. Now, the president has signed the Electoral Act 2026 into law. Some people say he signed it hurriedly. Do you think that it was done in a hurry?
Absolutely.
What should the president have done?
Is it the first time he's signing a bill? So what is so special about him signing this bill? Abuja is central. They wanted to use it for Abuja's election. You get what I'm saying? That is why he signed it hurriedly. In other situations, the president can take his time. He will go to somewhere and come back and begin to look at the clauses one after the other. Within 24 hours, the bill has been put into a signable form that the president has signed it already.
Does it worry you that while Nigerians were still arguing, going back and forth, opposition figures were still, disagreeing with it, civil society organizations were saying, no, this is not what we want. And without considering all of those things, the president just went ahead and signed it without probably calling for some kind of harmonization with other interests and all of that. What does that tell you?
They have won. The government has won. But I want to tell that the Nigerian people have not given up. The contradictions inherent in this administration will make it increasingly difficult for this thing to hold. Don't be surprised. I want to also prophesy. I read my Bible very well. I want to be prophesying these days that they will come back to this e-transmission of results. Nigerian people will come back. This bill, because it holds the magic wand to, put Nigeria in the world map politically. So if it is scuttled to favor a very few, how many members of the National Assembly do we have? Infinitesimal figure. When you compare it with the Nigerian population, there are very few. And more importantly, we send them to that place and we told them that this is what we want. And the National Assembly, in their wisdom, decided otherwise. I saw the President of Senate saying that this has reflected the wish of Nigerian people, aspiration of Nigerian people. I laughed. That's an insult to Nigeria.
Yeah. Have the Nigerian people been defeated as far as the Electoral Act amendment? Their request, their demand, their yearnings, that they want e-transmission of results compulsory. Have they been defeated with the president assenting to that law, despite the cry of the opposition, civil society, in fact, Nigerians? Have they been defeated? What do you expect in the coming days?
To the extent of the signing of these new Electoral Act as amended, that's a prior victory against Nigeria, but it's not going to last. I expect that Nigerians should challenge this, because
it's not going to last leading to 2027, or it's not going to last after 2027.
If we can still challenge it and we are tenacious about it, it can still go back the whole round. Because I went through that document, though I was sadly, as a layman, what I noticed is that it's almost watertight, that once somebody wins an election now, all those technical loopholes that lawyers exploit that will be removed. It is either EC 8A4 is complied with or nothing. And in most cases, elections are not rigged in the urban areas. If you follow politics closely, elections are rigged in the hinterland, where people will not have the muscle to challenge results. I've seen somebody who felt he has won an election, and it happened in Oyo State during Najimobi's victory, first election. The opponent had been rejoicing, celebrating, but there was just only one local government. That local government they held that result till the following day in the afternoon. By the time they released that result, the whole game changed. And that person that has been celebrating and thanking those who supported him eventually lost that election, and Ajimobi became governor. And where it will be easy for this new law to operate is not going to be in the city because you can challenge it. It's going to be in the hinterland.
Okay.
Where it is very easy to claim that there is no internet infrastructure in that area. And so there will be no other alternative than to rely on the EC8A form as authentic. And it was even emphasized, in the new amended law that the ECA8 form stands where there is no internet facility to transmit election result electronically. So
it's a done deal. Anyway, we will get deeper into this conversation during newspaper review because that, of course, is one of the headlines on the cover pages of the dailies. And I would like for you to stay with us, to join us then as we get into it. Let's move away from this conversation, gentlemen, as we coast home now. Exploring artificial intelligence, AI, as a cover for Misdemeanor. How do we differentiate between what's authentic and what is false? Talking about fact checking. Well, let's look at this, and then we'll be back after this break.
Alex, so audio I sent you is supposed to be for a In an age where artificial intelligence can clone voices, fabricate speeches, and generate hyper-realistic videos, the line between truth and deception is becoming harder to see. What began as breakthrough innovation has also opened the door to a powerful new defense. When politicians are caught on camera, some now dismiss the evidence as AI manipulation. This growing phenomenon in modern politics explores the strategic use of deepfake skepticism. As AI tools become more sophisticated, so does the opportunity to weaponize doubt. We now wonder, is that viral clip authentic or is it synthetic? And more importantly, who benefits when the public can tell the difference? Let's examine how emerging technology is reshaping accountability, how plausible deniability is evolving in the digital era, and what it means for trust in democratic institutions. When it's fake becomes the first line of defense, the truth itself may be the real casualty.
Welcome back. From seemingly harmless cooking videos to videos of animals performing stunts to images of presidents twerking, there's almost nothing artificial intelligence cannot be used to achieve. But what about when it's used as an alibi in glaring cases of corrupt practices, misreporting, or discouraging behavior caught on camera? Today, we are exploring a growing concern, the use of artificial intelligence or deepfakes to cover for misdemeanors, from academic dishonesty and harassment to fraud and digital impersonation. Recently, social media platform X had to restrict its AI tool, Grok, for generating sexually explicit videos of women and girls. Is AI making it easier to evade accountability, or are we overestimating its role? To help us unpack this complex issue, we are joined by someone who studies the intersection of technology, ethics, law, and journalism. Dr. Umana Samuel Akpan is a lecturer who has published in high-impact journals in the area of AI, deepfake, and emerging technology. Good morning, Mr. Akpan. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
It's a pleasure to have you. So, in the past, when we see some of these videos, we could almost tell that it's fake. Maybe when somebody blinks, or maybe a hair, a video of a woman, for instance, maybe the hair moves, we can say, oh, this is plastic. But these days, the lines have become blurred, and it's almost impossible sometimes to even tell which is AI and which is real. So what is that one thing that AI can't achieve? Let's start on this and then expand.
You see, that one thing that AI cannot achieve, and I can tell you a few. Back in the day, we used to think that technology would not replace the costume guy, the guy who comes to dress you up before you appear on TV. And then today we are seeing that AI is almost, you just put your picture, whether Grok or whichever one, and then your picture would be redefined. And then I used to tell my student in those days that AI would not, or any emerging technology, even before the advent of AI, that it would not replace the role of a producer. And to be very surprised, but surprisingly, when you look at today, the things that these emerging technologies are doing, you'll be so shocked that even the job, the role, the responsibilities of the producer, those responsibilities are almost wiping off. But, it started those back in the day, as deepfake. And where somebody can clone your voice, and then you begin to talk like maybe the former President Obama or President Obasanjo, and then it moved from deepfake, and now we are seeing the entrance of AI. And I would always advise people that we should not throw away the water, the bad water with the baby, because AI has come to redefine how things are done. And maybe in the course of the conversation, I'll tell you one of the benefits and, of course, one of the advantages, or some of them, of AI. And I tell you, AI is not the bus stop. The other day I was at a conference, and you realize that some other emerging technologies are coming out, and which might even wipe out AI in no distant time.
All right, good to have you on the show, Dr. Samuel Owana. It's been decades that we haven't seen each other. Well, it's a good work you're doing at the University of Lagos. Now, talking about regulating AI, we know that some people have argued that there need to be some sort of regulation or this will be taken out of hand. We've seen videos pop up involving politicians, political office holders and the likes, and in debunking or denying, they've come to say, oh no, that didn't happen, or this thing had somebody involved. We don't see the prosecution of those that might have, come up with those deep fake, as it were. What should we do in terms of regulating the use of social media, AI, and the rest? Because these things have come to stay, whether we like it or yes, it has come to stay. How then do we regulate and use it to the advantage of the society as against using it to the detriment of the society?
Yeah, thank you very much. It's good to see. It's been a while too. The truth remains that I'll just take you down historically. Let's historicize this. When you look at when technology started emerging, you find out that something like the calculator was a form of AI, but people didn't know. And I remember those days, when we were doing history of technology in school, and they showed us a picture where teachers were demonstrating and saying, hey, students are beginning to use calculator, they're cheating and all of that. But today, WAEC is asking you to bring calculator and other examination bodies into the examination hall. And then there's so many others like that. And then talking about the regulation, is it ethical? Whose ethical duty is it to regulate the activities of this emerging technology? I don't like using the word AI because I tell you, write it down. Sooner or later, AI would be having a very big challenge because another technology might be coming out. The people who can regulate this technology, these guys are the inventors themselves. Now I give you in the academia. Now I remember in those days when I was in the industry, I didn't have the luxury of AI, and I know what I could do if I had the luxury of AI. It means that my script will be airtight. It means that as a producer, then it means that AI could help me to generate ideas or maybe topics for my programs, but with the senior producer knew where I came from, and you could be sure that the senior producer would also be, patronizing it. Now, moving into the academia, the rules of engagement change. I know the rules of engagement have changed because in academia, plagiarism is a very serious, pardonable offense, but AI is worse than plagiarism.
Also.
Now, yeah, so it's you will say, it's the same, bedfellow, but AI is an advance because somebody could take your work, put it on AI, and then, does something even better than your work. And then when you are saying, oh, this technology is coming to destroy what was on ground, the Grammarly app that I don't know whether some people use it in the industry, but in the academia, when you finish your work, you put it or turn it in, you put it there to correct your grammar because it's not our language, So Grammarly, yeah, that's a form of AI. Why can't you allow me to spot your mistakes before you send? I review journals for international journals.
We're running out of time because we really don't have so much time on the show. How difficult has it been for you as a lecturer to mark assignments, scripts, projects brought to you by students, knowing that, these are people born into, the usage of phones, and a lot of them were, when they were born, I'm talking about the young people now, phones already existed. So they're used to these things. And with the emergence of AI, it's easier to just, do assignments, do projects. How difficult is it for you to mark? Do you consider that? Do they have deduction in marks, or you just, because we know that some of these things are aided by prompts. What you impute basically is what it generates. So you need to have something in your head to impute something. So tell us how you're able to, mark and do these things.
Well, my experience is that you see a lot of students, coming up with if you are trained, you would be able to detect AI generated text, and then you would be able to see that this one is AI. Something happened recently. I called a student. I said, "Fantastic work. Sit down and reproduce this work," and the person was crying. So students use it, but because of time, I will just tell you this. The truth remains that a student will bring a project, the final year project that you write before you graduate, and you can't find anything to grammatically, the structure to correct. And you are supposed to be a supervisor, that you're supervising a student to have, I tell my master students, my master supervisees, don't bring any AI work to me. Let's work together. So when I see those things, I'll begin to cross them out and then send them back.
All right, please let me just take this because we're almost out of time. Let's bring it down to politics. People say that AI is one of the best things to ever happen to Nigerian politicians because it somewhat gives them an escape route. So now let me paint a typical scenario for you. A video drops on Friday nights, scandalous, and then most times it takes like 2 days, 48 hours for it to be debunked and viewed as AI, revealed to be either AI or not. So how long does it take for you in the industry to debunk such? Because if it takes 48 hours and let's say it turns out not to be AI, an individual's reputation has already been marred. So let's talk about that verification.
Yes, quickly. If you see a video and the person is saying, I know the scenario you're talking about, the rubbing of the legs and the massaging of the leg. All I need to do is take that video, the advanced like the British Council and some other educational institutions, organizations would give universities apps, tools that you can put any text, you can put any video to find out whether this video or this visual is or any of them artificially generated or AI generated. But let me shock you, some universities right now in the US, I can mention some of them, are beginning to do courses on AI. For example, AI and the newsroom. There's a certain university that is saying, hey, before we graduate this, I think Purdue University in the US, we need to make our students to understand AI. We have to incorporate these courses into it so that, because when you graduate right now, and I tell you the truth, gone are those that they tell you that you have to be computer compliance. Now this AI compliance. Employer, I tell you, as a media practitioner, not just as a scholar, as a media scholar practitioner, some media organizations right now, not only media organizations, if you don't know how to use AI, they will not employ you. It's coming to that time. So universities are saying, instead of us to graduate students that can't use AI, in fact, some journals right now are telling me, hey, if you are using AI, maybe for grammatical correctness, for structure, for this, you have to declare that declaration. In fact, a professor from a certain university, because we are doing a work together, got in touch with me and said, hey, Doc, Alpha, what is the AI specification for this job? You understand? So it's getting to that time that when you graduate as a student, those students might not be employable because they're not able to use AI.
So basically, you need AI to determine AI fake. That's how important AI is to us. Okay,
they are the ones, just like in those days in the computer, when they produce the computer and then there is this virus, it is these same people that will also give you something that will prevent that virus. So, for example, Grok can also give you, okay, if you want to detect any text or any picture, any video, or any voice generated by us, get this and then we'll help you to generate it. The same thing we turn it in. So it's like that. But my closing point this morning is that because we are graduating a lot of mass communication, graduates, and now mass communication has been unbundled. In those days, when you saw a mass communication study, was pregnant with about 7 departments. So there's broadcasting, journalism, there's practice, and all of that. So universities around the world are beginning to integrate, AI, for example, the Harvard School of Journalism is trying to do something in the area of AI, newsroom and AI. So if universities are lagging behind, I tell you, those graduates will be graduating out without having the necessary skills of AI. And let me also stop you. AI now interact with the best form to get the best option or the best productivity from AI is for AI and AI to interact, just like moving ChatGPT to Grok or Gemini to Grok. So if you don't know these skills, by the time you go for interview and they ask you some of these, because the employer wants productivity, the employer wants speed, and AI brings speed. But for the scholars, for those who sit down and write and think, if you depend on AI, you are going to deaden your brain. Thank you.
Deaden your brain if you depend on AI. Well, thank you very much, Dr. Samuel Owana, who is a multidisciplinary scholar, a broadcast practitioner, lecturer, in the Department of Mass Communication at the University of Lagos. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, sir.
Well, that's how far we can go on the show this morning. And yes, our politicians also. Well, it's up to us broadcasters to know, to try decipher which video is AI, either that of a politician peeing by the roadside or a politician showing love, being romantic to someone. We should decipher which one is AI generated before they come tell us that it's AI generated. Well, this is how far we go on VOP this morning. Join us again in a few minutes. We'll be flipping through the pages of the dailies, looking at the headlines, and don't worry, we'll not be using AI to look at the headlines. We'll go deeper into the headlines this morning. I'm Moses Humphrey. I'll see you at 10. Bye for now.
And I'm Jane Ogoye. Thank you for joining us.
I'm Chukwu Mokoro. Bye for now. See you on top of the hour.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People television.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People television. We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People television.
All right, good morning and welcome back. This is Newspaper Review. And of course, it's a full house. We have my colleagues here, Jane Ogoye, Chukwuma Okoro, and we have the analyst, Dele Fanimo, and Mazi Amobi Iheburu. Gentlemen, welcome
good morning
back.
once again.
Welcome back. So, we'll be going into the dailies right away. And the big story, of course, let's see how it's reported in most of the dailies this morning. Electoral Act 2026. Tinubu defends assent. Opposition raises hell. PDP, LP raise red flags. Tinubu defies protests as APC predicts credible poll. All right. And then The Guardian, well, that's from the Punch newspaper. The Guardian has its own report, says 2027 credibility battle shifts to INEC as Tinubu signs Amendment Electoral Act. We'll go into the riders much later when it's time to analyze. And then This Day report says electoral law according to APC, signed, sealed, delivered. Tinubu declares amendment not about politics, but process. Akpabio, Electoral Act amendment will ensure every vote counts. End results manipulation. End result manipulation. It will end it. Abbas, presidential NAS polls to now hold January 2027. Okay, moved back. ADC mocks APC, says party afraid of free, fair polls. PDP, it's treacherous betrayal of Nigerians. All right, so that's basically what you would find in most of the dailies today, talking about the signing of the Electoral Act 2026. But let's listen to the president. Let's watch the president where he signed and the statement he made right after the signing of that one. And then we'll get into breaking it down.
Please.
All right, unfortunately, we don't have the audio, but that was where the president signed where he signed the Electoral Act into law. Gentlemen, now let me flip the pages, to give us better context. Let's see the riders as put out there by the Guardian newspaper. So these are the riders to the story. Assent formalizes legal framework days after INEC unveils election timetable. President hails rigorous process, insists manual collation remains central. Opposition decries swift signing, warns of transparency loopholes. Amendment betrayal, says PDP. False removal of mandatory e-transmission. LP caucus queries speed of assent, hints at mobilization, insinuating that monies, went round. SDP chieftain Adebayo alleges hatchet job, signals constitutional challenge. Afenifere Ohaneze raise fears over 2027 integrity. Civic group demands probe, threatens nationwide resistance. Wike backs Tinubu, dismisses criticism as politically motivated. Civic advocate flags funding cuts, transmission ambiguity as key risks. Well, these are the riders to the story as put out there by the Guardian newspaper. Mr. Fanimo, I'd like you to... Now, the president said a lot of things. Unfortunately, we were unable to, play that one where he talked about how credible this will make our elections be, how this will reduce going to court and all of that, all the things that happen during elections will be dealt with, how this is in the interest of the people and not just about politics, but about, the people having no one being disenfranchised and all of that. But some Nigerians feel differently about it, especially the minority in the House of Reps, in the House, those that were chanting the other time, calling APC unprintable names and all of that. Does it seem like the president is in a world of his own where he doesn't really see or feel what the people are feeling? I mean, that was signed right after Nigerians were protesting at the National Assembly gate and they were tear gassed.
See, I went through the amended act as a layman anyway, because I'm not a lawyer. So let me give that caveat before I start. And one thing I've seen in the amendment is the fact that some ambiguous areas were cleaned out. We suggested that it will not be a feast for litigants and their lawyers to use technicalities to upturn elections. But where I differ is the fact that we Nigerians, we know ourselves. No matter how watertight a law seems, the very first day of that law being enacted, Nigerians go to their closet to look for loopholes on how to manipulate the law for their selfish interests. And this one is not going to be an exception. Like I said earlier in the program, I said, look, the fact that you said manual transmission takes effect if there is no opportunity of e-transmission real time, is a wide opportunity for politicians to manipulate election. Why do I say this? When it was enacted that to curb the excesses of politicians who decamp from one party to another party at their whims and caprices, they said the only way you can decamp from party A to party B is only when there is crisis or faction. But they didn't envisage that it is human factor that creates faction, not the name of the party, but people in the party. Crises in the party are orchestrated by the politicians in the party. What do we have today? Almost all the parties, apart from APC, now have factions. So because they have factions at state level, at world level, at national level, it is very easy for any politician to decamp to any party of his choice. Now, the new electoral law says where IREV and BVAS are not possible, then you resort to Form EC8A, which technically means people will work against the electronic transmission from functioning. And now they can go as far as manipulating the telecom operators. They can go as far as inducing the man that is protecting the mast that is nearest to the polling unit. And what does it require for a politician to induce the man that is manning the mast and switching off the mast for a period of time, pretending that there is no diesel to power the mast? And technically, IREV and BVAS will not function at that particular time. And then there will be enough justification to say, since electronic transmission is impossible, you can all see And do you know that you can acquire technology that has been existing for more than 20, 25 years? Because I recall that those days when I was covering money market, when Soludo as CBN governor comes to Lagos Island, CBN office in Lagos Island for MPC meeting, Monetary Policy Committee meeting. The moment he gets to that meeting, he has a device in his hand. Once he switches on the device, within a kilometer radius of that place, no network works. Until when he finishes his meeting and leaves, that's when that thing is switched on, and you now see it cuts across all networks. So why are we saying that you are going to monitor all these politicians who have enough money to access this device to manipulate election? That is where my worry is. In practicality, it is still a very good and clear opportunity to rig election.
All right.
Yeah, let me take it from the House of Representatives, who in their wisdom capitulated when, their steadfastness, was needed, as it were. Recall that in December 2025, they voted for e-transmission of results, real time. So the question is, what happened between that December and yesterday? As at that time, their decision cut across party lines, cut across ethnic divides, and what have you. But yesterday, day before yesterday, we saw the fault lines, party lines, ethnic lines, and what have you, played out. So what happened? What it tells me is that probably they were twisted by their party to, take the decision, they took. And the Nigerian people are worse for it. That was an opportunity for us to have liberated this country, electoral system. But it was bungled to the advantage of a minority few. We are getting back to victory or political position is not served a la carte. You grab it, snatch it, and run with it. That is where we are heading to again. If we had, the Nigerian people have gotten what they wanted, the power could have also resided with the Nigerian people. That is how it should be. And you could have seen politicians walking the talk. It's no longer rhetorics. No one will come and tell you there is no vacancy here. No one will come and tell you this is the man that will go and all that. All those things could have been a thing of the past. We would have moved forward in our election systems. But it has all been boggled. So what it means is that we are going back, just like Dele said, that thing will not work. The network will not work on that day for whatever reason. But if we had signed that the network will work, it will work. Yes, it will work. You see that it must work.
Now,
because even the INEC must ensure that it works, because their name is also,
will be at stake then.
Yeah, will be at stake.
Some have said this might put the lives of polling officers in trouble, because if they say, "Oh, it's not working, that's why we can't use it," and then people check their phones and they see, "Oh, there's network bar," and they call one another when it goes through. You think they might want to
you see, one problem we wanted to solve with electronic transmission of result was killings during the election, ballot snatching. Because when you snatch the ballot, assuming the person do not want to give it to you, the electoral officer is insisting. There are evidence. There are this thing that has been somebody can maim you in an attempt to snatch the ballot box, or even kill you in the process. All those things could have been a thing of the past, because even if you snatch the ballot box, you are not going to do anything with it. But we have allowed, one of my friends said the son should not do, what is it called, INEC ad hoc jobs because it is fraught with a lot of risk. Recall that I think INEC is now paying youth corpers 807,000 for electoral duties and all that.
He's going to do that because a lot more Nigerians are, weighing in on it and saying, well, it's too quick for comfort. And but the way we go in Nigeria, by the time something happens, maybe we'll just be told that, oh, the refinery can work again. We'll leave the Amendment Act, Electoral Act Amendment, and go back to the issue of the moment, and that one will take a back seat. But in all of this, I want to examine the president's statement. The president said he said in that headline that Moses read, at some point the president hails rigorous process, insists manual collation remains central. Now, I went back to look at the meaning of rigor, rigorous, and it's not different from what I used to know. So, and I'm looking at, I went back in time to, was there at any point where there was a public hearing on this amendment? There might have been, but I can't remember. The public hearing, the public hearing I know is about the amendment of the whole Constitution. I can't remember. I can't recall when.
No, there was public hearing.
There was public
this
hearing.
issue started. This issue started in September 2024.
Okay, when Benjamin
and they had
Carlo was
27 consultations nationwide.
and
that was why Akpabio said in his listen that they did consultations. They are not forced to abide by those consultations.
Okay. Now, I'm still interrogating that word, rigorous, because I know that at some point, I think there are also another amendment process that is ongoing in National Assembly.
That is for general...
good. That's the one I recall, that there was public hearing. If there was this one, honestly, I can't recall.
There was.
But that's it. Now, when the president says rigorous, rigorous in the sense that, there was public hearing, and they went back to the House of Representatives. The House of Representatives passed the e-transmission component.
It was rigorous for the House to come back to say, what we passed before we want to...
So that is the rigor. That's the rigor that I'm trying to interpret and all of that. And Akpabio also said, we have done a lot of work on this. So maybe the back and forth is what they interpreted as rigor. The fact that Nigerians were pushing them, no, this is not what we want.
They were tear-gassing Nigerians.
They were tear-gassing Nigerians. It's all part of the rigor. So most likely the president was right when he used the word rigorous. And again, the president said that manual collation will be central.
What does that say?
What does that tell you? The president has just told Nigerians that we are not going to use e-transmission. It's instructive.
Very, very.
When he said that, I had expected the president to say that e-transmission will be central and that manual will serve as backup. But he reversed it to say that manual collation will be central. The president has simply told us.
And you don't think it was a slip of the lip?
They would have corrected it if it was a slip.
If it was, the handlers could have corrected
and
it.
And that brings me to the fact that, people that handle our president, his minders, his handlers, they don't do a good job of it. I'm very sorry to say that. The way the president comes out to say things, some of them are not well thought out. Before a president...
It should be briefed.
It should be briefed, and there should be this kind of interagency cooperation, where between the speechwriter and if it's about politics, the political advisor should be there to, sound out how that would pan out within the political world. If it is economy, how the economic community, the business community will react to all of that. But they don't do that. They just give somebody a brief to write. But at some point, I did speech writing for a particular governor. And when they push it through the governor, and the governor says, okay, I will insist, no. Bring the political advisor, bring the economic advisor, let us judge on all of these things. And by the time we do interagency, we discover that, well, there are things I shouldn't have said that was said. And we go back to it. And at that point, if the governor comes out with that speech, it will look near perfect. But I see that lacking, in what the president's mind has do. Because a lot of things that they do, even in my own little space, I find problems with a lot of them. So this is I don't know how this is going to happen. The opposition, are they mobilizing? I don't know if they are mobilizing. The CSOs, are they mobilizing? I don't know if they are mobilizing. But the fact that the president hurriedly, signed this thing into law, we have this back and forth. Sometimes a bill is passed, and when we asked about that bill, they tell us that, oh,
they're working on it.
It's been on the president's table, for waiting assent and all of it. But this one is less than 24 hours. I mean, there should be something to it all. But let's see how it pans out in the coming days and in the coming weeks. But there is danger. In
that tells us, what the speed with which it was assented to, and the speech after the signing, and a whole lot of things, depicts, that these things have been, already, decisions about it have already been taken, as it were. They're just waiting for time to fulfill it. Yes, working to answer. So it is left for Nigerians to look at it and, tell themselves that how can my employee begin to dictate to the employer, what happens and all that. If you know too well about the subject matter, you should have been the employer, and all that. That is what we see in private settings. You can't know more than you are. Even if you know, you look at it, you judge or you put it on the table for a proper decision to be taken. So our employees are now telling us that they know what is good for us, as it were. And that is very unfortunate. It is regrettable that we have gotten to this point. I do not know how we can face other countries in the Committee of Nations. How would they? I think there are areas they compare notes. If I'm a manager in my company, I go for meeting in similar companies within the sector, we compare notes and all that. So there are things, if Nigeria go into Committee of Nations, how do they compare notes? How do they, because this thing has gone viral, it's everywhere in the world that the government has blocked something that could have given 75-80% transparency in the electoral process. So how would they now face Committee of Nations? And when somebody tells you you are a pariah nation, you are an asshole, you are this, you begin to take quarrel. Or when people speak, you say they are demarketing Nigeria. That is what you are doing. The government has succeeded in demarketing this country. And you see in few days to come, the deluge of their spokespeople will begin to rationalize this irrationality.
All right, then. Well, let's move away from that conversation. We'll probably get that video and play before the end of today's conversation. But let's look at a few other headlines here. IPAC, Obi Flay police clampdown, tear gas of protesters at National Assembly. Holy month, Tinubu Obi urged spiritual reflection, commitment to shared humanity. Reps fault poor funding of security intelligence. And FCT polls, INEC pledges e-transmission of results. Mixed reaction, protests trail Delta APC World Congresses. GENCOs reject NLC's extortion claims, say sector battling 6 trillion naira on paid bills. I'd like for us to dive into this particular headline. And yes, there's another story I would like us to touch on before, but let's touch on this and then we'll go to the Niger Delta and then touch on the story of some shipments, some people extracting crude at the Niger Delta. But GENCOs reject NLC's extortion claim, says sector battling 6 trillion naira on paid bills. All right. So that's, this is the GENCOs are saying that, look, they are being owed about 6 trillion naira. And some Nigerians are saying that's exactly why we don't have power, because GENCOs are being owed. But then if you look at it, this is, I mean, it's not in the report, but if you look critically at it, you realize that the money out of this 6 trillion that GENCOs are being owed, government is owing more than half of it. Government and its agencies are owing more than half.
How do you reconcile the issue, this issue that the president said, if I do not give you electricity in the next 4 years, don't vote for me?
Well, 4 years has not a lot.
4 years has not elapsed. We are in 2 3/4 years or something. Is that?
He said he was smart. He said 4 years.
Okay, he said 4 years.
We didn't interrogate that according to the when they said they will give us change. We didn't
ask if it's good or bad change. So, now, 4 years will terminate on May 29th.
By then, the election will have been won and lost.
No, we might start another round of election.
But if you look at it from the point of view of the fact that electricity generator doesn't happen just like that, you have to put it here. There is what they call time for waiting time for things to happen. You will see it incrementally, build up. Are we seeing that incremental build up to ensuring that electricity in the next 4 years, as promised by Mr. President, is achievable?
My concern in all of this, what most is read at, my concern is that Nigerians are saying, well, Jenkos, is because we are being old, that is why we don't have light. That is not the information we have out there. The information we have out there is they even generate more that we can consume, and we're even wasting what they generate.
Because there's no
uptake
from
the transmission companies. So
as of today, you can't wheel more than 4,500 megawatts
into the national grid. Otherwise, it will collapse.
And these people are producing between 7,500 and 8,000.
So the ones that they produce, who do they sell to?
That is it. It's wasted, and because government.
How do you also reconcile the fact that these things are given to neighboring countries?
Exactly. Even the neighboring
countries
are owing us.
Yeah. But they also have stable power supply more than we do.
So there is systemic decay. There is a problem within the system.
They went to their own grid.
Their
own grid is stable.
And their own grid is stable. You understand? You see, the whole lot of all of this is central on the transmission component of this chain. No matter how good the GenCos are, no matter how effective and efficient they are, if the transmission, which is standing between production and consumption, is not rectified, we are going nowhere.
Are you saying that the transmission is the weakest link in the system?
It's the weakest link.
That's it.
It's the weakest link. Look, the transmission lines you see, those things we call power line. Those high tension wire, yes. Do you know that they are between 30 and 40 years old?
Some older than that.
Even some older than that. Those were the things that they did during ECN, Electricity Corporation of Nigeria, before the transformation to NEPA. Before PACN. Before the unbundling. So now imagine how a B2 car will run a race with a G-Wagon today. How do you think it will work? Most of these equipment manufacturers have packed up. So we just if you see any B2 car on the road today, something will tell you that, how did they get these parts? It's either they bring a whole vehicle to spare parts shop, dismantle it, cannibalize and begin to sell a bit to the owners of this car, because there is no manufacturing end.
Do you know the problem we have as a nation? The problem we have as a nation that at some transition point we failed to transit, and we are still making that same mistake.
Same mistake up to today.
You know why? People that built other countries, were futuristic, but we just dwelt on the immediate, and that is the problem we are still having today. At some point we had rolling plans. At some point, we had national development plans. Now, what were the components of these national development plans? If you go back, we had economists, who understood what they call the Malthusian theory of population and all of that. With the way our population was growing, we failed to plan for those populations. We didn't do all of that. If we had a population of assumption, 100 million in
like 20 years ago.
Like 20 years ago. The people in government should have known that geometrically, we will be like 230 now. Now, did you make provision for that?
The additional 130.
We didn't do that. Jen said something in the morning when we were doing the banters on the morning show. Nigeria is a place, where we plan after building. Instead of
planning before building. So what happens? Somebody will now come and build on a waterway. And after 6 years, the government brings it down. They say, oh, the government doesn't like my face. Meanwhile, at some point, you broke the law. So we didn't fail. The mistake we brought Siemens, Siemens. Yes, Siemens, from Germany. From Germany. And we first brought Manitoba, politics got involved. Politics got involved. Yes. They packed their things and left. We brought Siemens. Now, Siemens has been going back and forth. And when Obi went to Egypt, he discovered that it was the same Siemens that did their own, and they did it in less than 2 years. Yeah. But for 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years, you know what we were doing? We were setting up committee on top of committee. We'll set up one committee. And then another committee will be set up to review what the other committee
When you don't want anything to work in Nigeria, you set up.
You just set up committees. Time wasting. So we are still we jettisoned Vision 2000. We jettisoned Vision 2020. Do we have any vision now?
No one knows.
We don't even have any vision. We don't even have any vision. So that is just the major
That is why people
that
have said, when people say, look, for any person to aspire to be the leader of this country, you must have some reasonable level of education. It doesn't really matter what it is, but at least you have a discerning mind. If someone explains things to you, you will understand it. Some other people have also said, look, before you can aspire to be the leader of a country like Nigeria, you must have led a multinational company. These are issues. This experience is not gotten on the streets. They are accumulation of things that have happened to you. That is why some people can sit down here and understand what is going on outside without even going there to see themselves. So what I'm saying in effect is that this idea of I don't know whether this electoral has captured this issue of debate as compulsory for leaders. Rigorous debate. Not this one somebody will feel I'm top of the world. Nobody can call me for a chat. Or you corner your own group of people and then do your own media chat and all that. What that exposes in developed societies is you are being tested. Your mental ability to relate, connect the dots of development is being tested.
But Mazi, when you were saying that, something just came to mind that, yes, those indices are good, but don't you think we need somebody who is ready to step on toes? Because really, you could be educated,
yes,
have all of those technopats.
That is where their political will, the much counted political will comes in.
Do you think, because even when we talk about Obi, a lot of people also said, even if Obi comes into power, let's say he wins the election, gets into power, the same system would frustrate him. Even his followers will get fed up because there's a lot of rots. So do you really think the issue, because I'm just putting you on the spot, do you really think the issue is having that business sense, running Nigeria like a typical, conglomerate, or do you think it's a political will? Because I don't see anybody being able to do that because of the forces.
Now that you have brought Obi into the picture, I want to tell you that Obi will take decisions that will hurt a whole lot of people, and he wouldn't care. He will take that decision. He has what it takes to take that decision, even if it means stepping on toes.
Okay.
It's
interesting. It's interesting. We had this conversation in an academic class recently. We talked about what is the problem of Nigeria. Is it systemic, or is it a leadership problem? And I think this argument will go on and on. Some will say it's a leader, exactly. Some will say it's leadership. If we get the right leadership, if we get the right person there, they will make a difference. Some will say it's systemic. No matter who is there, you will need to work with certain people.
Exactly.
It's a simple answer. There's a simple answer.
What's the answer?
Nations rise and fall at the feet of leadership. It takes a good leader to fix the system.
It takes a good leader to fix the
system. The system cannot fix itself. Nobody wants to.
Leader. Who is a good leader?
Nobody.
In Nigeria, do we really
nobody wants to move out of his
willing
comfort
to
zone.
Fix the system. Sack all the civil servants under him.
You don't need to sack.
You don't need to make examples.
You don't need to sack all of them. You just need to.
You see, when Buhari came,
When
Buhari came in the first instance, You know, there was a law in government businesses. People said this is a no-nonsense man. People went into their cocoons. They didn't want to come out. They said, let us know where the pendulum is swinging to.
And
Let us say,
another.
But within a short period of time, people now came out and begin to do, what they know best how to do. So what we are saying is that it will be very difficult, very tough for that Nigerian to fix this Nigeria. But, and he cannot fix it in a town. It can take 20 years. But incrementally, there will be progress.
All right, then.
Lay the foundation, and then from there you take off.
All right.
Moses. Moses. I want to say quite a few things. Now, when Moses talked about education, for every generalization you make about Nigeria, about Africa, there's always an exception. Level of education, we had a doctorate holder, PhD. What did we get?
That's what I'm saying. I said a whole lot of things. I said you should have a designing mind, and you must have headed a multinational company. What happens in multinational is akin to what happens in a country, a nation, where you have multiple issues. You need to understand how they work. Even the one you don't understand, because there is no way you can understand everything, know everything. You ask questions and begin to. So it takes a whole lot gamut of this. Political will is one central thing that will see this, and then understanding. Because why you see some of this back and front. If you bring out, our leaders, would they be able to explain some of these decisions they have taken in terms of subsidies gone? Put the leaders on the spot and let them explain to you.
The argument may be that they have advisors.
Let them explain. No, you must have to
have the knowledge.
Most importantly, a leader should be able to understand and assimilate a particular concept. You understand what I'm saying? It's not just advice. You are not bound by the advice given to you by your advisors.
Okay.
You must know the subject matter. That is what I'm saying.
Okay.
If you don't know the subject matter, you cannot take vital decisions.
Absolutely. Oh, well. I promised to bring you that video where the president signed the Electoral Act into the electoral bill into law. And so we'll take that one for as long as we can and then wrap up the program. Let's take this one.
Sit down.
I followed keenly what you are doing. The essence of democracy is to have, very solid brainstorming discussions committed to national development and nation building, the stability of the nation. In fact, for further results, you are not going to be talking to the computer, you are going to be talking to human beings who will announce the final results. And when you look at the crux of various arguments, maybe Nigeria should question our broadband capability. How technically are we today? How technically will we be tomorrow to answer the call of, either read time or no? And as long as you appear personally as a manual voter in any polling booth, but ballot paper is given to you manually, you decide in a corner and thumbprint the party of your choice, you cast your vote without hindrance and any interference. Ballots are subsequently counted manually, sorted and counted manually. It's just the arithmetic accuracy that is entered into from easy. It's the manual, essentially. And the transmission of that manual result is what we're looking at. And we need to avoid glitches. I'm glad you did. Interference, unnecessary hacking in this age of, computer inquisitiveness. Nigeria will be there. We will flourish. We will continue to nurture this democracy for the fulfillment.
So Nigeria will be there. We will continue to nurture this democracy. The words of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Well, that video is quite lengthy. It's about I think 4 or 5 minutes long. We'll probably play that one for you right after the conversation, so you get a full grasp of what the president said, basically, to the members of the National Assembly that brought the bill to him for assent. Well, gentlemen, let's have in a few minutes. We have 2-3 minutes left.
Just one word. The president says that we are trying to nurture democracy, and from what I understand by nurture, like a mother trying to nurture a newborn baby, or a child, you can nurture with. There are some people that nurture with Gary and
pap.
No, guguru and ekpa. There are some people that nurture with oats.
Okay.
There are some people that nurture with custard and pap and milk and all of that, and the results are clearly different when they grow up.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
You
So
can't,
we're
you
nurturing
can't
ours
say
with
that
what's now?
a woman is frowning. That is not.
And we are nurturing ours with what are we nurturing ours with?
My closing salvo here is that the president inadvertently, demarcated the government by saying that the broadband capacity.
That's what we should question.
Yes. In a system, in a country, in the 21st century, the president is saying we don't have it. And there is no commitment to having it. Elsewhere, we have found out that we have network presence in about 93%. Some people have put it at 97%. So what is Mr. President talking about? I think they are very comfortable with what they have done. This is an indictment on his administration for not providing capacity, broadband capacity in the 21st century. That's my take.
Mr. Fanimo.
What else am I going to say? Let's say something. It's like a loose cannon. There's no way you can tame it, because the landmine has been laid,
right,
and politicians are very adept at, working on the landmines. So,
all right, this is
the only problem I have with it will precipitate violence.
Precipitate violence.
And more importantly, how many people are there during the signing? What are they there for?
And somebody has to carry the file. Somebody has to.
This is elsewhere are done seamlessly. You don't even know when.
Do the clapping.
You don't even know when they are done. This is how they also go to airports and begin to wait for the president to come. When he comes back, they also wait.
Are you going to stop the?
We should stop this type of
from being
rubbish.
part of this signing.
We should stop this type of
Is it the Senate President
or the House Speaker
or the House Speaker
or the political advisor?
Oh well,
on Senate.
We'll let Nigerians and our viewers, watch that in its entirety as we lead up to sports that comes up on top of the hour, 11 o'clock. But this is where we drop anchor. Thank you very much, Daily Fanimo,
for
coming on the program. He's a reporter and also public affairs commentator. Amazi Amobi Iheguru, also, thank you very much, public affairs commentator. Thank you for coming here. And my colleagues, I must say thank you very much. Jane Ogoye, Chukuma Okoro, who makes a comeback later tonight at 6 p.m. on Political Lens. And I'm sure he will touch on this and other issues around the polity as well. I am Moses Humphrey, wishing you a beautiful day. Bye for now. We'll leave you with this video of the president signing the Electoral Act into law, Electoral Bill into law.
Broadband capability. How technically are we today? How technically will we be tomorrow to answer the call of, either time or no? And As long as you appear personally as a manual voter in any polling booth, but ballot paper is given to you manually, you decide in a corner and fingerprint, thumbprint the party of your choice. You cast your vote without hindrance and any interference. Ballots are subsequently counted manually, sorted and counted manually. It's just the arithmetic accuracy that is entered into from easy thing. It's still manual, essentially. And the transmission of that manual result is what we're looking at. And we need to avoid glitches. I'm glad you did. Interference, unnecessary hacking in this age of, computer inquisitiveness. Nigeria will be there. We will flourish. We will continue to nurture this democracy for the fulfillment of our dream for prosperity and stability of our country. I thank all of you very much.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage. as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The people's voice. Make your voice count. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Behind every broken deck lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight, On Voice of the People Television, let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Good morning and welcome to another very exciting episode of Sport Republic right here on Voice of the People TV. I'm Ikechukwu Agwago. And today promises to be another very interesting episode of the show as we've got lots of stories to cover and we will definitely be starting from home. Like they say, charity begins at home. And this one concerns still very much about the protest that was launched by the Nigerian Football Federation. Yes, the Nigerian Football Federation has come out to reveal that the protest against DR Congo regarding eligibility of certain players in primarily tied to claims that one player submitted a fake passport. This allegation has reportedly delayed FIFA's decision on the matter. According to exclusive information by a member of the Nigerian Football Federation, the NFF raised concerns over legitimacy of passport used by some DR Congo players, which led to participation in the recent World Cup qualifiers playoff, where the Super Eagles were defeated in a penalty shootout. While much public discussion has focused on issues of dual nationality, which allegedly violates DR Congo's constitution, the argument in Nigeria's protest is the allegation of forged passport by specific players. But FIFA was anticipated to announce a verdict 2 days ago, as a lot of Nigerians were actually expecting. In fact, on X, so many conversations are being had. But the reason why it's taking time, and extra time to actually come out as regards what the position of FIFA is that FIFA is taking a thorough investigation on the validity of Nigeria's claim before reaching conclusion. The NFF protest is successful. Nigeria will replace DR Congo in the intercontinental playoff, where two teams will serve sport for the World Cup ticket, right, representing Africa. The biggest concern right now as we speak is that for NFF, right, the biggest conversation here is not just, as a lot of persons have widely reported, that many players, the players are just, ineligible and they've actually infringed on Congolese rules. But the biggest conversation right here, right now, in this matter concerning the protest of the NFF is the fact that the NFF said that one of the players amongst the 7 players, they actually didn't mention the name of the player, but they said one of the players amongst all of these players actually forged his own passports to play for the DR Congo team. And this is a very weighty allegation. It's even bigger than what we've earlier anticipated, about this particular protest, because we're a lot looking at it from, the point where it's just similar to the case of the Malaysia. But now NFF is bringing out a new twist, and this is the reason why the delay, in the verdict from FIFA is, happening. Now, if you look at all of this context now, you understand that, if FIFA eventually finds out that DR Congo are guilty of this particular charge, or this allegation by the NFF, then it means that, it's going to really, really be a very big trouble for them. I was just looking at the report and asking myself, how do you even sit down, just create an if scenario? How do you even sit down and, put yourself in a position where you have to even forge, a passport for a player to actually play for the national team? That's going to be a very big problem, and I just hope that at the end, because the qualifiers, the intercontinental playoff qualifiers, definitely going to be starting the second week of March. So whatever needs to be done as soon as possible. The FIFA needs to actually rule in time so that whoever is heading to CAS, that's the Court of Arbitration for Sports, will have to head to CAS, and whoever needs to actually just take his loss and then go home and prepare for another tournament needs to actually do that, because this delay is actually not really helping us. It's been over many months where the NFF actually dropped his petition. How long does it take to actually confirm that the player actually forged his passport? How long does it even take to actually confirm that something really has happened? Because I really do not understand this. From my experience, if a decision that is as clear and as clear as simple as we all look at it, comparing the situation with Malaysia, if it takes this long for it to happen, it means something's fishy is about to happen. And like they say where I'm from, you have to take out the hands of a monkey from the pot before it turns into the hands of a human. FIFA, this one is on you to actually take a decision, and let's get to hear the verdict. Let everyone go to bed. And I just hope the Super Eagles is going to get the lasting of it. Still talking about Nigerian football, and this one concerns the coach of the Super Eagles, Chelle. It's been on a roll call. I mean, over the week, conversation has really been revolving around him. Conversation about his salary, his new contract. Is he going to stay put as Super Eagles coach? Heavily linked to countries like Angola, Tunisia, Gabon. At some point, there was a very strong link when De Zerbi actually resigned or was sacked as the coach of Olympique Marseille. He actually, was heavily linked to that particular. And now he has actually, been linked, to another, club side in French League One. We'll definitely talk about that because, Habib actually took over the job of Olympique Marseille, so there's no point, there's no way he's going to be the head coach of Olympique Marseille. But the Super Eagles gaffer, Chelle, has really now formally requested a monthly salary of $130,000 from the Nigerian Football Federation as a condition to continue his role as head coach of the Super Eagles. This demand marks a significant increase from his current $50,000 Chelle's contract, which he signed in January 2025, include an optional additional year February in NFF. He was tasked with qualifying Nigeria for the 2026 World Cup and make a strong showing at the 2025 African Cup of Nations. Despite not meeting this target, Chelle has submitted a 19-point request outlining his demand for improved contractual terms. His proposed salary is nearly 3 times his current pay and has raised eyebrows, especially since former coach Jose Pesero, who has stronger record earning endless, why as the manager of the Super Eagles. Record coach Jose Pesero actually took Nigeria to the Nations Cup semi-final in Cote d'Ivoire 2023 during his tenure. And of course, with the Malian national team, Chelle also earned around $20,000. I mean, a man who earned $20,000 in Mali, he moved to the Super Eagles. Yes, a lot of persons, applauded him for taking a pay cut before joining the Super Eagles from his club, FC Omeran. But then Chelle, who earned around that $20,000, US dollar per month, now is actually aiming to actually get over, about 3 of that particular money is earning currently, which is about $130,000 US dollars. That's approximately around over 172, million naira in terms of Nigerian conversion. Now, Chelle is reportedly exploring other coaching options as well. I mean, there's been talks about him actually moving to Nantes, and the NFF now faces a critical decision: agree to Chelle's decision or seek a new head coach. But the thing is, let me quickly run you through the demands that the coach of the Super Eagles is currently asking the NFF to actually give him, for him to actually remain. I mean, these conditions are quite weighty, but then if you look at it truly and you ask yourself, does he really deserve these conditions? I'll tell you, the very first one is a private SUV with a chauffeur and a security. The second is a house in a secure area with 24 hours electricity. I don't know how that's going to happen, but of course it's going to be a lot of diesel because I don't know if Nigeria's got a particular part of the country where there's 24 hours electricity. It's quite funny, but then a furnished office with analysis equipment. Number 4 is internet provision. Number 5 is flight ticket for his wife, business class, and his 2 children, economy class. Number 6 is GPS provision. Number 7 is proper equipment to meet coaching needs. Number 8, rights to choose opponents for international friendlies. Number 9 is camping programs. Number 10 is youth development initiative. Number 11 is travel to monitor players abroad. Number 12 is attend local league games to scout potential players. Number 13, no interference in team selection. This is where my interest actually peaked because, I mean, we all saw the list, when the Super Eagles were actually going to the CHAN tournament, and a lot of us were actually querying the list. We saw the provincial list as well when Super Eagles were actually preparing to go to the Nations Cup. A lot of us also queried. We were asking ourselves the questions. It's obvious that Chelle does not have, a very good information or data about these players. He really know them, and it was obvious, with the team selection. Chelle decided to actually play, this set of players today. They did so well. The next set of players, that are coming to the pitch are quite different. He kept changing his team. It was obvious that there seems to be a very strong hand actually interfering in the decision process of the coach. But I'll run you through, the remainder. Number 14 is contract for his coaching staff as well. Number 15 is timely salary payments by the end of each month. I mean, he actually, said that salary has to be paid on or before the 30th of that particular month because he doesn't want any, of his salary being owed again. I mean, we've had plethora of our coaches make this particular complaint. It's more like, business as usual here in this part of the world. Former coach former coach and former Super Eagles keeper, in person that Sunday Olise, also complained that the Super Eagles still owe him about $50,000. Christian Chukwu also have the same issue. The late Amadou Shaibu also have the same issue. Genotro also talked about his own. I mean, the former coach of Super Falcons also Wardrum. I mean, this is actually, even if Eric Chelle is actually saying, in fact, Eric Chelle also came out a couple of months ago to also talk about himself being old and, some of his bonuses not being paid. And number 16 is actually bonus and allowance according to federation structure. Number 7 is inclusion of his personnel assistant in the bonus structure. And number 18 is proposed monthly salary, that I've actually talked about, $113,000 covering all of his staffs. And 19 is monthly meetings with national team head coaches. Now, the truth is, as much as a lot of persons will be talking about how, Eric Chelle's, demands are too many, I think if you look at the demands closely, there are a few points for me that I look at and say, okay, I think Eric Chelle is actually, in love with Nigerian football. The first is that he actually wants to actually grow our football, and that's why I talked about youth initiative. The second is the fact that, he was actually looking at him being the boss. He wants to actually dictate who plays and who doesn't play. Now, it goes back to what happened in the Nations Cup. See, no disrespect to the Super Eagles, no disrespect to the quality of players that we have, but if we have a top manager, a manager who actually is in control of himself and, the team, certain decisions, that we saw happen or things that happened during the Nations Cup or how we actually started the Nations Cup wouldn't have happened. The first case in point was, Zaidu Sanusi. I mean, no disrespect to him, but he has really dropped form going to that particular tournament. All of us ask questions why he had to actually even start that particular championship. But then the cry and the shout of Nigerians actually forced him to actually, take the decision that he took. There's nothing as terrible as a coach, not being in charge of his team. We saw it happen right there at Real Madrid, where Xabi Alonso had to actually leave the job in the end because, when he actually eventually got sacked by Real Madrid, one of the things he came out to say was that he can't really control the players. When he tells them to do certain drills, they will not do it. They are actually not serious. We actually also saw, after losing to Barcelona in the Super Cup, the coach Xabi Alonso actually asked the players, to go give Barcelona a guard of honor. Some of the players, like Kylian Mbappe, actually asked the players not to do it. And every single time these things happen, the management keep backing, the players. And if a coach is not in charge of his team, it does two things. The first is that the team will be running on autopilot. And there's something about nature. Nature abhors vacuum. If there's nobody in charge, it means that somebody or something has to be running it, which means that one of the players has to run it. And if the players who, is running the club or the team at the point does not have the best interest of the team at heart, it's going to actually destroy the team. In some cases, if the players who actually run the team also have in them, coaching instinct, it's going to help, the team actually prepare. Like what we saw, Chelsea did in 2012 when they won the UEFA Champions League final. It was very glaring that, Roberto Di Matteo, as much as he was actually a good player during his time, he was actually not one of the finest good. And he actually led Chelsea to glory because the players who actually, the likes of Didier Drogba, John Terry, who were part of the team at the point, actually stood by him and decided, you know what, you are going to actually take us there, and we actually rallied around the players, and they made it happen. So it can happen both ways. But the best of teams in the world is a team led by a man who is not just the coach, a man who represents them, not just as, the man who understands the game behind what happens on the pitch, but a man who they see as a father figure, because that's exactly what really, brings the best out of the team. So for me, if you ask me, does Eric Chelle deserve what he's asking for? I think 100% it deserves it. No one wants to work on, in a condition where, infrastructure is not, 100%, and they expect him to actually deliver 100%. Now, if he has actually outlined, this 19 points, it means that he achieved all he did achieve without this 19 points. Trust me, if he can actually get, this 19 points, then trust me, we should be able to expect him to actually get something else, or something better than what he did, in the last AFCON. The truth is, in the end, if Eric Chelle managed to make it to the World Cup as Super Eagles coach, I'm looking at, conversation being agreed upon is 19-point demand. If everything has to be, even if the NFF cannot actually agree on the 19 terms. I think there are reasonable number of terms they can actually look at and say, okay, we may not be able to meet this, even if the salary, they can actually say, okay, we can give you twice, which is $100,000, which is for me very fair. Eric Chelle is actually doing a very good job. He has done so well so far. Now we can actually look at our team and we still have an identity. I mean, it's been a long time Super Eagles. The Nigerian fans actually look at the team and say, yes, we have an identity. Before Eric Chelle came up, all of these players that actually played in AFCON were also the players that the Super Eagles were actually banking on. I was looking at them and say, we don't have team. But when Eric Chelle took over the job, after the nations come, we can beat our chest and say, we have team. If FIFA actually decides Super Eagles to replay the DR Congo today, I mean, every Nigerian will be very happy because we know it's going to be one-way traffic. The Super Eagles is most likely going to run, with 3 points in that particular way. So for me, I think the NFF should really sit down and ask themselves, if they really want the man on the job. And if they ask Nigerians really do, want the man on the job. Now, the big question is this. If they fail to actually reach a compromise, who is the best fit for this job? Who is the best man to actually take over this job from Eric Chelle? Because these are the questions we should be asking. Now that Eric Chelle is being heavily linked to, a club side abroad, it's going to be a very big conversation, because a man who's got option is a man who will not want to listen to something that is not favorable to him. I want to believe that he loves Nigerian football. That's why he's actually placing this bound. Otherwise, he would have just resigned and then take one of the jobs that is coming with naturally a higher pay. A lot of the jobs that is coming to Eric Chelle are actually coming with a higher pay. So I mean, if they're actually coming with a higher pay, he's still going to give them his demand. Countries like Angola, Gabon, Tunisia are also still looking out for Eric Chelle. If it becomes available today, he may actually decide to actually make that switch. But then the big issue is, I just hope Eric Chelle stays put. I mean, millions of Nigerians also hope that he stays put. And talking about Eric Chelle, let's continue about Eric Chelle, because again, this head coach of the Super Eagles national team has been offered a job at the Legon club side, Nantes, by his new agency. Now, during the course of this negotiation, lots of conversation happened. He actually, moved from the agent that was handling him to another agent, a wider sport, based in the Middle East. And after, a lengthy conversation, he actually agreed with this agency, and now these people are actually the ones linking him to this new club side in France, Nantes. And of course, this is new agency's wider sport after missing out of, the Marseille job. Chelle, who still has a year left in the contract with the federation. I mean, recall that a few days ago, the federation came out and said Chelle is going nowhere because he still has a contract with Super Eagles. I mean, for me, that statement feels like, you're trying to hold the man to ransom. He can actually decide to actually, buy the rest of his contract and then move on. That's exactly what, people do when they're actually not comfortable. I don't know the clause of the contract, but then I think there are better ways to have conversation like this. But now, what's really in contention is that after losing to the job of Marcel to Habib Baye, who actually got the job after Roberto De Zerbi sacked, Nantes is experiencing a difficult season and it's under pressure to actually perform, prompting discussion about a possible coaching change. Reports indicate that Chelle's request for improved contractual terms with the NFF that I've been talking about is ongoing as expected. In addition to this Nantes conversation, there are also countries who are actually looking at Chelle. I mean, I think, the best thing Chelle has done for himself, this is what I feel, the best thing he has done for himself as the manager of Super Eagles is this. When he came on the job as the coach of the Super Eagles, the very big decision he took is, first he took a pay cut from MC Omiran, he joined Nigeria, and when he joined Nigeria, he actually did his best to actually elevate his status as one of the finest coaches in Africa. Now, a lot of clubs and countries are coming for him. They actually want, his signature. That is exactly how you actually elevate. Now, I'll take this back to, the case of Victor Osimhen. Yes, a lot of persons say, Osimhen was actually arguably the best striker in Africa. Osimhen is actually the best player in Africa at the time where he was actually being forced out of Napoli. Why should he actually take a pay cut to go to Chelsea? He doesn't deserve that kind of a move. He should have actually, if Chelsea cannot afford to actually pay him all of the money, let him go to Galatasaray. With due respect, yes, he's in Galatasaray and he's doing very well for himself. But the big question is, if he had moved to Chelsea, the level Chelsea is at this point is definitely going to improve, Osimhen's value and his contract value. If Osimhen decides to actually ask for more money in a year or two from Chelsea, he's definitely going to get even times 2 of what is currently, or what he was supposed to have collected in the first place when if he had joined Chelsea. That's exactly what the conversation would have been. But then he decided to actually take the other way. I wish him the very best of his career. But Eric Chelle took for me, as far as I'm concerned, he took a very smart decision when he actually took a pay cut to join Super Eagles. A lot of coaches, Labadia and co, decided not to join Super Eagles because of history of how football managing our football has been run the show in our football. But Eric Chelle took that bold step, and now he's the man. I mean, he's the hottest cake. You want to call him, the best kid in the block. Everybody wants his contract, and for me, I think it's actually a very big one. But away from all of these Eric Chelle stories, let's talk about what happened on Tuesday night in the UEFA Champions League. It was a very, very big one, and it was actually a very sad incident, where Gianluca Prestiani was actually alleged to have actually called Vinicius Junior, a monkey, according to Vinicius Junior, and it was actually corroborated by his teammate Kylian Mbappe. And now FIFA's president Gianni Infantino has actually come out to actually express, his shock about the whole incident. And in a broadcast, right, that was actually made available to the press by FIFA media team, Infantino actually wrote and he said that he was actually shocked and saddened to see the incident alleged racism toward Vinicius Junior in the UEFA Champions League match between Benfica and Real Madrid. There's absolutely no room for racism in our sport and in our society. We need all the relevant stakeholders to take action and hold those responsible to account. At FIFA, through Global Stand Against Racism and Players Voice Panel, we are committed to ensuring that players, officials, and fans are respected and protected, and that appropriate action is taken when incidents occur. I commend referee Francio Leitsteta for activating the anti-racism protocol by using the arm gesture to stop the game and address the situation. FIFA and football shows full solidarity to victims of racism and any form of discrimination. I will always continue to reiterate, no racism, no to any form of discrimination. And this, report from, FIFA media that was made available, of course, these are the words of, the FIFA president himself, Gianni Infantino. This particular word, all right, this press release was actually, when he actually came out, I was looking at it and asking myself, too many questions was going through my head. Gianni Infantino made a very strong case as FIFA president, expected of him to actually say what he said. But let's look at Gianluca Prestiani's comment, because he actually made his own comment and he came out to actually say, hey, I didn't actually say anything like that. I was actually misconstrued. And people are actually, for me, I think at this point, right, it's still too early to actually call, because we've seen cases like this happen and it was turned down. I've seen so many players falsely being accused, and in the end, some of them don't even, they can't even get their life back. I mean, a case in point, of course, it's actually entirely different from racism, we want to say. It's a case of rape in the person of Benjamin Mendy, whose career, took, a downturn after he was actually alleged to have actually raped someone or sexually assaulted someone. But in the end, this guy's career actually just dwindled, and then he's actually somewhere out of, top flight football. And this is the guy who, at some point, was actually arguably one of the best left backs in the world before Man City actually signed him. We've actually seen cases of, players who, the likes of Neymar, was actually saved by camera, and now Gianluca Prestiani is also saying that I didn't say it. Now, I'll take our minds back to what happened in 2012. John Obi Mikel and, Mark Clattenburg, who was the referee in that particular game between Manchester United and Chelsea. Now, Mikel alleged that, Clattenburg actually racially abused him. Now, when he said it, his teammate, a Brazilian in this case, in person Ramirez, corroborated it and said he heard Clattenburg call Mikel Obi a monkey. Now, when it was actually eventually reviewed, it was not true. What happened in the end, Mikel was fined and Mikel was banned for 3 games. So I think at this point, people should actually really take it slow, because false accusation can do as much damage as, the accusation itself. If you are falsely being accused, people definitely, look at you as someone who has committed a crime. So I think it's very unfair on the man until FIFA's panel or UEFA panel has finally reviewed this particular incident. Because as it stands now, Benfica is standing behind their man, saying that, whatever they said, he said, he actually didn't say it because they believe his own account. He said he didn't say it. So let's wait to see if the guy actually committed this offense before we eventually crucify him. Because in the end, if it turns out that Vinicius Junior is actually just making or throwing tantrum, or it was just a mind game to actually reduce, Benfica in that particular game. Because you recall that even the coach of Benfica also got sent off in the end, Jose Mourinho. Again, Jose Mourinho also made a comment after that particular game, saying that if it keeps happening to one man over and again, it means there's something wrong with that particular person. Benfica is a club side that their biggest brand is a black man like Vinicius Junior in the person of Eusebio, arguably one of the greatest players the world have ever seen. Now, if Eusebio actually played for Benfica and he actually is the image of Benfica, how can you say yes, we can say okay, racism is something that whether you're playing for a club side that is strongly against it or not, if you have the tendency or you have that character in you to actually to be a racist, you definitely show it at one point, which is very true. But I think it's still unfair to actually crucify Gianluca Cristiani at this point. I think the world should hear him out. Let's wait for whatever UEFA has to bring out and say, okay, yes, he actually committed it. Another reason, if you flip the side and put Vinicius in Cristiani position and put the club side Vinicius is playing in Cristiani's position, it's going to be quite different. I think it's something that has to do with because he's a Real Madrid player, because he's a bigger star in the world, and then Cristiani is a player who is still very much growing in the eyes of global football. That's exactly why this whole conversation is it's quite strong, and it feels like the guy already committed the crime when the case has not yet been caught. So for me, I think it's very unfortunate for these things to happen. But then, like I said before, we've seen cases like this. In the end, these things will continue to these things will continue to unfold, and we'll get to see. I just hope that when the result comes out, if Cristiani is found guilty, he should face the appropriate sanction. If Vinicius is found guilty, I think he deserves to also face the appropriate sanction, because it's really unfair for me. I don't like to actually judge a matter until it has actually faced the appropriate panel that will decide on it. But away from that, let's even talk about something very important before I move away from this particular conversation. Now, people ask themselves. People have been talking about this. I've been hearing people saying that can racism actually stop in world football? These are the big questions. Can it really even stop? I'll tell you for truth, right? Racism cannot stop in the game of football. Not now, maybe in the next couple of years, but it's going to be really difficult. The reason why is this. Players that you see on the pitch are an offshoot of the environment they're actually coming from. So the 90 minutes you spend on the pitch is not going to change who you are, right? Fans also racially abuse players. So it says a lot. And the fans are also a product of the society they live in. Some of them actually grew up in a family where their parents are strong racists, so they actually have imbibed the culture of being racist. So this things cannot stop until racism is taken out of the world, or there's a very strong punishment for racism outside the world of football. Then we can actually expect it to actually trickle down to the game of football. But until that happens, trust me, it's going to be really, really difficult to actually see. Sadly, but that's the reality. And I just hope that the world come to understand that there's more to you being black and white. According to Mike Jackson, the value you're bringing on the pitch, the value you're bringing to your workplace should be the very first point of call. It should be what people will look at, not what you as a person look like. I mean, the color of your skin, your appearance should not really decide or determine how people should see it. It's quite unfortunate. But then, still talking about UEFA Champions League, last night it was a huge game, right? It was a lot. A lot of persons actually saw result that they actually predicted to be true happened the way they did predict it. Other persons actually saw a result that they predicted to come to pass, change the dynamics. And for me, right, I don't think there's any result that I saw yesterday that actually disappointed me, because I've actually followed many of these teams, and it was quite an impressive display. As we saw Antonio Gordon scored 4 goals in the first half, leading Newcastle United to a 6-1 dominant victory over Karabakh in the Champions League knockout stage matchup. And of course, Gordon's performance marks him as just the second player to achieve 4 first-half goals in the history of the tournament. And again, another one, beautiful team. I must talk about Bodo Glimt as they continue their remarkable run by defeating last year's finalists Inter Milan 3-1, further establishing themselves as the surprise package in this season's competition. Sondre Fett and Jens-Peter Hug were instrumental in this win. And Atletico Madrid drew 3-3 with Club Brugge surrounding a 2-goal lead, while Bayer Leverkusen actually secured 2-0 victory against Olympiacos, benefiting from 2 goals from Patrick Schick. See, that particular game against Atletico Madrid and Club Brugge, for me, was the highlight of the game. Yes, I know that a lot of persons have been talking about Bodo Glimt. Bodo Glimt is a team that you don't want to play at this point. That team is now the definition of giant killers in this season UEFA Champions League. Because they played against 3 heavyweights in the UEFA Champions League. They played against Manchester City right there at home. They defeated Manchester City 3-1. They won 2-1 away from home right there at the Wanda Metropolitano against Atletico Madrid this same season. And now they're going against second. The runner-up in last season in UEFA Champions League, Inter Milan, again 3-1. This is a team you do not want to play against. And now Atletico Madrid against Club Brugge, for me, was the highlight of the game of the night. As I saw, two Nigerians in the person of Ademola Lookman and Rafael Onyedika came on and show just why they are very valuable for that team. This is what we would love to see. This is what the Super Eagles of old, look like, where big matches, big nights, you see Super Eagles players stepping up the ranks and, taking huge decisions to actually influence results in the favor of their team. Rafael Onyedika actually, got a goal in that particular game. Ademola Lookman, as usual, he's been on fire ever since he joined, Simeone's men. And for me, I think it's actually a huge, huge reward. And he did so well by actually taking, his team, in that particular game. But then it's still very much to play for. A lot really happened over the night, and I must say that in the second leg, aside Newcastle at this point, I think I can actually comfortably say the rest of the team are actually through to the next. Aside Newcastle, on the night, the rest of the team that played on Tuesday and on Wednesday still have a lot to play to go through in the next round of the UEFA Champions League. It's still very much an open game, but then for me, I think Newcastle is still, the only team that's qualified. A lot can still happen in the second leg. Can Inter Milan steal the show right there and then qualify against all odds? Because this Bodo Glimt side has shown they are a very difficult side. They lost, if you recall, they lost last season to eventual winner of the Europa League, talking about Tottenham Hotspur. They've shown just why they are a team that should be respected, and trust me, it was a very big night for them. But then, still talking about big night and talking about dreams, where teams actually dream, and then where some person's dreams capitulated and other persons were actually elevated to the higher heaven. Drama happened right there in the English Premier League. Arsenal, a lot of persons were actually expecting Arsenal to actually extend their lead, to actually put themselves in a very comfortable place against, the chase that Manchester City and Aston Villa are actually, pushing. And Manchester City in this stage of the season, we know how difficult they can be. We know how funny they can be. But then Arsenal, in a dramatic encounter at the Molineux against Wolverhampton Wanderers, came back from 2-0. Deficit to actually secure a 2-2 draw against Arsenal, because the other side looked set to victory after Bukayo Saka and Pierre Nkape scored in the first half and early second half. However, Hugo Bruno pulled one back for Wolves with a stunning colours and with the Connie Stellar crack before Tom Edozie. I mean, his equalizer at that point. It was just about a few minutes to the end of the game, and this guy did equalize in that stoppage time in the Premier League debut. Despite the draw, Arsenal maintained a 5-point lead at the top of the Premier League table, but Manchester City's upcoming game in hand could change the dynamics of the title race. Tom Edozie's last-minute goal sparked celebration for Wolves, who had been struggling near the bottom of the league. Arsenal's inability to maintain their title ambition, especially with crucial match ahead, and it's going to actually be a very big one. When I actually, I was following that particular game, I was asking myself at 2-1, okay, can Arsenal actually just, keep this and ensure that they have a very good February? Because if you've been following Arsenal in a couple of years, if you're an Arsenal fan, you know that Arsenal's title challenge is usually determined by what happens in November and in February. Arsenal has struggled a bit in November, and now they're in February. They played 2 draws on the bounce. In the Premier League, it's actually not a good feel for them at all. And now, if City eventually wins their next game, it's going to be 2 points. Yes, a lot of persons will say, okay, at some point in November, City, almost closed the gap to around 2 points, but then it extended the game to almost 10 points, and now we are back to that same position. But the thing is, Arsenal's next 2 games in the Premier League will really determine how far they can actually push at this point, because it's going to be a lot about how mentally ready Arsenal as a team is for this particular championship this season. Now, after that particular game, Bukayo Saka actually came out to say, you know what, Arsenal has really not been playing at the level they've been playing, and it's quite sad. It's not the position they want to be. Mikel Arteta was very disappointed. He was furious. He was like, you know what, we didn't actually deserve to win. Wolves actually gave it all. And if you've been following the Premier League in the last couple of years, again, you know that in the history of the Premier League, when teams actually top teams go against bottom side, it's usually very, very difficult, especially when you play, against a team that is at home. And that's, again, also played out against Arsenal. But can Arsenal actually survive the February jinx? Because February is usually when Arsenal season capitulates. And if Arsenal can actually mount a very good challenge by defeating Tottenham Hotspur and Chelsea, trust me, I don't think there's anything that's going to stop them from winning the league. But if they continue to allow, what happened tonight, affect them, it's going to be a big problem. Against Brentford, when Arsenal drew that game, I was looking at that game and I was like, okay, this might be a problem. If Arsenal cannot actually, sack themselves. I was very happy when Arsenal went all out, in the FA Cup to take their opponents to cleaners, saying, okay, yes, I think this team has actually back their mojo. But then we saw what they actually did, against Wolves. In the second half, they don't even look like a team, that wants to win. Yes, they actually squandered a couple of chances, but this is not the Arsenal we saw in the earlier of the season, and that's where the big problem, come. Now, the big question everyone have been asking: can Arsenal, as a team, still win the Premier League? They can't still very much win the Premier League. They're still very much, as far as I'm concerned, they're still very much the best team in Europe. Top of the Premier League and the Champions League, it's no mean feat, But then it has to be consistency. There has to be a 360 mental shift from what we've seen in the last couple of weeks, for Arsenal to actually go ahead to win the Premier League. They have 2 London teams to actually play against. And when it comes to local derbies, it's going to be, it's a very, very difficult place to be. A team like Tottenham Hotspur, with a new manager, is going to be a very difficult game. Because trust me, new manager bounce is something no team wants to play against. I was talking about this, when Manchester City wanted to play their Manchester derby against, Manchester United, when Carrick just took the job. I said it's going to be difficult for Pep Guardiola because when you play against a team that is just coming from, a manager, a new manager change, it's quite difficult because everything about that team naturally changes. And now you start thinking about, and the manager who you're going to play in against already know you. They must have studied your plan, and it's going to be coming into that particular game because with that particular game with one mindset, he doesn't want to lose. So if he's coming into that particular game with one mindset that he doesn't want to lose, it means he's willing to actually, even if it means a draw in that particular game, he's going to be pleased with it, and that's where it's going to become, quite funny. So I just hope that Arsenal finds a way to actually get all 3 points. And again, against Chelsea again is another team Arsenal will have to be very careful, against this season because Chelsea actually lost to Arsenal in one of the cup games. Arsenal actually knocked them out in the Carabao Cup. So again, Chelsea will be coming into this particular game with a mindset of a revenge. I don't know how Arsenal is going to do it, but I still believe they have the quality, they have the strength in depth to actually, go all the way to actually win the Premier League. So that's exactly where it's going to be actually very, very difficult for Arsenal. But again, February has always been Arsenal's Achilles heel, and if Arsenal can actually find their way around February to get, good results in the next couple of, weeks in this month of February, and then definitely, I think their season will definitely kick off sharp. Because again, if you look at the season, if they're actually dropping point at this point, when they seem to have a lot of space in their hand, where player reshuffle, there's no need to actually really reshuffle players. When the Champions League eventually kicks off, what will they do? These are the big questions. But it's going to be a conversation that we'll continue to monitor as season unfolds. Manchester City, is going to definitely be playing their own game, and they'll be very hopeful that all 3 points is the least they can actually get in that particular one. But let's go on a quick break. When we come back, the Sport Republic continues, and we'll be going into non-football stories. Don't go away.
Mr. Ofamiloni, and here is to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
and scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. That's awards.
Yeah. Welcome back to Sport Republic on Voice of the People TV. And of course, we'll go straight to non-football stories and we'll hit off with boxing as Manny Pacquiao officially returned to boxing in 2026 after a four-year hiatus. Having initially retired in 2021, his return is significant as he aims to reclaim his status as sports, continuing a legacy that includes being first ever 8th Division World Champion in his comeback fight against Mario Barrios in July. Of course, the highly anticipated bout ended in majority of draw with 2 judges scoring it even. This match showcased Pacquiao's enduring talent and competitiveness. Despite being 47-year-old, Pacquiao's break into boxing include presidential bid in Philippines and a 6-year tenure in Senate, reflecting his commitment to serving his country. Now back in the ring, he aims to inspire fans with performance and focus on creating memorable fights, starting with matchup against Ruslan Provodnikovic on April 18, 2026. I mean, this guy is one of the biggest, boxers in the world. I mean, in terms of, publicity and PR, his appeal is actually one of the greatest. I mean, his fight with, his counterpart in America, and talking about the money man, Mayweather Jr. has been one of the most televised, bouts in the history of boxing. And coming back again and looking at the potential fights with that young man, talking about Mayweather Jr. is going to be a very, very big fight. I mean, every single time there's a matchup between these two, the world is always on a standstill. He's back, after, going through, some years outside the ring and, enjoying his political journey as a politician and, of course, as a boxer as well. He's now back fully, in the ring to actually compete at the highest level. And after his fight is done against, Ruslan, the Russian, then definitely we'll be expecting him to actually match up against Mayweather Jr. It's going to be a big, big, big fight. But in the end, Manny Pacquiao, for me, it's all about, publicity. Whenever he or Mayweather Jr. wants to, step into the ring, the result really, really, really matters. And, with the level of changes in the world of sport generally, where huge investors coming in, bringing competitions, from other management body in the world of boxing to actually compete with the likes of WBO, IBF, and WBA. I mean, we definitely get to see people like this who are actually big figures step into the rings and then help promote some of these brands. And it's going to be a very big one and interesting. He's actually been always been a very big role model in the world of sport, particularly in boxing. So I mean, it's a good one for me to actually once again see him fight. And people who are actually fans of Manny Pacquiao would then really be celebrating, knowing that the man who they like to call the dancing man is back in the ring. But away from boxing, let's go straight to that, as Michael Van Gogh has actually withdrawn from the Premier League darts event in Glasgow because of illness, missing the scheduled quarter-final match against Luke Littler. As per tournament rules, Littler receives a bye to the semi-finals, gaining 2 league points and plus 1 leg difference. Van Gogh had a strong start to the season, winning night 1 in Newcastle and finishing as runner-up last week in Antwerp. However, this last setback is significant for the 7th-time champion, especially after missing out on last year's tournament in Berlin due to shoulder injury. With his withdrawal, Van Gogh will not end league points and will be assigned a -6 leg difference. Littler will now face either Johnny Clayton or Gwen Price in the semi-finals. I mean, it's quite sad to actually see athletes actually, withdraw from major tournament like this. It's not a place you want to be in. It's actually a very, terrible situation to actually get to see, people who, you expect to, actually make you smile, to put you in a position where you look at tournaments and look at competition you really like to follow, and you don't get to see your favorite. It's not a good place to be. I really feel very sad for Gwen, because it was actually built to be one of the game of this particular competition, but unfortunately it's one of those times where you get to be in a position and you really in a position where you really cannot control what happens at the end of the day. Illness is not something we can control. Yes, a lot of conversation from health practitioners saying you have to do XYZ to put yourself in certain position, not to get not to be ill and all of that. But then sometimes when it comes. You don't have any way around it. But then I just hope him speed recovery and gets speed recovery and he finds his way back into the the world of that, and then continue to give us that impressive display of how to actually hit the bull's eyes in that particular game. It's quite funny. I mean, it's quite sad to actually see him in that particular position, because his match against Littler is one of the most talked about after Littler actually bagged his very big contract, and actually how he actually eventually missed out in some of the most recent darts championship. So in this Premier League darts, a lot of persons were actually hoping that what's going to happen between him and this man, but unfortunately it's one of those things that happen in the world. You cannot really write the script about humans entirely. Sometimes it can be good, sometimes it can be sad. But away from that, I just hope in quick recovery. Let's talk about tennis as we wrap up the show this morning, as Carlos Alcaraz, yes, the world #1, continues impressive form by reaching the quarterfinals of the Qatar Open with straight set victory over France Valentin Roya. After securing the first set 6-2, Alcaraz faced a tougher challenge in the second, ultimately winning 7-5. This victory marks his 27th consecutive win on outdoor hard court. And of course, this man is arguably one of the greatest, as 22. And meanwhile, second seed Jannik Sinner also progressed to the quarterfinals, defeating Australia's Alexei Popyrin 6-3, 7-5. Sinner will take on Czech Republic Jakub Minsik in the next match later today. I mean, we are hopeful that the both of them will most likely qualify into the next round, because they're actually the biggest guns right now in the world of tennis. And if they get into the finals, we're definitely going to be seeing high-profile final in this particular championship. And then, I mean, imagine the Jannik Sinner and Alcaraz final is going to be a very mouth-watering final in this particular competition. I just hope that as we are actually following this competition through, none of them is going to get injured, because we've seen too many injuries. Raducanu actually called quit in the previous tournament in our own because of illness. Now we're looking at Van Gogh also calling quit. It can actually be a toll on players, and there's something about this sort of patterns that I've noticed in the world. When it happens, there seems to be this effect that actually social effect that goes around and then start affecting other players, especially in individual sports. So I just hope that Jannik Sinner and Carlos Alcaraz can actually live up to the billing, stay healthy and remain fresh. At the end of the day, we'll get to see them in the finals, and then let's see what's going to happen in the end, whoever wins it. But I mean, my money will always be on the man who is actually the man of the moment, talking about Carlos Alcaraz. But on that note, we'll definitely be wrapping up this edition of Sport Republic on Voice of the People TV. Ikechukwu Agwago. Do not forget to be part of this show tomorrow, as Kizzy will be taking us through the journey of world sport, in a very different version, talking about the pigeon version. And later in the evening, I'll also join the guys, Afis and Jerry to break down the world of football. Hopefully by then we'll definitely be seeing what's going to happen. If FIFA will definitely rule at the time, and I mean it's going to be a very big one if Nigeria eventually goes to the World Cup. And on that note, I'll be handing you over to the midday news as David will be taking us through the world to help us understand what's going on. Don't go away.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
ezigbo nwa afọ Nigeria ka ihe m ga-eme pụrụ iche
nwanne m nwoke
Adanne
m ga-akwụ chi n'eziokwu kwanyere ndị ọzọ ugo ma lekọta obodo anyị anya
gbam
ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m obodo anyị bụ Nigeria ga-aga n'iru ma ọ bụrụ na anyị jikọta aka kwado ndị na-achị anyị ka ha mee nke ha anyị ga-emekwa nke anyị
n'ezie ọganihu ga-adị ma ọ bụrụ na anyị na ndị na-achị anyị jikọta aka rụọ ọrụ asaa bụ ihe ndị na-achị anyị kwekọtara ha ga-eme ka obodo wee dị mma
Igbo kwenu Igbo kwenu Igbo kwezuenu ọ bụrụ na bụ ezigbo onye Naịjirịa aga m eme na-edozi ụzọ anyị ụcha oge niile na-akwụtụsi n'ụzọ eziokwu na-emere ndị agbata obi anyị ebere ndị ọchịchị ga-arụ ụzọ ọma na-abịa wuo ụlọ ọgwụ ọma na Anambra mee nnukwu ka ọ dị nchebe ihe n'abalị nkwekọrịta gọọmenti na nzaghachi ndị obodo ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m bilie ka anyị bulie Naịjirịa elu nkwekọrịta ndị ọchịchị anyị ga-aza ọnụ obodo anyị ga-eme ya ọ bụ nkwekọrịta anyị na anyị ga-eme ka Naịjirịa gaa nke ọma nchebe gburugburu mebe obibi onye niile ndị
ọchịchị ga-eweta ahụike ọ bụrụ na nrọ ọrụ ike mụta aka ọrụ ndị ọchịchị ga-emepe ụzọ ọrụ n'Ebonyi Imo ọ bụrụ na nkwanye ugwu nye agbụrụ niile n'otu ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị ndị ọchịchị ga-ekpe ikpe ziri ezi nye onye ọbụla nkwekọrịta gọọmenti na nzaghachi ndị obodo ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m bilie ka anyị bulie Naijiria elu nkwekọrịta dị ọchịchị anyị ga-aza ọnụ obodo anyị ga-eme ya ọ bụ nkwekọrịta anyị na anyị ga-eme ka Naijiria gaa nke ọma Naijiria obodo mmanụ aṅụ na mmiri ara ehi na-asọ ụzọ ọma o ụlọ ọgwụ ọma o ebe obibi ọma o Igbo ndị ọma pụtanụ ka anyị yọleba onye agbakwala nke nwanne ya gbara let's go
Abia, Anambra, Ebonyi, Enugu na Imo anyị na-ekwe nkwa na anyị ga-eso ụzọ asaa na asaa ndị na-achị anyị wepụtara.
Powered by National Orientation Agency.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
VOP TV. Now, you have...
Well, hello and welcome to the Midday News on Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. First, the headlines. Pat Utomi slams Tinubu's assents to 2026 Electoral Act. APC warns opposition over misleading Tinubu assent claims. ICPC takes El-Rufai into custody. Jigawa, Lagos, Sokoto top voter registration. Ondo monarch killed by bandits. Minister calls on soldiers to intensify anti-bandit operations. And the world of business, Nigeria's forex reserves soar to $48.5 billion, highest since 2013. In sports, Super Eagles Eric Chelle seeks $130,000 to stay as Nigeria's coach. In entertainment, Drake hits 300 Spotify hits, over 100 million. And now the news in full. Political economist Pat Utomi has criticized President Bola Tinubu's signing of the Electoral Act 2026 amended, calling it a direct confrontation between political elites and Nigerians. On X, Utomi described the move as a dangerous turning point for the country's democracy and accused leaders in both the executive and legislature of undermining the future of young Nigerians. He added that the struggle for democracy in Nigeria has effectively been reversed. The amendment has also drawn strong reactions from opposition parties and civil society groups who say it sets back Nigeria's democratic development. They argue it legalizes electoral manipulation and weakens safeguards ahead of the 2027 general elections. In the meantime, the All Progressive Congress has warned opposition parties against spreading misleading narratives over President Bola Tinubu's assent to the amended Electoral Act 2026. The party said governance transcends emotion and should not be reduced to digital propaganda and orchestrated hysteria. Lagos APC spokesperson Chelle Oladejo described the opposition's reaction as disappointing and misleading, particularly their claims about real-time transmission models. He noted that in other democracies where similar systems were tested, technological glitches, legal ambiguities, cybersecurity risk, and judicial reversal were reported. Oladejo stressed that President Tinubu's asset followed proper constitutional processes, legislative debate, and institutional consultation. The APC urged that public sentiment should not be weaponized, emphasizing that democracy thrives on credibility and strong institutions. While opposition is vital, he said it must not descend into distortion. In another development, the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offenses Commission has taken former Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai into custody over corruption allegations. He was arrested on Wednesday night shortly after being released from the custody of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC. ICPC spokesperson John O'Day confirmed that El-Rufai is being questioned over allegations linked to his time in office. The former governor had been with the EFCC since Monday after honoring an invitation to respond to corruption claims against his administration. Still in the news, the Independent National Electoral Commission says more than 1.2 million Nigerians have completed registration in the second phase of the ongoing continued voter registration exercise as of February the 13th, 2026. In an update posted on its X handle, INEC said 1,228,648 eligible voters had completed the process by week 6, up from 884,737 recorded in the end of week 5. Of the total, 673,124 began with online pre-registration, while 555,524 completed registration at designated centers. Jigawa leads with 98,698 registrants, followed by Lagos, Sokoto, and Kano State. The exercise continues nationwide except in the Federal Capital Territory, where it is suspended ahead of the February 21st area council election in line with Electoral Act. Elsewhere, the monarch of Agami community in Akure North local government area of Ondo State, Oba Kehinde Faludun, has reportedly been killed by suspected bandits. Police say the traditional ruler was attacked on Wednesday evening after gunmen stormed his palace in an attempted abduction. He was killed while resisting the attack. Around 10 armed men were said to have carried out the assault. In a statement today, the Ondo State Police Command confirmed the incident and said an investigation is underway. Spokesperson Abayomi Jimo added that efforts are ongoing to track down and arrest the suspects. And to some security matters, the Minister of Defense, Christopher Musa, has directed troops of Operation Fasten Yaman to sustain pressure on bandits and terrorists in Zamfara State. He gave the charge during an operational assessment visit to the task force headquarters in Gusau. Addressing the troops, the minister commended their resilience and urged them not to allow criminal groups any respite. Musa said the visit was to review the security situation, access ongoing operations, and strengthen coordination with other security agencies. Moving on, the Nigerian Army has announced a nationwide verification and screening exercise for children of fallen personnel under its education sponsorship program for the 2025-2026 academic session. In a notice posted on its official X handle, the Army said the exercise will take place across the 6 geopolitical zones from February and March 2026. Applicants have been advised to come with all required documents for the screening. You're still watching the media news right here on Voice of the People television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more in the studio with us is Mr. Dele Fanimo, a seasoned reporter and also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Mr. Fanimo, a very good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, David.
Also joining us virtually is Ihenosa Omwaka, a public and political affairs analyst and development communication expert. Well, we understand that Mr. Ihenosa is not joined us yet, but let's start off from the studio. Well, Mr. Fanimo, interesting and sharing news, if you ask me, is coming from the Nigerian Army announcing the nationwide verification screening exercise for children of fallen personnel under the educational sponsorship program for 2025-2026 academic session. Looking at these developments, they've also said that this verification clearly will take place across all 6 geopolitical zones. But looking at these particular developments, one would say it's a cheering news, owing to the fact that fallen heroes are no more and supposedly they are the breadwinners of the family, and this again should help alleviate the suffering of the family. What do you make of this particular news, and do you think going forward it would have a major impact on the children of the fallen heroes?
You see, what the Nigerian government is doing to soldiers, either fallen or still serving, it's not novel. It should be given. As a matter of fact, it's a given in some other crimes. In America, soldiers with their badge are given place of honor. If you go to a supermarket and there's a very long queue, if you flash your badge, they know it's like an emergency situation. They clear the way for you to buy. And it is not the same amount you pay for those groceries and all that, because they know that this is somebody that has laid down his life for you to live.
There's some level of subsidy for them.
Yes. That's why wherever they are, they think of America first. And they're ready to lay down their lives for America because they know, it's not a conjecture, they know that America will be there for them even when they are gone.
Now, I like the
their
fact
family.
I like the fact that you've actually brought in this part of the welfare of the Nigerian army. We've seen over time, videos circulating both social media and of course even the ones that the army has debunked, where serving military officials clearly talk about their welfare. And this is appalling if you ask me personally. But on the part of the government, how can they do better so that this level of welfare will not only just be improved, but would be a motivation for the ones serving? Because you recall that this is an educational sponsorship on the part of the army. So should that funding on that particular sector not come, it means the children of the fallen heroes might possibly not be getting quality education because their fathers have lost their life.
You see, most of the time, my father was once in the barracks.
Okay.
So I understand some of these things. You see, most of the time, if you arrest some hardened criminals, what you get is some of them are likely to be sons and daughters of ex-military officers who had lived in the barracks and so are emboldened to the point that commission of crime is not anything to him or her. That is why once you attain the age of 18 in the barracks, you're not supposed to live with your family. You're not supposed to live in the barracks if you're a civilian, just to curb some of these things. So, but if sons and daughters of military officers who had voluntarily laid down his life for others to survive are well taken care of, we have more than enough resources to take care of this set of people. And such should also be extended to the police, because they also are more at risk. You know how many policemen that are killed on monthly basis in this country? And in fact, that of the Army, Navy, and Air Force is even better than that of the police.
Relatively better.
Yes, and I'll tell you why. You can be killed in battle as a soldier. They won't send your family out of the barracks immediately.
Okay.
But in the police, as a matter of fact, the day a policeman dies, the person who wants to, or the persons who wants to take over that particular location is already waiting. They are already jostling. And in most cases, as they are taking the corpse to his hometown with their uniform vehicle, that lorry,
right,
they are also packing their family and their property. And that ends let me give a pathetic situation that happened in Delta State sometimes about 5 years ago. There was this woman whose husband, a police officer, was killed by armed robbers. And it was the the colleagues of this policeman that contributed to buy coffin and some other essentials for his burial. Now, the wife is entitled to immediate money for the burial, but it never came at that time. Now, his other emoluments, Tamila emoluments, this woman was shuttling between, the thing happened in Warri. The woman was shuttling between Warri and Asaba. On this fateful day, when she got a signal that she should come and sign in Asaba, she went to that particular police station, and it coincided with when the DPO was coming to Asaba for the Monday briefing of the commissioner of police in that state.
Okay.
On their way, they were accosted by armed robbers. This woman was shot dead. The DPO was shot dead, and even the orderly of the DPO and the driver. Now, if that woman had been paid, does she need to be coming back and forth? Somebody who lays. So these are issues that will not make people in uniform as patriotic as they ought to be, because there is no fallback position. Now that the military is taking up some of these things, I think what we should say now is to encourage them to do more, so that whoever is coming up to say, I want to enlist in the army, I want to enlist in the Navy and Air Force, right, or I want to enlist in the police, will know that even when he's throwing his life at those who may want to take his life,
he knows
there is a fallback position.
All right, then. I understand that our virtual guest has joined the conversation, and let's bring him in and, of course, establish communication. A very good afternoon to you, Mr. Ihenose Omoka, public political affairs analyst and, of course, development communication expert. Good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me? Good afternoon, viewers.
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you so very much for joining the conversation. All right, then we're going to start. I'm still going to, continue the conversation from where our studio analyst did pick off. The conversation about the Nigerian Army announcing a nationwide verification and screening exercise for children of fallen personnel under its educational sponsorship program for the 2025-2026 academic session is what we're talking about right now. Now, I want to have your view about the fact that as it stands, does the Nigerian Army truly deserve much more than they are getting presently, particularly on the part of her personnel who give their life in the battlefield?
It's first and foremost, what I would say is that it's a commendable move by the leadership of the Nigerian Army. I think it's an initiative of the leadership of the Nigerian Army, not necessarily the federal government. So I want to commend them for even sustaining it, because it didn't start under the tenure of this present Chief of Army Staff. Right. It's something that's been running before now. So it's a commendable move. But the question that some of us who have families, friends in the Nigerian Army or in the military cycles that we're asking, most of these people that are being killed are not even married people. The numbers of soldiers that I know personally that have been killed in the last 2 weeks in the different theaters of wars that is of crisis that is ongoing in Nigeria, especially in the northeast, are young people who are not even married. Young soldiers, either those who are just commissioned, that are captains, below captains like lieutenants. On the other rank, you have privates, you have last corporals that are not married. So when these people die, it's a closed chapter for the family members. The most painful part, the most painful thing that's happening that the army itself is not addressing is that most times, most of these families don't have information about the whereabouts of their family members. I have a friend who is missing presently. His unit was ambushed in Borno State in last 2 weeks. Some of his colleagues already, everybody know that they are dead, but him in particular, nobody knows if he's alive, if he has been captured by the insurgents or not. You understand? And there's no information whatsoever from the hierarchy of the Nigerian Army. They just kept mute. You understand? They are not informing the public through the mainstream media or even the social media channels. They are not even informing family members what is happening with their with members of their families who are fighting these wars. So that is so this social welfare that they are doing is not even the key thing. The key thing is that young men and women who joined the Nigerian army in their early careers are being killed daily, and nothing is being done about them.
It's interesting you mentioned this part, and I want to find out from you, what would you attribute to the killing of this young Nigerian armed forces? Because you would recall as well that the Minister of Defense, I'm talking about Christopher Musa, did speak to the Operation Fasan Yaman team and asking them to sustain the pressure on bandits and terrorists in Zamfara State, a situation that has become seriously unbearable.
So for someone like me who have friends, family members in the Nigerian army, and who also I have interest in studying what's happening with the Nigerian security sector, what is happening is that the series of ambush that have happened in the last 1 month, especially against the members of the Nigerian army, it shows that the strategy is not working. So it's as if the insurgents have better strategy against the Nigerian security, the Nigerian army itself. You understand? You hear about ambush today, tomorrow you hear about ambush. You understand? It's as if the soldiers are the one bringing the battle to the soldiers and not the other way around. You understand? And it's unfortunate because we are losing the numbers of soldiers that have died alone in this year. I don't think we lost that amount of soldiers even during the time of the Civil War.
All right, then, Mr. Hennessy, we'd like to prefer a solution on the analysis segment of the news. Let's say, for instance, you have the privilege of talking to the president. What would you say should be done to stop this unbearable killing?
So, what I feel is should be done is that enough is not being done in terms of strategy on the part of the Nigerian army. They need to change strategy. They don't need to wait for children or for a village to be ransacked before they go after these insurgents. You understand? They should improve on intelligence, and they gather intelligence and know where these bandits are. Take the battle to them. You don't need to wait for these insurgents to carry out attacks before you go after them.
All right, then let
go
me bring
after
this
them even before they carry out any attack. So I just think that's the strategy they should be able to implement.
All right, then let me bring this conversation back to the studio, and we'll still talk in security. Interestingly and sadly, though, Mr. Fanimo, the monarch of Agami community in Akure North local government area of Ondo State was killed by this suspected bandits, as it were, because this is what the report is saying. Oba Kehinde Falodun, of course, was going to be abducted, but I mean, whatever happened in the mix, he lost his life. How can we break to the barest minimum this level of incessant killing of Nigerians? Because it's coming down to the West, and a lot of persons are saying this is something that has come to stay with us. How much can be done to reduce this level of killing? And of course, maybe help security do better in our villages and the cities, as it were.
It's quite unfortunate that that incident happened close to my hometown. That place, that settlement is called Agamu.
Okay.
Community. And the name of the traditional ruler is Oba Falodun. Now, this is not the first time around that axis that bandits will strike. That community is not far from Iluabu, where the former SGF, now a traditional ruler, Oba Olufalaye, come from. Oba Olufalaye's settlement had been assaulted about 3 times in the last 10 years.
Wow.
By bandits. And there are other communities that have been attacked around that axis too. The question you ask yourself is, who is then safe if a traditional ruler will be killed in his domain? Somebody came on air here, was it last week or so, that the third thief can't even access his ancestral palace, that he has to take refuge in another place For how long are we going to remain like this and keep quiet?
And to think that the service chiefs have been changed.
You see, the point I want to make here is that let everybody bear arms. Whatever the degree. If somebody is coming to your house and he knows that you have a pump action rifle that has between 10 and 12 rounds, and is coming with AK-47 with one single magazine of 30 rounds, and he doesn't even know if some other occupant of that house could also have arms too.
Well, Mr. Fanimo,
if
everybody bear arms, wouldn't that lead to more anarchy in the land?
Why should it be anarchy?
You think there will be some restrictive measures on the part of bandits?
There will be some measure of restriction. Do you know why they keep killing people in Plateau and Benue? It was Buhari that mopped up arms and ammunition in those states. And as soon as those arms were mopped up, those guys were left with only machete.
All right, but well, let me, because of our time, because I hear that we have very limited time now. Mr. Hierose, your position about the incessant killing by these armed bandits in locales where they can barely even defend themselves. Are you there, Mr.
So my recommendation is just like what the guest analyst in the studio has said, allow Nigerians to bear arms, you understand? Then train and we should focus on training of local security outside the police. Vigilante groups should be armed and trained so that they can also serve as a buffer against these insurgents that are going rampant across the country.
All right then, but some people would say the police, state policing that was introduced some time back is not seeing the light of the day. What would you think or attribute to the delay of state policing? You think funding might be one of it, like some are saying right now?
There's this issue of trust among the political class that when the state policing is implemented, it will be a tool for those in power to use it against opposition. So I think that's one of the fears that the political class are having, to have the enough political will to ensure that it is implemented. But what Nigerians need is that government should be alive to its responsibility, which is the basic responsibility of protecting lives and property. You understand? So, which is what we should be advocating for.
All right, then maybe in 20 seconds, your position with the criticism coming on the part of opposition figures as against the signing of the Electoral Act 2026 amended bill by the president. What's your position with that? 20 seconds. Because
for me, it's already a done deal. The president has signed, it's not a law. You understand? So what we should be focusing on is moving the advocacy to another level, sensitizing Nigerians about their roles in election, the need for people to come out in mass to not only to just vote in election, but first, during this period of registration, people should come out in mass and ensure that they are registered first. And during election, people should ensure that they come out to vote, not just vote, but refuse to collect money, and all those vote buying should be something that Nigerians themselves should be against. You understand? It should not be something that the political people should be driving. Nigerians themselves, the electorate should be sensitized to the extent that they will know that to even take money or to be induced to vote against your conscience is not a civic responsibility. It's against the civic responsibility of any citizen that want the progress of the country.
All right then.
So I think that's where that's the next phase. So because it's already a law, all what has been done has been done. So we need to move to sensitizing Nigerians that we can still change the tide. You understand? People can still come out in mass and vote for who they want, and the vote can be counted. It's
Thank you
possible.
so very much, Mr. Yunus. Let me bring it back to the studio. Mr. Fanimo, 20 seconds thereabout. Opposition figures criticizing the fact that the president also is assenting to the bill that, again, was amended. But the interesting part of this conversation is about 1.2 million Nigerians, Mr. Fanimo, have completed their registration with the INEC second phase of registering to vote.
It's quite unfortunate that, like they say, the opposition will have their say, then the powers that be will have their way. And I don't see this thing being reversed, except that it's intentional and sustained agitation for further amendment. In the absence of that, Nigerians were quick to acquiesce and say, well, we have tried our best. If our best is not good enough, let's move on. And that's the unfortunate part of it.
Well, this is where we have to draw anchor on the analysis segment of the Midday News this beautiful afternoon. We've been talking with Mr. Dele Fanimo, seasoned reporter, and of course, public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Thank you so very much for being here.
It's always my pleasure.
Also, a big thank you to you, Mr. Ihonese Omoka, public affairs analyst and development communication expert. Thank you so very much for lending your voice on the Midday News.
Thank you.
All right, then we'll take a very short break right now. When we return, midnight truck crash on Oshodi Apapa kills 2. These and more when we return from this break. Please stay with us. We're glad to have you back. It's still the Africa News, right? I beg your pardon, Midday News, right here on Voice of the People Television. Now to more stories. Tragedy struck Thursday midnight on the Oshodi Apapa Expressway, Mile 2 axis of Lagos, when 2 fully loaded 40-foot container trucks collided along the Sele inward axis, leaving 2 persons dead. The victims include one of the truck drivers and a suspected street urchin whose presence in the area could not be immediately explained. The impact trapped the driver in the steering compartment, requiring technical extrication by rescue teams. The street urchin's body was recovered from beneath one of the trucks after an intensive search. The operation involved the Lagos State Traffic Management Authority, Lagos State Emergency Management Agency, and police officers from the Lassa Division, ensuring safety, evidence preservation, and smooth recovery. The state's Environmental Health Monitoring Unit helped evacuate the victims, allowing traffic to gradually resume along the busy corridor. LATMA handed over the scene to police for a full investigation into the cause of the crash. LATMA General Manager Olalekan Bakari-Oke urged drivers, especially those operating at night, to exercise caution, adhere to speed limits, and follow all safety regulations to prevent such avoidable tragedies. With Ash Wednesday marking the start of the 2026 Lenten season, Nigeria's First Lady Oluremi Tinubu has urged citizens to use the 40-day period of fasting and prayer for personal reflection and to pray for the nation as Christians worldwide observe the season. Voice of the People TV's Massive Oguswada reports.
The 2026 Lenten season has begun today, February 18, with the observance of Ash Wednesday, a solemn day that marks the start of the 40-day period of fasting, prayer, and reflection observed by Christians around the world. Lent commemorates the 40 days Jesus Christ spent fasting and praying in the wilderness, according to biblical account. In Nigeria, First Lady Senator Oluremi Tinubu marked the occasion in Abuja, urging citizens to use the sacred period to seek God's guidance for the nation. Similarly, the Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu encouraged Lagosians to reflect deeply, pray fervently, and uphold the values of love, compassion, unity, and kindness towards one another. Meanwhile, Voice of the People TV spoke with several Nigerians who shared the significance of the day and what the Lenten season means to them.
We have prayed a lot. At least this time around, the two, both the Christian and the Muslim fasting and prayer combined together. we should go to the mosque and go to the church and seek for God's intervention to help us in the country, because everybody is crying. Everybody is crying.
My prayer for Nigeria as a country, as a federation, as a nation is for us to get better. You know, everyone desires this country to be great again. We've heard stories of how this country was one time a great country. So I look forward to this country being a better place for every Nigerian, for every one of us, you know, habitable, free from corruption, and, you know, there's social amenities here and there, wherever it should be, educational opportunities for everyone. So that's my prayer. And for every Nigeria to see themselves equal, that is basically the thing.
Actually, Nigeria need prayers. We need security, because we are not safe in this country. Most important thing is the prayer. God should give us good leader that will understand the youth and the people living inside Nigeria.
Thank you so very much, Machi, for that. As Muslims begin the holy month of Ramadan, religious and political leaders are calling for unity, peace, and national development. Also, Voice of the People TV's Matthew Buswada has more in this report.
The Nigerian Sultanate Council Advisory Committee on Religious Affairs has confirmed the sighting of the new moon, declaring Wednesday, February 18, 2026, as the first day of Ramadan. In a statement, the Sultan of Sokoto, Said Abubakar III, urged Muslims to use the holy month to pray for peace and against the insecurity affecting parts of the country. Meanwhile, at the 31st pre-Ramadan lecture, organized by the University of Lagos Muslim alumni, the Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly, Mudashiru Obasa, called on Muslim faithful to embrace good governance, justice, and service to humanity as pathways to spiritual fulfillment and national development. Voice of the People TV spoke to Muslim faithfuls who shared their expectations for the holy month and emphasized the importance of prayer, charity, and unity during Ramadan.
In humanity, so it really have a positive impact in the life of humanity. So Ramadan is very good. Lot of things that it will take off from your life, like waywardness and so on. So the significance of Ramadan is to purify, cleanse, and make someone to think straight, most especially to move closer to the Creator, Almighty Allah. That's the significance of Ramadan.
As Muslims across the country begin their fasting and prayers, many faithful say they will use the holy month of Ramadan to seek spiritual renewal, pray for peace, and strengthen bonds within their communities. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
Moving on to other stories, the Lagos State government, alongside health partners, is intensifying efforts to combat malaria and improve tuberculosis diagnosis through innovation, collaboration, and sustainable healthcare financing. The discussion formed the focus of a high-level stakeholders meeting in Lagos, where Praise Peters of Voice of the People TV's report.
Efforts to eliminate malaria and strengthen tuberculosis diagnosis in Lagos State are gaining momentum as government and health stakeholders promote collaboration, data-driven interventions, and sustainable healthcare financing. At a high-level convening, experts noted that although Nigeria's malaria burden remains significant, targeted strategies and digital health solutions can improve diagnosis and treatment outcomes. Health authorities say that interventions will prioritize health burden areas alongside public education to correct misconceptions, including the reminder that not all fevers are malaria-related. Stakeholders also emphasize sustainable financing to strengthen referral systems, reduce out-of-pocket costs, and support primary health care centers.
Today, we also mark an important milestone with the launch of the Tuberculosis Diagnostic Access Program in Lagos State. By leveraging innovative community-level diagnostic solutions and building on the digital infrastructure established through the malaria program, we are taking decisive steps to find missing cases, enable early detection, and strengthen linkage to care. These initiatives not only align with national tuberculosis control priorities, but also advances the broader goals of the renewed hope agenda by expanding access to quality healthcare and strengthening disease surveillance systems across Nigeria. Our focus is not merely on programs, but on building systems that endure, systems that future administrations can scale, strengthen, and sustain. We are not merely reforming the sector, we are redefining the future of healthcare in our state.
Officials say that the long-term goal is to build a digitized health network linking community care with public health facilities, transitioning from donor-funded programs to a state-financed system.
So what we're doing is, the way that the project is designed is that we're working with people that we call PPMVs and CPs. So those are like your local drug sellers, drugstores, mama nurse type of people, as well as pharmacies, because we know that's where people seek care. And we've created an app so that we can basically register patients there and then link them to the formal health system. So by doing that, we're creating a direct digital tool that connects people in the community with the formal health system. We're also working with LASHMA, which is the health insurance agency, to put sustainable funding in for this by using health insurance for the people who are accessing care.
Yeah. And what we have found to be very useful in diagnosing malaria is what we have called the rapid diagnostic test, which is about 98-99% sensitive and specific for malaria, meaning that if the test says you have malaria 98-99 times out of 100 times. And if it says you don't have malaria, you most likely don't even have malaria in the first instance. So we're trying to convince and enlighten our caregivers as well as our people to ensure that they ask to be tested before they have their treatment for malaria or what is suspected to be malaria.
The meeting also featured the unveiling of the End Tuberculosis Now initiative to expand diagnosis access across the state, with optimism that stronger partnerships will improve healthcare outcomes. I'm Praise Peters, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
Thank you so very much, Praise, for that report. Moving on to other stories in the south part of the country. A dispute over park entry tickets in Oredo local government area of Edo State turned deadly, leaving one man dead and prompting a security crackdown. Edo State Special Security Squad recovered firearms abandoned by fleeing suspects, highlighting rising tensions in the area. Our correspondent in Benin City, Rhoda Johnny, has more in this report.
The Edo State Special Security Squad recovered firearms following the killing of a man in Oredo local government area. The operation was intensified on the directive of Governor Monday Pueblo after the incident at Ibokota's estate gates. Arms were seized from an abandoned vehicle at Iriri and the local axis after suspects fled with cartridges from a 9mm pistol recovered at the scene. The Secretary of the Edo State Special Security Squad provided further details on the killing and the ongoing response.
The governor gave a marching order that the assailant must be found, and this is what gave us the premonition to go into town today as early as 6 o'clock. We're in Benin, Metropolis, and we combed the length and breadth of Benin, and God be it, we saw first in history a K2 army magazine live in a vehicle that all the occupants fled, but we recovered the vehicle, a Highlander vehicle, and the K2. And we made some arrests as well, and they are giving us intel report to the leading major arrest that we're going to unleash very soon. Going forward, just expect that the town will be calm. We also expect that everyone that is into cultism and all sundry vices should relocate, or they will be found and caught and arrested and prosecuted. And Benin City should go on their normal duties. There is no cause for alarm.
Several suspects have been arrested and security has been strengthened in affected areas as the squad continues efforts to restore order. Brother Johnny, VOP TV News.
Thank you so very much, Rhoda, for that report. And from there on, we'll move straight to talking business. Nigeria's foreign exchange reserve has risen to $48.5 billion, the highest level since mid-May 2013, signaling a sustained review of the country's external buffers. According to the Central Bank of Nigeria, this is the strongest reserve position since May 14, 2013, when reserves stood at around $48.51 billion. The rise, which began in late 2025 and continued into 2026, reflects improving forex inflows and tighter liquidity management by the CBN. After years of pressure from oil price swings, capital outflows, and currency management challenges, the growing reserves are strengthening Nigeria's import cover and ability to meet external obligations. And from business, we move straight to talking sports. Malian Nigerian Super Eagles coach Eric Chelle has reportedly demanded a salary increase from the Nigerian Football Federation as a condition to remain head coach of the Super Eagles. Chelle is set to be seeking a $130,000 a month, up from his current $50,000. He signed a 2-year deal with the NFF in January 2025 with an option of an additional year, and was tasked with qualifying Nigeria for the 2026 FIFA World Cup and reaching the final of the 2025 African Cup of Nations. Despite missing those targets, the former Lens defender has formally written to the Federation requesting improved terms. The proposed pay rise is part of a broader 19-point request, a move seen by some as a signal he may be weighing other options. Still talking sports, FIFA President Gianni Infantino has confirmed that all tickets for the 2026 World Cup have sold out. In an interview from Mar-a-Lago in Florida, he said 508 million requests were made in just 4 weeks for 7 million available tickets from more than 200 countries. Infantino estimated the first 48 teams World Cup could generate over $11 billion for FIFA, with all revenue reinvested in football across its 211 member nations. He added that the tournament could boost the U.S. economy by around $30 billion through tourism, catering, and security, which attracts 20 to 30 million visitors and creates 185,000 full-time jobs. And to wrap up the media news, we go straight talking entertainment. Drake has become the first artist in Spotify history to see 300 songs surpass 100 million streams. The milestone was reached after Mine, his collaboration with Beyonce, crossed the 100 million mark. Taylor Swift, Bad Bunny, The Weeknd, and Justin Bieber trailed behind, underscoring Drake's dominance in the streaming era. The achievement reflects both longevity and consistent commercial success, with a catalog packed with some of rap's biggest streaming hits. He also holds the record for the most songs to surpass the 1 billion streams on Spotify. Still talking entertainment, London Fashion Week kicks off today, opening with a tribute to longtime fixture Paul Costello. The Irish-American designer, who died last November at age 80, had shown an opening day since the event began in 1984. For 4 decades, his romantic tailoring became a constant through the highs and lows of a fashion week that has recently seen major names shift to Milan, Paris, and New York. Among this season's highlights, British-Nigerian designer Tolu Coker Presenting her elegant, largely unisex design inspired by diverse identities, Harris Reid and Richard Quinn return to the London catwalk, while Burberry closes the week on Monday evening. And with that entertainment story, we've come to the end of the midday news right here on Voice of the People Television. Do want to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. You have a good afternoon.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please discuss.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin.
We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react. Understand.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobowale, Communication Queen. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, I'm Samantha Jacobs representing the States. Miami's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to VOP TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Evi Siru, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abasunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the Voice of the People. Don't touch that dial.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voice-over personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chelle. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut tout le monde, Suspect 95. Là, on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez. On est au Afrima. On est ensemble, VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know somewhere from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. You're like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Aronzo. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOPT.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
And welcome to the Spotlight Show, my beautiful people. Yes, this is happening on VOP TV, your favorite hub where we shine the light on creativity, culture, style, music, and purpose-driven people. And guess what? And I know you have not forgotten that I'm your special baby girl, Precious Agamanu, a.k.a. Call Me Prezi. And yes, it's a Monday. Yes, to stay inspired and grounded because we are bringing you a lot of gist. But before we go into our gist, we have someone that is joining us today. And guess what? You know, the weeks has just been so busy. A lot of people doing the Valentine, people that want to pepper me and people that did not pepper me. But then we stand regardless. All right, you know, we have a guest today joining us. And yes, gracing our screen today is a Nigerian fashion entrepreneur, the creative director of 365 Fashion for Africa, and a proud graduate of Yaba College of Technology. He is passionately redefining African fashion as a bold, confident lifestyle. And he is no other person than Ademola. Ooh, welcome to the show. How are you feeling? Tell me.
I'm good.
On Saturday that there has been a lot of people carrying red things up and down. It has been the Valentine season. So what is it for you like?
Oh, love is everywhere.
Ooh, I like the feeling. Love is everywhere. So did you have anybody to gift actually?
Actually, it's just my female friend.
Please, see, they started peppering me. Well, I actually got a gift, but I don't want to tell you because a lot of people now don't open their ear when they know whether they don't give. Yes, I got a gift. Not be only me when I want pepper. But that's actually beautiful. Yeah, so I know that the Valentine's season has always been there and a lot of people gifting. And I hope you got your own gifts too.
Oh, definitely.
Definitely. And I know saying if you not share, but it's well. So Ademola, you've been into the fashion thing for a very long time. So tell me about for people that actually don't know who you are, could you let us know who you are? Let's meet you.
In short, I'm Adedayo by name. Okay. I graduated from Yaba Tech. I'm a fashion director of my brand, 365 Fashion for Africa. And growing up, I so much love fashion because my mom used to, maybe in the festive season, she used to come to Oshodi and then buy stuff for us. Wow. Before the year, maybe from January, I've been looking around, checking, newspaper, and then some others, a magazine, to see what I'm going to put on.
Okay.
That's the way I just get my inspiration when growing up. But at the long run, I just gather my momentum that this is what I want to do, regardless of what I study in school.
Wow. You know, those days when we used to grow up, I remember I'll tell my parents that, please, they should leave me, I want to be a doctor. And I know how many times I don't they shout and say, if they ask me, what do you want to be in school? You know, why growing up now? Well, we say, I want to be a doctor, I want to be a nurse. But who go tell me, say, That is where I'm finding myself. So a lot of people have always had that vision to, do better things or become something else. And fortunately, there's something else. Do you get?
Yeah.
So it's just like that. And getting to know your story, it's something so inspiring.
Yeah.
So tell me, how did you come into, this fashion thing? Has it always been on your mind that, oh, I'm going to be this, I'm going to do this? Have you always had this this feeling that you are going to be a fashion person?
Yeah, because almost every time I just like to dress well. I love to look good. And then what just bring me to the fashion space that launched me is when I was schooling then at Yabatech, you have a very long time break, like maybe a strike something.
Yeah.
And it lasts up to like maybe definitely like 8 weeks or so.
Wow.
Well, at the first week, my body is doing me. I can't just be sitting at home and then.
Yes, you're not doing anything.
Doing anything. I just called one of my big bro in the area then, because he's definitely doing well in the estate industry right now. I just said, bro, I don't know what's going on with me, but I'm not fine sitting at home and not doing anything. And this thing has been crossing my mind that I just needed to do it. I think this is the right time. I should just put my hand in something and then that's why I just spoke to this person and he told me how much it's going to take for me to learn this and do that. And to the glory of God, we financed that, and I'm very grateful that he's the person that helped me do that today.
Wow. So Adedayo, I would like to hear this because I heard you say a lot of things about you coming up doing fashion and the rest of them. And something struck my mind. The name of your brand, 365. Why did you choose 365 Fashion Africa? Like, why that name? A lot of people want to choose maybe Adedayo Stitches. A lot of people want to do this, do that. But why did you choose 365 Fashion as your brand name?
Okay. Very close to the moment where I started then.
Yeah.
I was just going to work that very day when I started. It's not even, I don't think it's up to a month. I got that inspiration. I was just going on the road. See, this is how I'm going to be going to work every day. And I said, yes, now. I'm questioning myself and answering myself.
At the same time.
Now, that's the way you are going to be going to work every day because it is you are chasing your passion.
Yes.
And then I just said, yes, now people wear clothes every day.
Abi?
365 every day in the year. I got that, and then I'm dealing with fashion. I just said, let me attach that. But it takes me a while to merge the name because the idea come scattered. I just have to gather everything together. We wear clothes every day, and I'm dealing with fashion. And the brand is for Africa.
Wow, interesting. So before I go into this question, I want to ask, before we still go into the fashion thing, I'd love to ask this question. When last, it's out of the box, when last did you, stop collecting? Your parents are alive, right?
Yeah, I lost one.
Oh,
I lost my dad.
So the one that is your dad? Oh, wow, so sorry about that. But I'd love to ask this question. When last did you stop collecting? Will I put it pocket money? That's how the Nigerians call it. When last did you stop collecting pocket money? Because a lot of people till now, they still collect. They say, oh, daddy, they give me money. Oh, mommy, they give me money. Oh.
So, when I lost my father 2010, I grew quickly.
Ooh.
Because I'm the first child. And then, to some extent, before I left home for school, I told my mom that she should not bother about me anymore for food. Because we are 5 in number, and I'm the first son.
Yeah.
And to some extent, if she's catering for me, for us, I think that's a lot on her. And I just tell her that she should not bother about me, that by myself, I will know how to figure myself. Like I'll follow people to work.
Wow.
That's an hard labor work.
I'm telling you, at that young age, Jesus.
But that's the situation I found myself. And thank God, I lost the father, and I'm I'm seeing myself as a father
As
too.
a father too, yes.
Because definitely it's not a serious thing to lost father at
Someone
just 10
very dear
years.
to you, yes.
But to the glory of God, I'm here today. And
Wow.
I'm happy that the process is worth waiting for.
Oh, wow, that is so interesting. And you know, a lot of people, me, I see it's a collect from Popsi, or me, I'll not lie. We still have plenty people that still collect.
Yes.
And they will still be like, oh, normally we they give, you get, when it's time, we always want to give to our parents to make sure that they're okay. But if they still give you, I'm not gonna say no now.
Yes,
I'm always that small baby and I always collect. You get. So tell me about 365 fashion. How's the journey been for you?
Yeah. We, at first when we do the entrepreneurial school, then I say when you try to create an idea and then first look for friend to support you.
Definitely.
That's how I started. You want to do this, please. I'll even add please then. Please bring it, I'll help you.
Yes.
I will not disappoint you because everyone around now know that, oh, Taylor disappoints.
Yeah.
But me, I will put my word first before taking the job. I will not disappoint you. And I'll ask. Because when you are trying to build any brand, you not focus on money first.
Yes.
You focus on the dignity and then how well you can do and then to solve the person's problem.
Yes.
I'll just collect it. I can remember then my classmates, my people in the area.
Yeah.
And because I stay in Mushin then.
Yeah.
I just collect it then. I go, I do it for them, then I return. Wow, this thing is nice, but I know that you can improve over time.
Yeah.
That's what I just got. And to some extent, people like that see they are in my contact today and they're still patronizing me.
Wow.
I'm very happy for that because they see they are I always tell them that, sir, you are part of my journey. Bro, you are part of my journey.
Yes.
And they are even glad to hear that.
Wow. Wow, that's so interesting. So I heard you when you said you also made clothes for your classmates. And talking about classmates, you actually went to you're a graduate of Yaba College of Technology.
Yes.
I'd love to ask questions concerning that. You going to school and you also, being in your craft. How were you able to join, making clothes and also going to school together?
Okay, it is tough, but at first I said it's my passion. And I don't see it that stressful then.
Yeah.
When I finish class, I'll just go to the place I learn is at Mushin. Lafia Street at Mushin.
Yeah.
I'll just go there, then do 1 or 2, then go home at street. I do that every day.
Wow.
It's very, very stressful.
Wow.
It's very stressful. I don't see it as something stressful because it is what I want.
So a lot of people, fashion right now has been evolving over time. A lot of people bringing out their own styles, bringing out their own methods of doing things, and So for you, what will I say fashion is to you, in your own terms, in your own word?
Yeah. Fashion is confidence. Fashion is. It's not about sewing. It's not about putting clothes together. It's beyond that. Fashion is creativity. Just sit down, you can just place your fabrics on the table and then what do I want to use this? You ask yourself, what do I want to make with this fabric? And from there, because to some extent, some clients even they trust me with their fabrics.
Fabrics, yes.
And they say, Dayo, they call me Dayo. And please just do anything for me.
Yes.
Do anything for me. Then, to some extent, the person that trusts you with the fabrics will definitely know that, the person definitely know that,
yes.
you will deliver. From there, I'll pick up the fabrics, then inspiration comes, then I deliver. The person says, wow, how do you come about it? I said, it's creativity.
Wow. Let me get you straight. You create your own styles. You
Yes.
create your own designs.
Yes.
What gives you inspiration in doing those things? Because then I actually love fashion too. I love clothes. I love seeing beautiful things. I love seeing beautiful wears. So then those days in school, I always see people, styles, maybe people wearing some styles. I'm like in my head, how do these people create this kind of things? A lot of people now use, crafts like all these raffia materials to make clothes. How do you people create something like that? What really inspires you in creating those things?
Yeah, at first, moving out from your environment, maybe you are going out, you can spot anything. You can even spot a lady dress and see a lady dress.
Yes.
Then okay, this if it's like this looks like a lady dress.
Yes.
Let me put it like this. You understand that kind of method, and then moving out every day, and thank God for social media. Even the Western fashion, you can incorporate it in the modern
way, yes.
Yes, an African culture.
Yes.
And that's make everything go okay for me.
Wow. So what makes your design very different from other people's brands? What is all about 365 fashion Africa?
Yeah, my 365 fashion is, I tell myself that I'm not chasing money at first. That is my own aim.
Yes.
And then I'm not just creating fashion for people to wear. I create lifestyle. That, if this person put on these clothes, that people should say, who actually did this for you?
Yes.
That is, I create boldness. I create confidence.
Wow. So talking about creativity and clothes that you've actually made, have you been in any position whereby you've made a cloth for a client? Because a lot of people make clothes, and I've seen what you ordered versus what you got online. A lot of people have been and it's really terrible seeing those kind of things. So what will you talk about? What would you have to say about that? Have you been in such position where you have to make clothes for somebody and the person was devastated, maybe didn't like your own style or didn't like your design at that moment? So how did you come about it? How were you able to solve that particular issue, if you had any?
Okay. Then I to some extent, I don't think I have that kind of issue.
Yeah.
But for you to trust me with your fabrics, I think you know what you want. Definitely. Anybody I'm doing, because mostly I get my customer through referral.
Oh wow.
That's it. When you put on my piece and then just who sold this to you?
For you, yes.
For you. Definitely you are going to all my contacts, all my customers, I think I get them from referrals. And that does not make me that then I've gotten to my best point. No, I still keep learning and improving in everything.
Yeah.
Because to some extent, let me just give you this small hint.
Yeah.
I always tell my customers that I don't know, even if you are not patronizing me again, any fashion designer that you are going to patronize, don't look at, when you take your piece, don't look at the front of the clothes.
Yeah.
I tell them the face of the clothes, don't look at it, turn it and see what the inside looks like. Some just do work anyhow inside, which you just put it on and
it looks tacky.
You understand? And then to some extent, you not even, maybe you still be at your events and then you feeling that there's thread in your armpits or
some places.
You understand? That's I think I always call that's a rough finishing.
Finishing, yes.
I just tell them, and to some extent, I'll even not train my customer that if they collect my own clothes, they'll even turn it
upside down.
Dayo.
Yeah.
Okay. I think what we are still in the line. What you told me, you are still doing. I said, I told you. Do you not think I will stop doing that? I said no. Then later, I just into you. And most of them today, if any piece they want, they just keep calling me, even if I'm too choked, because that's part of the challenges when you don't have enough manpower to work. And I hope in the future everything will be fine.
Yeah, talking about challenges, you got that right there. Talking about challenges, you talked about trying to meet up with your. So, what are other challenges you faced in your fashion brand?
Okay. Other challenges is I'll talk about pricing because let me not lie to you. What's good is sometimes expensive. Yeah, because some customer will be pricing you with their previous fashion designer, their previous tailor, they will be pricing the same way.
Yeah.
But notwithstanding, I always tell them that, I always tell them that even at first, I will do this for you. I'm not doing charity though, but I will tell them that even at all, if I'm going to do this at first for you, I'm just telling you to wear these clothes, wear it to church. I'll tell them, wear it to church, wear it to your event, wear it very well, put it on very well, and let people see it. And definitely, I'm very sure the question they'll ask you, who sewed this for you? Is this the same person that is sewing your previous clothes? I'm not saying I'm the best, but definitely I know what I do.
Wow. Okay. So what is your vision for African fashion in, let's say, in the next 5 years, in all your in your creative process? What is African fashion for you in the next 5 years? How do you see African fashion?
I see the brand having a fashion house, a big fashion house that will employ people, run it as a full corporate fashion house where people work, do a lot, like what make of a complete fabric, a complete piece will be inside the fashion house. Because to some extent, when we started then, I don't know, this is how we do. We sew, we carry, after you finish sewing, you now carry the piece to someone that will help you do butty, someone that you understand that kind of stress and then this thing. But I know a fashion house will entail all that side. And then that's what I look up to, because that's when the real deal is.
So I would love to ask this question, because you're talking about the processes you had those days where you will have to take your clothes to some other persons to do the finishing and the rest of them. How has it been for you to actually come up with this kind of, like, how will I put it? How have you been able to come up with styles over time, new designs over time? Because a lot of people take designers are always staying put to new designs, new creative process. How do you come up with fresh and new designs?
Okay. We have social media today. So when dealing with styles, it is not that you have your own idea, but to some extent you take from some people, you take from female designer, you take from male. I said earlier that you, even in the Western world, take part of your design, and to some extent I do little of sketching. Then I can even be doing something that, oh, this is what I want. Before you know it, Aja will just pop in, and then maybe based on what I've seen before now, let me do it like this. Then I diverted from the way I did it before. And everything worked fine.
Wow. So I'd love to ask a question. who is your ideal client? Because I heard you when you were saying that that you try to make your designs more affordable, but who is your ideal client?
Yeah, 365 Fashion is a brand that is a luxury brand. Like we are not just putting fabrics together.
Yeah.
We are about doing great thing about fashion, and our main purpose is elegancy. Like, and it's not about doing sewing every day.
Yeah.
To some extent, I will not lie to you. I'm not a day-to-day designer. Like, I keep sewing. No. That's not what I do.
Yeah.
But when the people that need my service, when it comes, because to some extent you have to know your target audience. I know my target audience. I know where I'm coming from.
Yeah.
I know what I want. It's not that I just want to have a space by the roadside and then keep sewing.
Yeah.
I understand what it takes to be like that, and then to some extent, when you find your purpose, you definitely know what you want.
Yes. So a lot of people are watching right now, and they always say, I want to go into fashion. I want to be a fashion person. What would be your advice to young and upcoming fashion brands or fashion people that really want to be into that category of fashion and art? Basically, what would be your advice to them?
Okay. I will tell the person to chase hard work and be consistent in everything the person is doing, because that puts me ahead of my competitors. Because dealing with fashion is not about it's all about consistency.
Yeah.
It's all about consistency. From day-to-day activities,
Yeah.
you have to be, when learning, you have to be doing something every day. Try to imagine yourself doing this, doing that, you understand? And then I will tell them, don't chase money at first.
Yeah.
Some people chase money, then they lose their purpose.
They lose their purpose, yes.
Don't chase money, just keep calm and learn it well.
Okay, so do you think African fashion is getting the global recognition it deserves right now in our modern world?
Oh, basically, this we are not international.
Yeah.
We do have some clients that tell us to do some things for us overseas, but
yes,
where I want it to be is not there yet. But locally, we are trying our best.
So do you prefer going with, a lot of people have what their brand is, basically known for. So you, in your designs, would you say you prefer doing the African prints or will I put it, the international prints? Which one is more preferable to you? Because a lot of people right now in Nigeria, we always use this, African prints. They always, they've tried to invent more designs on the African prints. So which is more preferable for you?
Yeah, it's just, I'll tell you that African print is just part of what we are doing. That's not our main aim.
Yeah.
Because style is everything. You do this. I'm not saying you do everything, but style is everything. Like, that African print is saying maybe Adire or something, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the segment. There's Adire, there's Kashmir, that native attire, there's Ufaku, the Igbos ones, something like that. There's a lot of things we use that to do.
Yeah.
even sometimes I incorporate that overcoat on a round neck, and it looked very good.
Wow. So is there any project you're working on basically for fashion, your fashion brands, or do you have people that you've tutored lately concerning fashion and stuff like that?
Not really, but to some extent, I've been trying my best to assist some young creators.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. So how has it been so far so good?
So that's I started that last year.
Yeah.
The beginning of last year. But it's a good journey, and then to some extent, they're catching up.
Okay. Wow, that's interesting. All right. Thank you so much for sharing your life with us on the Spotlight Show. And yes, we'll take a short break. And when we come back, we'll still have juicy gist to talk about. Please, because we have not really dissected on the Valentine. I'm still going to talk about it because I have a lot of things to say about it. So please don't go anywhere. Stay with us and don't move. Catch ya.
Yeah.
Ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. Awards. The Razzmatazz. Music.
And yes, welcome back to the show. Spotlight has happening here on VOP TV. And yes, and I'm sure you haven't forgotten that I'm your special baby girl, Precious Agmanu, aka Call Me Prezi. And yes, we had a guest who joined us, and he has been so amazing with fashion and, you know, African fashion basically. It has been such a beautiful time with him here on the Spotlight Show, where we talked about fashion, where we talked about, you know, fashion has been evolving, you know, all the time. And a lot of people love good things, good wears, good clothes, beautiful things. And it's also good to look good, because it is good to look good. They always say that the way you dress is the way you are addressed. And yes, I stick to that. And yes, this is the time where we talk about how you guys spent your Valentine's season. And yes, a lot of people wanted to pepper me. But I know that this, my God did not, my God did not shame me. Yes, people don't ask me, Precious, where your own gifts? This one, where your own gifts? No worry. It's actually a beautiful thing, and everybody enjoyed themselves during the Valentine. I just they see red, they fly up and down. If they not be flower on a bouquet, if not be bouquet, now all the plenty teddy bear. Later now they go say, Precious, you too dey vain. I beg go. When you see that kind of fine thing, why you no go? Why you no go even kill to am? All right, yes, this is the time where we talk about our celebrities that really made this Valentine, you know, memorable. A lot of people that came out and said, the couples that came out and said that they're going to pepper, even the single one self, no grill. But first off, we're going to talk about Nancy Isime. She actually came out, you know, she got herself something was by, and guess what was that? She got herself a new G-Wagon. You know what is that? It is actually, you know, red, in fact, they call it the peppering season. What is all this? Because what is not to love about this? You go buy the car, come put this big red. I tell you, say red things just they fly up and down. I know it's how they talk, but trust me, this is actually beautiful to see Nancy Isime getting herself. If nobody gift you, gift yourself. I'm telling you, see this is nobody want done. Yes, I will still advise you. I said, if anybody no gift you, go and buy. In fact, you deserve that gift. Go and get yourself something. Don't sit down there and say, oh, if one man or one woman no can dash me something or no can gift me, that means I'm not important. It's a lie. Go and gift yourself. You are important. Now me, they say, yes, president, they tell you, say you are important. You're supposed to get yourself a gift. You get what I'm trying to say? Go sit down one place, self. Even if you not to chop food, you know, chop. Get relaxed. Don't be by force. Say that they not gift you. You're going to gift yourself. It's very important. And seeing Nancy Isime doing this is actually beautiful. You know, who not go smile for this kind of G-Wagon? Do you know what it is? I'm telling you. You know, our fans don't actually come out. A lot of people have actually come out to say, now, wow, for people where they no gift, please. People have actually come out to say a lot of things about Nancy Isime's new ride. And yes, it's actually beautiful to see. So yes, let's take some comments and see what people have actually come out to say. And somebody said, congratulations, Mommy Nancy. God has done it for you and he will do more. Amen. Love you. Oh, that's so beautiful. And Asa Olu said, congratulations. And another person said, congratulations. See, and Ando Kari said, in all things we give thanks to Almighty God. And Steve said, what will happen to all the 5 exotic cars she has? I take concern you. She had, and believe these people on social space. Why una they paint? Even for this Valentine, where people suppose they smile, they do this one now don't come out now. Pepper body they do you. If not be saying that pepper body, they will call this one. Go and buy yourself. If you can afford it, please go and get yourself one and stop being a hater. A lot of people who are going through a lot. Don't come and stress people because they don't even give you a gift. You can't feel pained. Bah, whose fault? But then don't be me they go pepper because me I actually got my own gift, but let's just leave that to all our Valentine. And yes, we are still talking about the Valentine season that just passed, and a lot of beautiful things has been happening to all our celebrities. A lot of people will come out, they show their love and God. And the next gist we're talking about, Rita Dominic was not left out in the new ride. Do you know what I'm saying? See, cars just they pack everybody, just they get their new Lord of Jesus. Tell me, I say red things are flying up and down. You think that is a joke? It's not. But tell me, if they buy you this kind of thing, now Precious, they say, Precious, you are vain. Now lie, yo. I'm not they vain anything. When you see good things, you appreciate good things. intentional man now, they go, they shall say, Precious, why are you always saying intentional man? See, and yeah, when you love somebody, you want to do a lot of things for that person. And come to think of it, Rita Dominic and her husband is just an example of that. See, you know, one time you carry your woman, come out, get out beautiful things. Not be to they shout up and down for house every day. Kilo J. See, there are some things that are meant to be, you know, memorable, beautiful things to do. Not be every day they go to shout divorce up and down. People do. See, I don't tire. I said this year, I beg, may we rest for all those kind plenty talk. For where marriage break, person break head, that one break, leg break. I beg. Let's not be hearing the good things. It's only good news and good things that I want, me, Prezi wants to be hearing. I don't want to be hearing any other thing. Yes, apart from good news. And yes, talking about, you know, getting gift cards, getting beautiful things. Rita Dominic, this is amazing. But before we go into the comment section, please, is anybody not saying how beautiful she? Oh, Jesus, she's looking fine. See how pretty she is. And it's actually beautiful. Let's take some comments and see what people have actually come out to say concerning Rita Dominic. Yes, and Eliora 33 said, how I mix Rita Dominic and Stella Damascus. Oh, and still amazes me, great women do. And yes, talking about movies those years. We cannot talk about movies when we don't mention Rita Dominic, because those days I see those movies, and you know, I always enjoy her movies, and it's actually beautiful. Let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this. And yes, somebody said, God bless me to gift my man to. Oh, no be to. Yes, let me make I talk am now. Women, no, that they calm down. No be say, una want they receive gift. Una no go feed gift person. Even if person no gift you too go and gift. Don't be stingy. Yes. Later now, men go, they say, women, we are too stingy. Please, make we know the days stingy. Make we they try gift our man. It's very important. So now this thing where they talk about love, go balance way. Not be saying when men come out now, what do we bring to the table? Everywhere go don't scatter. Una go they shout. Because yes, when you not gift your man, who one can they do that one? You go, now when you go leave, you go follow another person. But it's how it is. So yes, let's take more comments. And somebody said, some women just came to this life to enjoy. Abio. And Merit 951 said, no go for only love. Abio. Love is not enough. They even said it. Love is not enough. If money enter, love is sweeter. I just they talk. All right. And Kelechi Kasmir said, so real. And Samuel Son King said, please resist the urge to type. She's an actress. Blah, blah, blah. Why are you paying? You all have been bitter all your life, yet nothing good is happening in your life. Try being happy for others. Type congratulations and move on. Actually, just type congrats. You know, a lot of people will come on this comment section and be saying plenty things. This one happened, that one happened. But we cannot talk about all this without recognizing the fact that she was a good actress and she has always been that in that spotlight. Do you get what I'm trying to say? All right, let's take more comments and see what people are talking about Rita. And Halle Berry said, love with money, very important. Abio, I support that one. And Diamond Plus Property said, if you like, go for just love. You go cry tired. And Bukinzo said, things we love to see. Me, I love to see them. Not be only you at Buki. Not be only you. I love to see beautiful things. And the Mata lady said, every woman loves to be babied. Abi? Babied. Yes, we love to be babied. Men too love to be babied. It's not only the women. Because, and yes, another person said, I remember when they caused this woman to go marry. Now, people, when marry before her, don't run, come out for the marriage. Moral lesson, just do you. Actually, there's a lie to that because, you know, Rita got married and it was just everybody talking about her marriage, talking about her love life. And it's how she has been so, you know, so calm. To talk more of what is happening on, you know, social media and a lot of people coming out to come and dictate what is happening in your life. Because that's what people do now. They don't, you know, mind their own business. They just want to talk about your own personal life. And come to think of it, social media will never forget. But it's actually beautiful to see that something you're praying to God for, you're always patient. You have been so patient to get that thing. And, you know, talking about her wedding, it was just something that really made everybody go wild. Like, oh my God, a lot of people were so happy for her, getting to get married, and especially talking about the wedding. Oh, see, it is a beautiful thing to see our celebrities doing beautifully well. I'm talking about Rita Dominic. It was just perfect. When they say, perfect, that is just the right word to talk about it. All right, let's take more comments about Rita and what her husband has actually surprised her with on the Valentine's season. And yes, Steve said, what will happen to all the 5 exotic cars she had? Believe these people on social. Why? I don't know why you're paying. Let's see more. We have a lot of comments. Please, it's their money. Yes. Now, woman will do good, now they go gift. As she has been a good wife, the husband thought about, gifting her something good. So why are you paying? Even if she get 10, is it your money? Is it your car? Is it your money? If not your money, you go no say, problem go day. Say, no, they stress the woman. Allow her to have peace of mind. And yes, we have more comments. Let's take more and more comments and see what people are actually talking and saying about Rita. And yeah, somebody said, yeah, these are the odogus where no they argue for anything. Not be all those poor man where no they let person they hear word online. Otobo said, must the display is public? Who cares? Noisemakers. I beg, please let the display be noisy. I'm telling you, when you have a testimony, you are going to spread the testimony. Will you want to keep it to yourself? Why are you paying? And yes, Justice said, in all of these, I never for once saw any male celebrity unpackage a present given to him by his wife or girlfriend. That's not true. And then someone would come say a man must kneel down to propose marriage. Funny, Lord. At Justice. No kneel down, propose to your woman now. If your woman accepts you, because every day now people they say no. They say yes, say yes. Say yes, no, they rain again. Oh, they play. Say yes, they rain again. All right, before we close the curtain, we have another gist to talk about, and that has to be Regina Daniels. See, this babe has been doing a lot of things. All the times I've been talking about plenty things, stories flying up and down about this young lady, and trust me, she actually, when I'm talking about the Valentine's season, be like say it come her domot, because it shocked me. When everybody done they get 1, 2. This one, she decided to gift her mom 2 exotic cars. And not be one, no be one. See, when I say, where the money day, God, this is it. When I say this is it, this is it. This is actually beautiful. Only one mama took, money na waiting. Make you answer by yourself. Money na what? Oh my God, it's actually beautiful seeing that you have a child that, that is also, you're also proud of and happy to be a mother of. It's actually beautiful seeing that her mom is happy and getting 2 cars. You reach to jump inside the car. You reach to jump on top, because who no go gift this kind thing, no go they happy. Is well. Let us take some comments and see what people have actually come out to say about Regina Daniels gifting to her mom. And she said, Regina Daniels said, my vow came early. Everyone come and rejoice with me. Ew, and my heart is full. So short story, it took me a while to tell my daughter I didn't have means of movement because of the situation she's in. The other car she brought for me was involved in an accident. The remaining one I was using was taken away, but guess what? My daughter brought me these 2. Hey, Mwam, thank you, my forever pride. See, this is a reminder to all our young ones. Please, don't forget to always gift your parents. It's also good that as you do all those things, you try to remember them. Very, very important. Nobody to forget mama, nobody to forget papa. Always, always gift your parents. Even if it's that small, it is very, very important. And yes, this is where we draw the curtain. Thank you so much for staying with us on the Spotlight Show. And remember, if you're going viral or going global, please tell your story with heart. And don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle at VOPTV Live, and subscribe to our channels for more exciting episodes. Until next time, I am Precious Agmanu, aka Call Me Prezi. This has been Spotlight. Catch ya next time. Bye.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, I'm looking for good entertainment. You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man. And it's money back guarantee. So you're going to have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I want something to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
At a press briefing in Alausa Ikeja, Lagos State officials defended the recent demolitions in Makoko, stressing that the exercise was strictly for public safety. Many of the affected wooden structures were built directly under high-tension power lines, posing serious risk to residents.
Was even drawing attention to Venice. As you look at a city like Venice, that Venice is a bridge on water. And I thank him for drawing my attention to that. I told him that a few months ago I was in Venice, that I've been to Venice a couple of times, one of the cities that I love visiting. And that's what you have in Venice. Can you compare to what you have in Mexico? In Venice, the local authorities say they don't want something. The people will not go and do it. I said, Makoko has been there. I can understand it's like an oil block for some people. A thriving one, a flourishing oil block. They go to Makoko and portray the people as being very poor, and portray the people as people who are pushed to be living in the conditions in which they are living by the government, and portray them as people who are hopeless. But they do not know that that is one side of Makoko that they have seen. But then, we all know what is behind all of this. They send such pictures overseas and tell the world that there has been a lot of things in Nigeria. Some will even go to Makoko on their birthdays and begin to share drinks and all of that. As if the people are beggars. I think this idea of denigrating people in order to promote yourself and your interests is very bad.
The special advisor to the governor on EGIS, urban renewal, Dr. Babatunde Olajide, says the urban regeneration is a top priority for the Babajide Sanwo-Olu administration. He explained that the plans aim to create a safe and conducive environment for residents while improving infrastructure and sanitation.
If we do not do them, then we are endangering the lives of the people that we signed and swore and vote to protect. As a result of that, you have something, areas are being classified action areas. This governor has actually not classified any area as an action area. This has been done during the time of Asiwaju, during the time of BRF, during the time of Governor Ambode. But you see, we cannot continue to just designate areas, you know, something as slum areas or blighted areas when we have not even tackled the ones that we have on ground. There is no need to be trying to go to other areas. So we are only still dealing with the things that we found in the books. However, we need to do it, and I've explained all of these things to you. You know, these are things that we have to do in a systematic way. We have to do it according to international conventions. You know, what we all signed to at the Rio de Janeiro conference in 1992 in Brazil is that everybody is entitled to adequate shelter. Adequate, not shelters that are dangerous.
Dr. Olajide revealed that the state has committed $2 million as counterpart funding for Makoko regeneration, with an additional $8 million expected from the United Nations agencies. Residents affected by safety-related demolitions in Palirura, Oniru, Bombata Market, and other areas have been compensated. The government confirms the core Makoko fishing settlement was untouched. Officials emphasized that the Water City project and broader regeneration of the waterfront communities will continue to design to protect lives while improving living conditions for the residents. From Alausa Ikeja, I am Monica Ogolo, reporting for VOP TV.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Behind every broken deck lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voiceover personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chelle. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde. Suspect 95. Là, on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez. On est au Afrima. On est ensemble. VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know Stoneware from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. You're like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Aronzo. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adewale Iba. Keep watching VOPT.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here is to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned.
VOP TV. Now.
Well, hello and welcome to the African News on Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. Before we begin the news, we would urge you to kindly visit our website. It's www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news stories. We begin the African news from the reports, where a new UN report has accused Sudan's Rapid Support Forces, that's the RSF, of committing genocide in the Darfur region, specifically in the city of Al Fashar, where thousands were killed and raped during a 3-day period in October last year. The UN Independent International Fact-Checking Mission for Sudan found evidence of mass killing, rape, torture, and imposed conditions of life aimed at destroying non-Arab communities, particularly the Zaghawa and 4 ethnic groups. The report states that the RSF's action following an 8-month siege show a pattern of coordinated targeting based on ethnicity, gender, and perceived political affiliation, which are core elements of genocide under international law. The city was the last stronghold of the Sudanese armed forces in Darfur. At least 50 civilians were killed and many injured in clashes between pro-government forces and armed rebels in the Democratic Republic of Congo's North Kivu province in January. The United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, that's the OCHA, reported that the clashes occurred between January the 12th and 16th in over a dozen villages in Rutshuru territory, affecting Bukombo, Kihondo, Mutanda, Bambo, and Tongo groups. The fighting involved OCH M23 rebels and a pro-government militia called Wazalendo, forcing many to flee their homes and seek safety in Masisi territory.
In a separate incident, 11 persons were killed and around 40 wounded in an army airstrike against rebel positions in Masisi Center. The AFC M23 rebel alliance, allegedly supported by Rwanda, controls significant territory in eastern Congo, including Goma and Bukavu provincial capitals. Moving on, the United Nations top envoy for Libya, Hannah Tete, has warned that the country's judicial system is increasingly divided, with parallel and contradictory decisions threatening national unity and governance. Tete told the UN Security Council that Libya's economic conditions are also worsening, with rising poverty, currency devaluation, and fuel shortages. The judicial divide is centered around the Supreme Constitutional Court in Benghazi, established by the House of Representatives in 2023, which is issuing rulings parallel to the Constitutional Chamber of the Supreme Court in Tripoli. Tete described the development as a red line that could undermine the unity of the state. The economic situation is dire, with 30% of Libyans living below the poverty line and a 24% increase in the cost of basic food between 2024 and 2025. The UN envoy emphasized that a comprehensive political solution is needed to restore unified governance and prevent further instability. And in Kenya, Kenya's National Intelligence Service has informed Parliament that over 1,000 Kenyans are currently fighting for Russia in the Ukraine war, a significant increase from the 200 reported in November last year. This disclosure was made during a parliamentary briefing in Nairobi, highlighting concerns about foreign recruitment and national security. Majority Leader Kimani Ichwangwa urged increased border security and scrutiny of outbound travel to prevent Kenyans from being received and deceived by overseas recruitment schemes. Many recruits are lured with promises of lucrative jobs only to be forced into fighting on the front line. The government has condemned the use of Kenyans as cannon fodder, and the Foreign Minister Musalia Mudavadi is set to visit Moscow to discuss the issue. And in West Africa, Ghana has evacuated its nationals injured in a terrorist attack in Burkina Faso that killed 7 Ghanaian traders, transporting the survivors to Accra for medical treatment. The Ghana Armed Forces announced that 3 tomato traders were wounded in the attack on February the 14th in Titao, northern Burkina Faso, and were evacuated on February the 17th by the Ghana Air Force. The injured traders have been taken to the 37 military hospital for medical assessment and treatment, according to the military statement. The Ghanaian government expressed condolences to the families of those killed and wished the injured a speedy recovery. The victims were part of a group of Ghanaian traders who had traveled to Burkina Faso for commercial activities when armed militants attacked the town. And in Egypt, the Egyptian Electricity Transmission Company, that's the EETC, has launched a tender for the construction of a 500 megawatt solar photovoltaic, that's a PV, park in the country's west of Nile area, as reported on February the 19th, 2026. The project will be developed under the Independent Power Producer, that's the IPP model, and on a build, own, operate BOO basis. Applications for the request for qualification, that's the RFQ, will be accepted until May the 11th, 2026. The selected developer will be responsible for the design, financing, construction, ownership, and operation of the solar farm. Once online, the plant is expected to support Egypt's goal of achieving 42% renewable energy share in the power mix by 2030 and 65% by 2040. Still in Egypt, in another development, Egypt has unveiled a new long-range strike drone known as Hamza III. The aircraft was presented by Egyptian company ONIP at the World Defense Show in Saudi Arabia. The drone can travel up to 1,800 kilometers and remain airborne for 8 hours. It flies at a top speed of 220 kilometers per hour and can reach an altitude of 5,000 meters. Designed as a flying wing, it carries a 50-kilogram warhead and is powered by a gasoline engine. It also features AI-based image recognition, encrypted data transmission, and can operate either autonomously or under manual control. The Hamza III includes stealth features such as a radar-absorbing coating and a passive detection system. It can also mimic the radar signature of a jet to overwhelm air defense systems. Still in Egypt and away from that report, a former Western Pennsylvania coal company vice president, Charles Hunter Hobson, was convicted on Wednesday of bribing Egyptian officials to secure $143 million in contracts. Hobson, a former executive at Cosa Coal, was found guilty on all 7 counts, including bribery of a foreign official, money laundering, and wire fraud. Hobson faces a maximum sentence of 65 years, with sentencing set for June the 25th by Judge Robert J. Colville. The Department of Justice accused Hobson of committing financial corruption between 2016 and 2020 under the Foreign Corrupt Practice Act. Cosa Coal, which mined and sold coal to steel plants in the U.S. and abroad, owned mines in Maryland and Somerset County before its bankruptcy auction was approved last March. The DOJ alleged Hobson bribed officials in Egypt to obtain contracts and Al Nassar Company for coke and chemicals. And from Egypt, we move straight to Uganda, where a financial expert and a bank chief executive in Uganda, Mumba Kalifungwa, has warned that Uganda must convert its rising macroeconomic momentum into broad-based prosperity rather than treating growth as an abstract headline figure. Kalifungwa gave the warning in a statement made on February the 19th, 2026, at the 5th Stanbic Economic Forum in Kampala. Kalifungwa described the near completion of the East African crude oil pipeline as the single most consequential development in Uganda's modern economic history. The over $4 billion pipeline, which is 79% complete, 79% complete, is designed to export crude from Uganda's Lake Albert oil fields to Tanzania's Indian Ocean port of Tanga. Experts say with an estimated 1.6 billion barrels of recoverable reserves and projected peak production of 230,000 barrels a day, first oil expected later this year could alter Uganda's fiscal and external position. You're still watching the African News right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories that made it to the bulletin in the studio with us is Mr. Dele Fanimo. Mr. Fanimo is a seasoned reporter and also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Mr. Fanimo, a very good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, David. It's my pleasure.
Also joining us virtually all the way from Uganda is Dr. Opul Joseph. Dr. Opul is a fellow at the University of Dar es Salaam University and also the director of Pool Skilling Foundation in Uganda. Dr. Joseph, a very good afternoon to you, and thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon.
Yeah, very good afternoon to you, David, and to my colleagues live there. I am here from Uganda, ready to interact with my friends. It has been a while.
Well, it's been a while, Dr. Joseph. Thank you so very much for joining the conversation as well. And also joining us virtually all the way from Egypt is Dr. Assem Abdel Hamid Moussa. Dr. Assem is the president, ASDF and SRCA African Governing Council member. A very good afternoon to you, Dr. Hamid, and thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon.
Thank you so much for having me today, and I wish that happy Ramadan and Ramadan Kareem to all Muslim people in Arab country, in Africa, in Nigeria, in Egypt, and all country. And I wish that we all, Adam's sons, and hopes that we can, spread peace, love, and we like one person against injustice, against racism in all the world. Thank you so much, and it's my pleasure to be with you. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so very much, Dr. Hamid. I'm going to start off with you, Dr. Hamid, and that is particularly on the situation that is emanating from your country, and I'm talking about the technology and, of course, the AI impact that the drone that has been introduced in your country. Now, what and why and how would African leadership clearly embrace this high-level technology in military intelligence and, of course, across Africa as well?
Yeah, let me say that I start, by myself. I went to attend a lot of conference, in United Nations in 2015 about the 17 SDG and 169 goal. Try to spread, the idea that Africa should, change from passive consumer to active user, and we are not happy that Africa left behind. We need Africa, to do something by themselves, to instead of buy, aircraft, like civil aircraft or military aircraft. I'm happy today that Egypt can, manufacture drones or army manufacture, because Egypt is all thinking about spread peace in Middle East, in Africa, and all the world, and should have power or have military army power army to protect the land, to protect the Middle East land, to protect our African land. Let's say that about these drones. About a good specification like 1,800 kilometer range, 5 kilometer, a lot of good. This will make artificial intelligence also is a key strength in this aircraft. Modern warfare, a lot of good specification for this aircraft that will help Egypt to be sell this craft in Middle East, in Africa, especially this craft introduced in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia conference. So I thought if Egypt succeeded, it will get found by themselves to African, to Arab country. It will help a lot, because unveiling these Hamza drones and manufacture these drones using artificial intelligence. As I said before, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, cloud computing. If we succeed, to lead in this technology, we can lead the world. So I hope that African people can go in this direction to change from passive consumer to active user. That's why the Egyptian industry showcase the innovation and manufacture in this new technology, and I thought that all African can go to this direction to manufacture, to instead of buying, can go to selling, and we can go to a lot of budget, and with money will help in economy problem, in all problems in Africa and also world. Thank you so much for this.
Well, I'm still going to stay with you, Dr. Hamid, because I understand you are a major player with the UN when it comes to peacekeeping and all of that. Looking at the recent development from your country on the part of these drones and, of course, using the AI technology to making sure that security on the aerial level is clearly being mitigated to the barest minimum. Do you think at this point AI integration and, of course, top-notch technologies should be integrated into schools all across Africa so that we can find a model that is better for Africans and not just the European models that is being introduced to Africans?
Let me first say we wanted to differentiate about the countries who adopting new technology like artificial intelligence. If we see that we have 15 countries adopting this new technology, in front of this country, United Arab Emirates, then Singapore, then Ireland, and we'll see Qatar also in the 15th, countries that adopting new technology. But we need to concentrate, instead of adopting new technology, we need to concentrate about how to build this new technology, how to build artificial intelligence, how we are going to be, excellent in coding like Python or a different language of artificial intelligence. So if we need to succeed in this field, we need, to make it early for the youth, for the schools like under 14 and under 16, they have to know about artificial intelligence, about the technology of the 21st century, cloud computing, Internet of Things, blockchain, all this new technology. We have all the young children, the can know about this new technology. This is the one who can innovate. This is the one who can make process in this new technology. But we have to to put eyes on him, that to use it in a peace, not to use it in a war, to use it to do something good for people, for the society, for the African, for all the world, not to do something bad, for the society, for schools, for Arab, for African, for all the world.
All right,
so I agree with you. We have to, to study this new technology in schools, in faculty, in college, for the employment, for all the society have to know about this new technology.
All right, then let me take this conversation to Uganda, where Dr. Joseph is standing by. Well, Doctor, you are one who interfaces with young people majorly across Africa, and of course, I dare say, even across the world. Now, looking at the part of integrating artificial intelligence into curbing insecurity across Africa, well, Dr. Hamid in Egypt has clearly said we should become a producing nation and a producing continent, but the concerns are being raised about the fundings and, of course, the models at which we will be producing. What do you think can be done by African leaders to be able to integrate artificial intelligence, including drone, when it comes to insecurity all across Africa, to fight most of our internal wars that we uncover these days?
Okay, thank you very much, David. Thank you so much, my brother, Dr. Sam from Egypt. And I would like to congratulate Doctor, the Egyptian government, and the people of Egypt.
Thank you, sir.
For the new innovation that they have launched, especially in the area of military science. The drone, I'm told, looks world class compared to the ones that we normally buy from. David, you must realize that recently I wrote an open letter to all African heads of state. I hope you remember that one very well.
Yes, definitely.
You need to share one with the doctor from Egypt. He needs to read it. He may be able to pick something that is good for Egyptian government. Now, based on what doctor is saying, first of all, besides the importation of military equipment that Africa normally does, most of the items we consume in Africa, we import them from the Western world. All the machineries we use, all the cars, everything, medical equipment, education, laptops, everything, We import from the global north and we bring them to Africa and then the global south. Now, the question that arises is that what is Africa lacking? And what is the global north having that we don't have? The issue is that we need to rethink, we need to redirect the way we think, the way we do our things, strategic direction for our continent, so that we stop importing most of the things that we import right now from the global north. We should be able to manufacture the cars here, medical equipment, military equipment, agricultural equipment, all those and we should be able to manufacture. And when you're talking about the youth, I'm happy that the doctor was saying that young people under 14, actually from the age of 5, the children into innovations, into research, and the research and the education that we are doing. Because I normally ask friends, the major purpose of education is only one: to solve problems in the society. We get the knowledge, the skills, the values, the attitudes, and all those in order for us to solve the problems in the society. Egypt is a desert. There's no rain. But the Egyptians they even supply Uganda with the fruits. But some of the juice we take from Uganda comes from Egypt. And then the water that is feeding Egypt comes from Uganda. So we should be the ones taking the fruits to Egypt. But Egypt, with the scarce water that they have, the little water that they get from Uganda, from the Nile, they are able to manufacture things that they bring to Uganda and to the rest of the world. So the way forward for African governments, African heads of state, we need to innovate, we need to research, we need to provide solutions for our own problems. Because imagine most of the wars, I know that among the items that you listed that we are going to discuss, I think only the Egyptian one is the one which can make one smile. All the other stories, killing is in the Congo, Burkina Faso, war, where. And we buy all these equipment from the global north, Western world, for killing our mothers, killing our sisters, killing our parents, This is not good for Africa.
All right, then. Well, thank you so very much, Dr. Joseph, for that submission. Let me bring it to the studio here, Mr. Fanimo. This, again, is something that I know within your forte as a reporter, you've covered. I'm talking about security in Nigeria. Looking at the fact that there's a major development from Egypt about the introduction of these drones, which, again, is a top-notch technology that the Egyptian government carefully integrated into their system. How much of this level of technology should African leaders start looking into? And then how can we mitigate the insecurity and insurgencies that we've found ourselves with a model that is best for Africa?
You see, Africa cannot play in isolation of the rest of the world in terms of peace and security.
Right.
But the input of Africa as a whole to peace and security in the world is so minute. And it is high time we began to look inwards and look at what is best for us. You don't sit by and allow your assailant to keep improving by the day and innovatively discover new grounds. One day, he will come and overwhelm you. Since the 60s, we established in Nigeria Defense Industry Corporation of Nigeria. That particular investment was to do most of these things that we talk about as innovation in Egypt.
Right.
But over the years, like every other part of the African continent, leadership that are bereft of vision, that are so myopic in their thinking, would rather not touch such, to the extent that we grow other people's economy with our God-given mineral resources. They turn it to sophisticated innovations and then bring it back to us. As low as chocolate, as low as uranium, which is supposed to be used for warheads. They We have it in abundance in Africa. In our backyard in Nigeria, in the Adamawa axis, you have uranium. It's one of the major components of warheads.
So, from your perspective, this is a leadership problem, basically.
It's a leadership problem. Anywhere you go in Africa, when you talk, and when you engage in academics of history and all that, you still come back to leadership problem. The Egyptian government did such milestones because at least there's some level of sanity in the polity in Egypt. But particularly the West African sub-region, and possibly East Africa too, it is not the same thing at all.
Now, sorry to butt in here. Now, Dr. Hamid from Egypt did say that we should start thinking of moving away from just going to buy, just like you mentioned earlier, with our funds and, of course, our God-given mineral resources, to becoming a production continent. As it stands, Mr. Fanimo, is there the possibility that leadership across Africa, now not just Nigeria, would be thinking to that direction, just like we're seeing Egypt give a headway to this level of development?
Before you can think of sophisticated armament and innovations in military hardware and all that, you would have to some extent resolved some teething problems that these people, these nations, the Western nations, the Eastern Bloc, have overcome before now. Look, a missile is about $11 million. Convert that to any, particularly West African countries' annual budget. You can't, for instance, in Nigeria here, you can't manufacture 3 missiles in a year, and it will not deplete the whole entire budget and destabilize that. We have to go and borrow like we have not had any revenue.
So should we have a production ground that can couple and, of course, get to produce this missile?
Do you know one funny thing about all these things is behind the manufacturing of this military hardware and software, and the drones and all that, are Africans.
Oh dear. Because of time, really, let me go back to Egypt. Dr. Hamid, I don't know if you're still with us. Mr. Dele Fanimo here in Nigeria has said very significant statement, I beg your pardon, which is quite one part that I want to come to you from. The intelligence of Africans being at the helms of the affairs of where these equipments are being done is on one part, brain drain. You spoke earlier and you said if we can try to inculcate this level of technology in our primary schools from the age of 14 thereabout, it might just go a long way. What do you think can be done on the part of Africans, young Africans, to start getting more involved, even though her leadership is not seeing it as a major situation in their hands? Dr. Hamid.
Thank you for your intelligent question. I think that, we have first, to look at the materials that, these children study in the schools. We have to change this material to, to can compete with we can to change from developing country to developed country. To change the concept from buying aircraft to selling aircraft, to buying product to selling product. We have to change the material. We have to put all this new technology like cloud computing, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, blockchain, tactile internet, all this materials. We have to make like education committee that selects the best materials regarding this new technology, the best material that can compete with the developed country in this. Let me say that the country who lead in this new technology like artificial intelligence will lead the world. Look at China, look at USA, look at Europe country. Why they compete? Because they have this new technology, have artificial intelligence, have Internet of Things, we have experts. In Africa, we have a lot, of expert people, but unfortunately, they live in USA, they live in Europe, they live in, developed country. Why don't we can contact this expert, African nationality? We can contact with the government from Egypt, from African, and we make, like alliance, Egypt and other country, because Egypt only before from 2023 to 26, and we can act as one person, and we can get benefit from the expert, people from Africans that lived in USA, lived in another country, in education, or that's why if we wanted to, to compete with another country, we have like found we need money, we need expert people, we need all the things to know about this new technology and start from schools. Schools people, because people children in school can do something to innovate or die. That's why you have to go to this direction, and I hope that Africa can change from passive consumer to active producer. That's why that's the only solution, to solve economy problem, to make African in a developed country, not developing country. Thank you so much. It's my pleasure to be with you.
All right, then thank you so very much, Dr. Hamid. Now let me take this conversation to Uganda. Well, Dr. Joseph, as it stands, Dr. Hamid again did say let's move away from just being an ordinary consumer to an active producer. Interestingly, as it stands, Uganda's financial expert is warning that the economy stands to gain to some level of high prosperity when it comes to having this macroeconomic momentum increased in the country. First off, you would also recall that the part where the Ugandan government is looking at having this crude oil pipeline as, of course, one of the single most consequential developments in the Ugandan modern economic history. What do you make of this story, Dr. Joseph? I don't know if Dr. Joseph is still there. Would like you to unmute your mic and chime in on the question I asked. Well, let me move away from that and get to another story, and of course bring it back to the studio. Well, interestingly, Mr. Fanimo, we understand that Ghana has taken back her nationals that were injured in that attack in Burkina Faso. I mean, traders who went doing business in Burkina Faso were lynched upon by terrorists, and 7 of them were killed. But as we speak, quite a number of them have been returned back home, evacuated, injured nationals of Ghana. What do you make of the fact that, as it stands, the Ghanaian government truly had to swiftly move in to get her nationals back, but on the part of bilateral trade relationship between Burkina Faso, which again is being powered and led by a junta leader, as against a president, a civilian president in Ghana. What do you make of that level of bilateral relationship, owing to the fact that people were killed, though killed by terrorists?
You see, I think what the Ghanaian government did was what any responsible government would do. Coming to the rescue of your nationals and evacuating them from trouble zone. But in terms of bilateral relations, you see, killings like this, if it's not targeted at nationals per se, they were just caught up in the line of fire. And so, it's not going to ruffle feathers as much. But especially now that Burkina Faso has opted out of ECOWAS.
Yes.
And so, the intensity of diplomatic face-off or otherwise will be determined by the rapprochement offered by the Burkinabes,
right?
By the Burkina Faso government, and the willingness of Ghana to also absorb the injury, quote unquote, and then consider it as an unfortunate incident that was not planned against those nationals. And so it's not going to really ruffle much feathers in terms of bilateral relationship, because Ghana has shown some level of maturity without even making any statement that is injurious to the relationship.
I mean, there's been some
Burkina,
level of communication between the president of Ghana and, of course,
and Burkina Faso. So I'm sure that with the level of maturity brought into it at this time, I don't think it will snowball into any diplomatic row.
Now, let's talk about the economic impact of this situation. As it stands, Ghana clearly is a dependent country when it comes to tomato with Burkina Faso in terms of imports. Looking at these developments, some have said it's going to also disrupt transportation, which might see some high level of increase in that particular produce. Do you think this might have maybe a snippet of injury or injurious nature on the economy of Ghana when it comes to this conversation of trade?
Like I said, up till this moment, we have not seen any signal of face-off over this unfortunate incident. And the leadership of both countries, in spite of the fact that Burkina Faso has a military junta in place, has not shown that there could be a face-off and that there may be some level of soured trade relations that could result in blockages and face-off. But we are watching. We are also monitoring.
Do you also share the sentiment that the Ghanaian government and the Burkina Faso government, as led by Ibrahim Traore, should hold more stronger security meeting in trying to have a safe path when it comes to trade between both countries and not allow the level of insurgency that has ravaged some part of Africa to disrupt business and trade as concerning these two countries? Because this is a sentiment that is being raised by many.
This is where the ECOWAS standing force would have played a major role if it was strong,
really
and
strong.
You know, if it was strong, because there will be a kind of buffer zone through which the peacekeeping force would ensure that there is some relative safety along that route. But unfortunately, ECOWAS is decimated. Now, Burkina Faso belongs to the Sahel states. And so, where do they meet? One is coming with ECOWAS backing. Another one is coming from Sahel backing. Where do they meet? Burkinabes are ruled by the military. The Ghanaians are ruled by democratically elected government. And so it might be a tall order. But the only good news about it is the level of diplomatic maturity that had been displayed by the two countries will also lead into determining if some level of protection will be given to people that are involved in transborder trade.
Right.
And some level of protection is offered them so that they can do their business without let or hindrance.
Well, because of our time, really, this is where we have to draw anchor on the analysis segment of the African News. Big thank you to Mr. Dele Fanimo, a seasoned reporter right here in Nigeria, and also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Thank you so very much for being
here. It's always my pleasure.
Also, big thank you to Dr. Joseph Opul, doctoral fellow at the University of Dar es Salaam, Gulu University in Uganda, and also the Director General Opul Skilling Foundation. I understand he's in transit, and that's why he couldn't continue the conversation. And also to Dr. Hamid Assem Abdel, also the African Governing Council member of the ASID. Well, also a UN member as well. Thank you so very much, gentlemen, for being a part of the conversation. We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, IMF approves a $91 million funding for the Niger Republic, citing strong economic growth. These and more we'll be talking about when we return after this break. Please stay with us. We're glad to have you back at the Studio African News right here in Voice of the People Television. Now to other stories. The International Monetary Fund, IMF, has approved $91 million in funding for the Niger following the completion of reviews under its Extended Credit Facility, that's the ECF, and Resilience and Sustainability Facility, that's the RSF programs. The funding breakdown includes $61 million under the ECF supported program and $30 million under the RSF program. Niger's economic growth is projected to remain robust at 6.7% in 2026, according to the IMF. IMF says this funding aims to support Niger's economic stability, foster growth, and address balance of payments needs. To other stories, Rwanda's central bank has increased its key lending rate by 50 basis points to 7.25%. in response to rising inflation, which reached 8.9% year-on-year in January, exceeding the bank's target range of 2% to 8%. The inflation rate accelerated from 8.0% in December, driven by higher prices in health services, housing, hospitality, energy, and selected food items. Governor Soraya Hakuzeya Remy cited risk to the inflation outlook, including lower agricultural inputs, persistent energy-related cost pressures, and global and regional geopolitical tensions. The central bank forecasts inflation to remain slightly above 8% in the first half of 2026 before returning to the target band by the end of the year. Rwanda's economy is expected to remain strong growth, with the finance ministry projecting annual growth above 7% through 2028. And that from there, we'll move straight to some business stories. The South African rand was steady in early trade on Thursday, with investors awaiting key U.S. inflation data that could influence the Federal Reserve's monetary policy path. At around 700 hours GMT, the rand traded at 16.05 against the dollar, little change from its previous close of 16.0525. The Fed's January minutes showed policymakers were nearly unanimous in keeping interest rates on hold, but remained divided on next steps. Some officials are open to rate hikes if inflation stays elevated, while others support further cuts if inflation resides. Markets expect the first interest rate cut this year to be in June. The rand's movement is influenced by global drivers like U.S. policy, in addition to local factors. And from that business story, move straight to talking sports. Olympique de Marseille has appointed former Senegalese defender Habib Beye as his new head coach. Effective immediately, Beye, 48-year-old, succeeded Roberto De Zerbi, who left the club by mutual consent last week following a 5-0 loss to Paris Saint-Germain and a Champions League group stage exit. Beye, who played for Marseille from 2003 to 2007, was sacked by fellow Ligue 1 club Rennes last week after a 4-match winless run left them in 6th place. Marseille believes Beye's depth attachment to Olympique de Marseille and his intimate knowledge to the environment in Marseille can be major assets to the club to the next step. Beye's first match in charge will be against Brest on Friday, with Marseille currently 4th in Ligue 1, 12 points behind leaders Lens. The club is also through to the quarterfinal of the French Cup, facing Toulouse on March the 4th. And with that sports story, we've come to the end of African News right here in Voice of the People Television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us, and you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it, or I'll find you, and I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked, because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time, because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I want something to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die, because VOP is the plot.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
The Senate has passed the Electoral Act 2022 Amendment Bill, following its third reading on the floor of the Red Chamber. However, lawmakers rejected a proposed amendment to Clause 60, subsection 3 of the bill that sought to make the electronic transmission of election results mandatory. The rejected provision would require presiding officers of the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) to electronically transmit election results from each polling unit to the INEC result viewing portal in real time after the prescribed form had been signed, stamped, and countersigned by party agents. Instead, the Senate adopted the existing provision of the Electoral Act, which states that the presiding officer shall transfer the results, including the total number of accredited voters and the result of the ballot, in a manner as prescribed by the Commission. Reacting to the development, Senate President Godswill Akpabio denied claims that the Senate had rejected electronic transmission of election results, which is already provided for in the Electoral Act. As Voice of the People TV, we got the opinion of Nigerians towards this new development.
Before people come out to vote, the INEC chairman, the people in the higher position, they have already made a plan of the person they want to be in that seat. This last election, you see that in many places people did not vote due to they were attacked by thugs. People's votes were thrown away. It was not counted. The same day, before 6 o'clock, INEC already declared their candidates. You see that whether we vote here or we vote there, the vote doesn't count.
INEC have a lot of things to do. We have urban area, rural area. All those rural area, they don't know anything about electronic voting. Some, they didn't even put them through how to even thumbprint. So for Nigeria, it's not going to work like that.
I think basically what the people are looking at is credibility, and they want to be sure that their votes would count. They want to be sure that every vote casted reflects their desire to put a certain aspirant in office. So it stems from a place of credibility. They want to make sure that their candidates get into the positions they wish them to get into. So I don't see anything wrong in them clamoring for that. I think it's just a form of reassurance for them.
As we've heard from citizens, opinions remain divided regarding the Senate decision on the Electoral Act amendments. While some trust INEC's discretion, others feel that mandatory electronic transmission remains key to transparent elections across the country. However, one thing remains clear: the call for credible, free and fair election remains consistent across the country. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voice-over personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chelle. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde, Suspect 95, là on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez, on est au Afrima. On est ensemble, VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know Stoneware from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. You're like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Aronzo. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe.
Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOP TV.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
We are live at the Echo Hotels and Suites for the 9th Afrima Awards, the All African Music Awards night, and it's lovely. Everyone is bustling, everyone is excited. We have a lot of nominees, people hoping, they could win for this year's Afrima Awards night. And trust me, it's a lovely evening, and we are all excited. So yes, we have a lot of people, and I'm sure you don't want to miss every bit of it. So please don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. Hi, good evening.
Hi guys, it's your boy Chelle. It's your boy Chelle.
Your boy Chelle. You get the vibe. Chelle, you know that song? I feel good. So good. Okay, so Chelle, we like to meet you. A lot of people are still yet to know. So let's meet you.
I'm Chelle. I do music. I do sweet melody. Nothing is less than sweet melody.
If you don't know,
no.
All right. So tell us, who styled you? Because I've been asking this question a lot of times. Your dressing is top notch. I'd like to know who styled you.
Okay. His name is Osabigi. Osabigi on Instagram. Yeah, that's his name. He styles me, inspired by me. I inspire him and he styles me. That's it.
All right. So Chelle, we are here at the Afrima, the 9th Afrima Awards night. So what are your expectations this evening?
Yes, good vibes. Expectations, I expect the good ones. I also expect to get one home. It's not bad, but yeah, I thank God for being nominated and yeah.
So tell me, as an artist, what can you say about African music?
Oof. We're doing good, we're going wide. People are loving it, everybody, every part of the world, they're loving Nigeria, African sound for real, yeah. So, and it's good, it's nice, and we feel good to be able to reach out to them, to be able to make them love our sound. And it's not even easy to make people love what they don't know, and to make them know it and also love it. So it's a nice thing, and Africans, our sound is sweet, and we know that. So it's natural, raw.
Yeah, you get the vibe.
Sweet melody. I love you guys so much. I don't know what to say. This is my first time of collecting, So I'm gonna say thank you to my fans. Thank you, Jesus Christ. Thank you, my family, for their prayers. Thank you, my team. Thank you, Chucky. Thank you, G-Sticks is my producer, and all my teams. I love you guys so much. Thank you.
Hi, good evening.
Yes, my dear.
How do you feel?
Feeling great, feeling good. 2026,
You get it.
Well,
So you know that song? I feel good.
Da 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 da.
So good.
Pam pam.
So tell me, would like to know your name, for you, please?
My name is Stoneboy, STONEBWOY from Ghana, representing Afro dancehall reggae music. You don't know.
If you don't know, you don't know. All right. Please, by the way, you look amazing.
Thank you.
Please, who styled you? Tell us.
This is from Kenneth Tete, one of the very amazing designers and fashion designers. He makes these clothes. You feel me? We don't just put them together. And I co-put them together, co-stylist. but the maker is Kenneth Tete from Ghana. Shout out to Kenneth. Yeah.
And yes, we are here at the 9th Afrima Awards night. So what are your expectations for this evening?
Great moment, great experience from all performers and nominees. You know, another moment to escalate or elevate African music to the world, and we're here for it. You know, shout out to all the media teams, all the bloggers who are carrying our messages outside of the continent into the world. So you don't know, Afrima 9th edition, I'm out here for it. I'm like a let's say like a pro of Afrima, you feel me? So some of us are here as enablers to the scheme, not only nominees, you feel me? Like having won 4 times in reggae dancehall category and being nominated right now as well. Our best African music is just like blessings, you know, to still be here and doing it and contributing to the to this effect.
So as a musical artist, tell me, how do you see music in the whole? African music.
Music is a spiritual tool. It's a gift first and foremost. You know, it's a gift first and foremost that comes from the Most High. You can't force to buy that gift. You have to be gifted with it. Others may learn, others may get influenced, but we can see the differences with those who are purported with a gift to share. Basically, you're just speaking the heart and mind and emotions of people. You know what I'm saying? So that's the duty of musicians. Then African music definitely carries African soul, African spirit, African power, African stories, African energy, African vibes, African sound, African melodies. The list goes on and on and on. So that's what it is. To the world we go, Africa.
So tell me, what is Stonebwoy after Afrima? Because we'd like to know what's your next move.
Stonebwoy after Afrima is going to be songs, it's going to be visuals, it's going to be appearances, it's going to be continuous representation of African music in its diversified aspect. And as long as I'm concerned, I represent for Afro beats, reggae, and dancehall. I still keep blending it, Afro dancehall. So we're going to give more and more and more of such and such. I'm just going to continue to contribute my quota to the whole, you know, ecosystem of African music. So that's going to be it for Stonebwoy.
All right, I would like to ask this last question, and it has to be, if you're not doing music, what else would you be doing?
I'll be contributing to humanity same way, to the service of humanity, either ways.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening, good evening.
I'm so excited to see you. I can never turn back. You get the vibe? All right, so please, can we meet you?
It's Gaze Baba, Afro Gospel, Cultural Architects. Never forget the name.
Yes! So tell me, we are here at the Afrima Awards night. So what are your expectations this evening?
Victory.
Victory is sure. So tell us, we've had a lot of music, gospel music especially. So how do you see this event has a lot, you know, to pull out? So how do you see music generally? Is it evolving in the future? How do you see music right now?
I mean, music is moving, music is evolving. You're seeing it. You saw it with what we did with No Turning Back. Bring something like really old, bring it into this generation and make it connect with children as young as 2, as 1, are chanting the chorus, chanting the hook. We're grateful to God for that, and we're not going to stop. We're not going to stop.
So I would like to ask this question: what really inspired? Because I listened to your songs and they are really thrilling. Like I know that these songs, we are old songs, we do bring back those days, we sing those days. So what really inspired you bringing those kind of songs into this generation?
It wasn't like. It's not like a strategy.
Yes.
Yeah, it's just I sang the song. A producer friend of mine was beside me. Heard it, was like, "Let's do this." I'm like, "Okay, cool, let's do it." We get into the studio, and God makes a miracle happen.
Right. All right. Thank you so much. Hi. Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening.
How do you feel this evening? Tell me.
I did fine. I'm in Lagos. I enjoy.
So Lagos is giving you the vibes.
Lagos is the best. Foods, music, women. Nigeria is the best.
So tell me, you know the song? I feel good. So good.
Bam, bam.
Oh, that's the vibe.
Brown, James Brown.
Yes. So please tell me, can we meet you? We'd like to know your name.
My name is Suspect95. I come from Ivory Coast. It's my first nomination tonight to Afrima, and I hope I win.
Oh, well, that's the luck. He hopes he wins. And yes, so we are here live at the 9th Afrima Awards night. So what are your expectations this evening?
I'm here to enjoy. I'm here to enjoy. I'm here to link up with other artists from all this country, Nigeria, South Africa, Tanzania. I enjoy, and I'm very proud to be there. I'm very proud to be there. I don't have any expectation. If I win, I win. If I don't win, I don't win.
So tell me, how do you see Nigerian African music on the lodge?
Nigerian music is
African music.
African music is, for me, is the best kind of music because our culture is in our music. Our language, our dialects, our dances. For me, African music is the best music in the world.
So you've been to Lagos right now. How has Lagos been treating you?
Again?
How has Lagos been treating you? Like, how do you feel around Lagos?
People in Lagos, people in Nigeria are very fine with Ivorians. We are African winners, so you treat us well. Yes.
So how do you see the African music in the future? How do you see African music in the future? How do you see it like revolving over and over again?
Upgrade, and upgrade. African music is the way the things go. African music in 28, 29, all over the world, we will be the bosses.
All right, thank you so much. Do have an amazing evening. Hi, good evening.
Hi, good evening.
You look amazing. Please tell me who styled you. Thank you. So tell me who styled you.
I'm dressed by Esther today.
Ooh, she did a really good one.
She did.
Okay, so please can we meet you?
I am Sabrina Love, all the way from Cameroon.
Ooh, so we have some Cameroon in here. So tell me, this is the Afrima, the 9th Afrima. So what are your expectations this evening for the award?
I'm expecting to have fun. I've been having fun so far. Since the first day I came here, I've been having fun. So I'm expecting to have more fun, and also I love a lot of artists that have been nominated. So I'm expecting all of them to win.
Nice. So do you want any artists to actually perform this evening?
Of course.
Okay, tell me who.
I love to see Kofi Olomide perform today because I love Rumba and I love Dombolo. Yes, and I feel like a lot of great performers are nominated, so I just want to keep the surprise in my head and feel everything live.
Clock it. All right, thank you so much. Do have an amazing evening. Hi, good evening.
Hi, how you doing?
I'm good. How do you feel?
I feel great. I hope there are drinks inside because I just don't want to watch music.
Oh wow, that's so interesting. So you're not here about the fun. You just want.
No, if the music, I watch the.
I would love to sit near you because I love people like this. You know, we are always realistic.
We need drinks.
Please.
Thank you.
The heat in Nigeria is too much.
The economy is too much too.
All right. So tell me, we are here at the Afrima Awards this evening, and what are your expectations? Though you're not nominated or anything, but how do you feel about it?
I expect Charlie Poppy to win. I expect Rema. I expect Davido. I expect even Wizkid to win for best choreographed video. But Davido to win best African collaboration. Burna Boy best album or best artist.
So tell me, what kind of genre of songs do you like listening to?
Eclectic. So I listen to all kinds and everything. I can listen to 28 Grams by Burna Boy. Then I switch to Lahore. From Lahore, I go way back to Lighter. Then I go to Olamide. I know new Olamide songs, old Olamide songs. I just jump around and then suddenly I just nuke everything and go back to
something. So tell me, the way you've narrated everything now, can you sing?
No, I can't sing, but I can rap.
You get that, but don't rap yet, so just calm down.
No, I rap for money, not free.
Wow, I get it. So tell me, how do you see African music in general?
African music is a phenomenon. It's a culture now. It started, naysayers were saying, what are these Africans doing? Now they want to collaborate with us. I recently heard a song by Burna Boy and Mick Jagger from the Rolling Stones. I'm like, can you imagine that? And that song, what was that song? It's Empty Chairs. That's the name of the song. I was like,
Burna Boy's lyrics are so,
Empty chairs. He says his enemies that used to be on the internet and on the streets, his enemies are now going to his sold-out shows looking for empty chairs.
Lines they cry. Oh my God! So So actually, I know you're only here. You've already said you're not only here for the the songs,
for the drinks.
You're also here for the drinks.
Yes.
So do have a beautiful evening.
And if I see you, I'll throw a drink your way.
Oh my God! Thank you so. Hi, good evening, sir.
Good evening.
How you feeling?
I'm fine. I'm feeling good.
All right, you know the song. I feel good.
Yes, all the time. I take it to Fuji level.
Okay.
You started from America.
Bana.
Most landing.
All right, please, would like to meet you.
Yes, my name is Dr. Adewale Ayuba, a Fuji musician. Born in Nigeria, loaded. Yes. Sir.
All right, so we are here at the Afrima Awards evening, and it's the 9th, So, what are your expectations for this evening? What do you expect this evening?
It's what I'm giving out that matters to me. Because I want to show it to them that this is Africa.
Yes.
I have a home advantage. People like 99% of your crowd knows your songs.
Yeah.
You give it to them fully.
Yeah.
That's it.
So we're talking about African music. Yes. How do you see African music in general?
I used to even calling it African music. It's already gone. I'm telling you the truth. I'm telling you, if you see 10 producers, they want to, 9 out of them want to work for African singer.
That's true.
Because that is where the door, that's the new door that God just opened now.
Yes.
For African music. I'm telling you. And we are gifted. When you are talking about good rhythm, nice, melodious song, it's from Africa. I'm right to you. Even the African singer, the American in America, they are the best. Am I lying? How come Africa is part of them?
Yes. So, I'd love to ask this question. A lot of people, the genre of songs we've heard, generally a lot. A lot of people love the Fuji. A lot of people love the kind of songs we do here. So, how do you see this in the future? How do you see music, African music? I know you've talked about African music and how do you see it evolving? Because there's a lot right now after Afrima. How do we see African music in the future?
You see, this is like 10 years or how long? Afrima. This is 9. Can you imagine? You can see that they are growing.
Yes.
And you know that even in all over the world, you can see that a lot of producers, a lot of DJs, they'll be blasting African music like no before. Yeah. So it shows that the doors is already open. You understand? So, and I know that we just need to, we African singers, we have to be very careful. At least be original. You understand? You have to compose a song that will be there for life, not just like a candle that burns and come down. And that is my own. We should seize this opportunity to make it better.
All right. So if you're not doing, I would love to ask the question, if you're not doing music, what else would you be doing?
That would be teaching. Teacher.
So why do you choose teaching?
Jesus Christ is a teacher now.
So you want to follow his ways. That's nice. All right. That's beautiful. Thank you so much. And do have a lovely evening. Hi, good evening.
Hello, Nigeria. Hello, Nigeria. I'm coming from Ivory Coast. So you know Nigeria, Ivory Coast is the same country.
So tell me, before going into what I want to ask you, how has Nigeria been treating you so good?
No, Nigeria is incredible. I like the place. I like the people. And Afrima is very excellent, meeting people, having some fun.
Okay. Yeah. So tell me, can we meet you please, your name?
My name is Milo, I'm from Côte d'Ivoire, I'm a gospel singer.
Ooh.
I sing for Jesus.
Oh yes, we rap in Jesus actually. We rap Jesus. All right, so we are here at the 9th Afrima Awards evening. So what are your expectations for this evening?
Oh, I think it will be a great moment.
Oh.
Great moment for Africa. People coming from everywhere, so I'm happy to see everybody, and we will praise the Lord. Ooh. I will sing Jesus tonight, so I think it will be a good time.
So how do you see African music, gospel music in all aspects? How do you see gospel music in the future? Right now with this event going on, how do you see gospel music moving forward?
Yeah, me, I really know French gospel music.
Yeah.
And it's like we are going upper and upper and upper.
Yeah.
And this kind of event is to show what we can do. So I'm really happy to be nominated. And we know that next year, we will have a lot of gospel francophone people who will come in Lagos to sing the gospel.
Okay, so thank you so much and do have a lovely and beautiful evening. Hi, good evening.
Hi, good evening.
How do you feel?
I feel excited.
I feel good. So good. So tell me, can we meet you please?
Yeah, my name is El Nayan. I'm an artist, and I'm out for one of the biggest awards in Africa. Yes, I'm excited.
Of course. And so it's the 9th edition of this Afrima.
Yes. Years consistently.
You could imagine.
Shout out to you, Afrima.
So what are your expectations this evening?
I want to see that tension where they're saying, and the award goes to, the tension. I want to just see. I want to experience that.
Oh my God. So what would you say about African music on the whole?
African music.
Yeah.
Man, like for the people that have been doing it before us and all of that, it has been so encouraging. And we that are coming, I'm sure them Wiz, OBO, everybody, they've told you that there are people coming. We are coming. Because they did one, we are doing 10. So you guys just chill. African music, you've not even seen the best of it yet.
Of course.
It's just starting.
All right, do have a beautiful evening. Thank you so much. Hi, good evening.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How do you feel? Tell me.
I'm feeling great. I'm feeling normal.
Give me vibes, yo.
I'm feeling great. I'm feeling normal.
So you know the song, I feel good. So good.
I know that.
So please, can we meet you?
Hi, my name is Angel. Yeah.
So who is Angel? We like to know who Angel is because all this spice is not.
Okay, Angel is the stylist. The stylist for tonight, the host. Fowl's the bad guy. So yeah, stylist to the host.
So tell me, you styling the host, how has it been for you?
I think this is my 3rd time on Afrima as a stylist, and it's a great feeling to be called back again. And also the host tonight is also a long-time client. Yeah, so it's a great feeling to be working on this.
Right? Yeah. All right. So, what are your expectations for this evening? Like, it's the 9th Afrima Awards night, and it's already buzzing, and everyone is happy, excited. So, what are your expectations this evening?
I think I am expecting to see a lot of surprise right tonight because. In the African space in the last 1 year, there's been a lot of surprises, a lot of surprising features. There's been a lot of people you don't even expect to see doing some certain kind of music. So I'm expecting to see a lot of surprises tonight and new great talents as well.
All right. Yeah. I forgot actually to tell you that you look amazing, by the way. All right. Okay, do have a beautiful evening. Thank you so much. Hi, good evening.
Hello. What's happening?
How do you feel?
Ecstatic.
Ooh. You know that song, I feel good. Ooh, so good. All right. So please, I would like to know you.
Yo, my name is Embrayo, aka The Pen. Singer, songwriter, producer.
So we are here at the Afrima Awards. Yeah. What are your expectations for this evening? Because it's all buzzing already. So what are your expectations?
Yeah, I'm just here to have fun, just enjoy the show. I don't know if you know, I was nominated for the Songwriter of the Year.
Of course.
Yeah, so that's why I'm here. Hopefully we take that home.
All right, and that's why I asked, how do you feel about this? Your expectations for this exactly?
I just want to have fun. There are not really any crazy expectations so far.
You don't want to have the victory?
Definitely, everybody wants to win. I want to win, though. Yeah.
All right. So, can you tell us about music? How do you see music generally right now? African music, basically.
Okay. We're at a place where the world is not watching us right now, and it's the best time to be alive. Yeah. Being, a musician and a songwriter, a creative in this space, coming from this part of the world. Yeah. So I'm just really happy, and I'm optimistic to what the future holds.
All right, okay, thank you so much, and do have a blast.
Thank you so much.
This evening. And guys, trust me, this is where we draw the curtain. I don't want to go, but then we have to. But trust me, the 9th Afrima Awards was just excellent. It was phenomenal, and I actually enjoyed myself, and I hope you did too, because everything was just good. And I know that you won't miss our next time on the Spotlight Show. And don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle at VOPTV Live, and don't forget to follow us, please. And don't forget, my name is Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. This is Spotlight. Bye for now.
extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not playing to talk, please discuss.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kutsi, and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264, VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want to actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial because VOP is the plot.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. Obudu Mountain Resort, formerly known as the Obudu Cattle Ranch, is a ranch and resort on the Obudu Plateau in Cross River State, Nigeria. It was developed in 1951 by M. Macaulay. Macaulay, a Scottish who first explored the mountain ranges. In 1949, he camped on the mountaintop of the Oshia Ridge on Sankwala Mountains for a month before returning with Mr. Hugh Jones, a fellow rancher, in 1951, and Dr. Crefeld. Together, they developed the Obudu Cattle Ranch. Since 2005, a cable car climbing 870 meters from the base to the top of the plateau gave visitors a scenic view while bypassing the extremely winding road to the top. The resort is found on the Obudu Plateau, close to the Cameroon border in the northeastern part of Cross River State, approximately 110 kilometers east of the town of Ogoja and 65 kilometers from the town of Obudu in Obanluku local government area of Cross River State. It's about 30 minutes drive from Obudu town and also about 332 kilometers drive from Calabar, the Cross River State capital. Charter air service is available to the Bebi Airport, which lies between the village of Obudu and the resort. However, the airstrip is no longer functioning and the cable car
has been grounded for a while now due to lack of maintenance. In 2020, it was reported that the governor of Cross River State, Professor Ben Ayade, pledged to revive the cable car after successfully test running it for the Christmas period. Since then, life has returned to the ranch. The climate of the Obudukato Ranch is semi-temperate mountain climate, which is the general weather condition experienced on the Obudu Plateau. Due to its 1,600 meters elevation, the ranch has in recent times seen an influx of both Nigerian and international tourists because of the development of tourist facilities by Cross River State government, which has turned the ranch into a well-known holiday and tourist resort center in Nigeria. It has a serene climate compared to other regions in Nigeria.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chike Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, I'm looking for good entertainment. You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us and you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it or I'll find you and I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want you actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Shaka, who was born in 1787, died September 22nd, 1828. Zulu chief, founder of Southern Africa's Zulu Empire. He is credited with creating a fighting force that devastated the entire region. His life is the subject of numerous colorful and exaggerated stories, many of which are debated by historians. Shaka was the son of Senzangakona, chieftain of the Zulu, and Nandi, an orphaned princess of the neighboring Langeni clan. Because of his parents belonged to the same clan, their marriage violated Zulu custom, and the stigma of this extended to the child. The couple separated when Shaka was 6, and Nandi took her son back to the Lengani, where he passed a fatherless boyhood among a people who despised his mother. In 1802, Langeni drove Nandi out, and she finally found shelter with the Desheni, a subclan of the powerful Mtetwa. When Shaka was 23, Dingiswayo, the Mtetwa paramount chieftain, called up Shaka's Letsani age group for military service. For the next 6 years, he served with brilliance as a warrior of the Mtetwa Empire. Senzagakona died in 1816, and Dingiswayo released Shaka from service and sent him to take over the Zulu, which at this time probably numbered fewer than 1,500, occupying an area on the White Mfolozi River. They were among the smallest of the more than 800 Eastern Nguni Bantu clans, but from the day of Shaka's arrival, they commenced their march to greatness. Shaka ruled with an iron hand from the outset, melting out instant death for the slightest opposition. His first act was to reorganize the army. Like all the clans, the Zulu were armed with oxide shields and spindly throwing spears. Battles were little more than brief and relatively bloodless clashes in which the outnumbered side prudently gave way before extensive casualties occurred. Shaka first armed his men with long-bladed, short-hafted stabbing assegais, which forced them to fight at close quarters. He then instituted the regimental system based on age groups quartered at separate crowds and distinguished by uniform markings on shields and by various combinations of headdress and ornaments. He developed standard tactics which the Zulu used in every battle. The available regiments, known collectively as the Impi, were divided into 4 groups. The strongest, termed the chest, closed with the enemy to pin him down, while 2 horns raced out to encircle and attack the foe from behind. A reserve, known as the loins, were seated nearby with its back to the battle, so as not to become unduly excited, and could be sent to reinforce any part of the ring if the enemy threatened to break out. The battle was supervised by indunas, or officers, who used hand signals to direct the regiments. An MP consistently covered 50 miles a day, living off grain and cattle requisitioned from the crowds it passed, and accompanied by boys who carried the warriors' sleeping mats and cooking pots. In 1827, Nandi died, and with his mother's death, Shaka became openly psychotic. About 7,000 Zulus were killed in the initial paroxysm of his grief, and for a year no crops were planted, nor could milk, the basis of the Zulu diet staple, be used. All women found pregnant were slain with their husbands, as were thousands of milch cows, so that even the calves might know what it was to lose a mother. Early in 1828, Shaka sent the Impi south in a raid that carried the warriors clear to the borders of the Cape Colony. They had no sooner returned, expecting the usual season's rest, than he sent them off to raid far in the north. It was too much for his associates, and 2 of his half-brothers, Dingane and Mlangana, together with an Induna named Mbopa, murdered him in September of that year.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, Live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobowale, Communication Queen. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, I'm Samantha Jacobs, representing the States. Miami's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to VOP TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Elvis Siru, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abbas Sunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the Voice of the People. Don't touch that dial.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voiceover personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chelle. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut tout le monde, Suspect 95. Là, on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez. On est au Afrima. On est ensemble. VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know Stoneware from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. You're like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Aronzo. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Only are you, but on the Fuji Monsu. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOP TV.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Mama Kore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's a brother shaking the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know where you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers Boy Ever Live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The people's voice. Make your voice count.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Aliko Dangote is a Nigerian businessman and industrialist. He is best known as the founder, chairman, and CEO of the Dangote Group, the largest industrial conglomerate in West Africa. The Bloomberg Billionaires Index estimated his net worth at $16.1 billion as at November 2023, making him the richest person in Africa, the world's richest black person, and the world's 107th richest person overall. Dangote was born into a wealthy Hausa Muslim family on April 10, 1957 in Kano, which was then part of British Nigeria. Through his mother, he is the great-grandson of Alhassan Dantata, the richest person in West Africa at the time of his death in 1955. Dangote received a bachelor's degree in business studies and administration from Al-Azhar University in Cairo. The Dangote Group was established as a small trading firm in 1977. The same year, Dangote relocated to Lagos to expand the company. Today, the Dangote Group is one of the largest conglomerates in Africa, with international operations in Benin, Ghana, Zambia, and Togo. The Dangote Group has moved from being a trading company to being the largest industrial group in Nigeria, encompassing divisions like Dangote Sugar Refinery, Dangote Cement, and Dangote Flour. Dangote Group dominates the sugar market in Nigeria, and its refinery business is the main supplier to the country's soft drink companies, breweries, and confectioners, supplying about 70% of the market. The company employs more than 11,000 people in West Africa. In July 2012, Dangote approached the Nigerian Ports Authority to lease an abandoned piece of land at the Apapa port, which was approved. It is now the largest refinery in Africa and the third largest in the world, producing 800,000 metric tons of sugar annually. The Dangote Group owns salt factories and flour mills and is a major importer of rice, fish, pasta, cement, and fertilizer. The company exports cotton, cashew nut, cocoa, sesame seeds, and ginger to several countries. Additionally, it has major investments in real estate, banking, transport, textiles, oil, and gas. On May 22, 2023, Dangote commissioned the Dangote Refinery, Lekki, Nigeria. The plant plans to export surplus petrol, turning Africa's biggest oil producer into an export hub for petroleum products. It also plans to export diesel, according to Dangote, who funded the refinery's construction. The refinery is situated on a 2,500-hectare site at the Lekki Free Trade Zone, Lekki, Lagos. It is supplied with crude oil by the largest subsea pipeline infrastructure in the world at 1,100 kilometers long. Dangote founded the African continent's largest cement producer. Aliko Dangote is regarded as an astute businessman with diverse interests who has contributed to the economy of Nigeria and West Africa immensely.
we encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations, but who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
I'm Sarah Nystrom from Sweden, aka Chief Omobawale, Communication Queen. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, I'm Samantha Jacobs, representing the States. Miami's in the house, and I want to make a shout out to VOP TV. I'm a humanitarian, and I'm also a rep in the film industry and the art industry. I help dreams come true, and I help you keep on that path. Shout out to VOP TV because you're helping people stay on their path too. Cheers.
All right, my name is John Odibo. Keep watching Voice of the People because it's a fantastic station to be with all the time. Thank you very much.
My name is Pastor Elvis Ciro, the convener of the Voice Achievers Award, and keep watching VOP. Yes, that is the channel for all the people. No color, no race. Thank you so much.
Yo, ladies and gentlemen, this is Abasunkan from the Netherlands. I am a designer and I'm here in Eco Hotel and Suits. Keep watching VOP, the voice of the people. Don't touch that dial.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenda Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka. I'm Ayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
2564 coming up on running 9 right.
2564 Atlantic. What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Mama Kore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to VOP TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, it's a brother shagging the man fine back with Melanie Poppy Black Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers Whatever Live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Ginny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Mr. Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means.
Something just happened now.
Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People television. Don't just react, understand.
Hello there and welcome on board. Yes, it is People's Voice on VOP TV, where season stories shape the narrative. And today we'll be dissecting a major story that is dominating the headlines and, of course, sparking conversation across the nation. Don't forget that we've been having a series of, conversation in the country here and there. But a little shift this time around back to River State. River Assembly ought impeachment proceeding against Fubara. Is it time for us to say at last? Or let's just hope and see what will happen in the coming days, because this is not the first time it looked like, the broker peace between, the heavyweights in that state. But, of course, they still went back to factory reset and still having issues with themselves. But let's just hope that at this time around, this peace, will stay. And of course, the president actually intervened. So let's just hope for, a better agreement this time around, because their boss, which happens to be the FCT minister, he said agreement is agreement. So let's just believe that that particular agreement will stand this time around. Join the conversation with experts inside the system perspective. Share your thoughts with us. I am Xavier Udo. Let's begin to other news stories with the details. 432 billion naira probe. El-Rufai moves from EFCC to ICPC custody. Former Kaduna State Governor Nasiru El-Rufai is currently in the custody of the Independent Corrupt Practice and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, over an ongoing investigation. El-Rufai was previously questioned by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission regarding alleged financial dealings worth 432 billion naira during his tenure as governor from 2015 to 2023. The ICPC has not disclosed further details about the investigation or El-Rufai's potential detention duration. The move comes amid ongoing probe into financial transaction and project executed during El-Rufai's governorship. This is quite a very serious one, and I don't know why all of this is happening now, to El-Rufai. But let's just hope to see what the whole drama will turn out to be. Someone actually whispered, what if El-Rufai decides to go back to the APC? Will all of this particular situation be cleared up? I don't know. It's just a question. Let's move from there. Power is transient. History will judge. IPAC warns on Electoral Act. The Inter-Party Advisory Council of Nigeria has cautioned that those in power will answer to history for their handling of Electoral Act amendment law. IPAC expressed concern over the passage of the bill, saying it prioritizes partisan interests over national interests and undermines electoral transparency and credibility. The council emphasized that mandatory electronic transmission of election results without provisos is the minimum standard for credible elections. IPAC also condemned the use of tear gas against protesters at the National Assembly, saying the right to peaceful protest is fundamental. And away from that particular one, yes, we're still talking about the Electoral Act. Freedom murdered. Utomi condemns Tinubu's assent to Electoral Act. Professor Pat Utomi has strongly condemned President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's signing of the Electoral Act 2026 amendment into law, describing it as a direct confrontation between political elites and the Nigerian people. Utomi, a political economist, took to social media to express his outrage, stating that the signing marked a dangerous turning point for Nigerians' democracy and that freedom has been murdered. Utomi accused political leaders of undermining the future of young Nigerians and called on concerned professionals to join the struggle for liberation, warning that 2027 general elections are the risk of being rigged. The amended law has also been criticized by opposition parties and civil society organizations, who says it's a legalized electoral manipulation and weakens safeguards. We've been saying all of this particular, but of course, you heard your Senate President yesterday, upon signing, of that Electoral Act by the President. He said they're all patriotic Nigerians and they actually did it for the good of the people. Away from that particular one, FCT polls now, mixed reaction trail PDP candidates withdraw after Wike's intervention. The decision of Julius Adamu, PDP chairmanship candidate in the FCT area council election, to step down for APC's Joshua Ishaku has sparked mixed reaction among residents. Some residents expressed concern that the move made after consultation with the FCT minister Nyesom Wike undermines the true democracy, while others sees it as a noble gesture for unity and peace. Residents like James Ambo and Elekwechi Stephen worried that such decision benefits politicians more than the people, potentially demoralizing voters. And of course, let's move back to the Electoral Act. Now, National Assembly Defense Electoral Act 2026 says process was credible. The House of Representatives has defended the newly centered Electoral Act 2026, saying that the law was enacted in strict compliance with constitutional and parliamentary procedures. House spokesman Honorable Akin Rotimi dismissed claims that the legislator ignored public opinion, saying the process was bipartisan and inclusive. Civil society groups have also criticized that particular one, citing concerns over the electronic transmission of results and a 50 million party registration fee. Okay, but I'm even surprised that someone from House of Rep can actually be saying this, because we watch when some actually staged a walkout and they all chanted a particular thing against the APC, you know, but I'm surprised that the House of Rep spokesperson would actually say all of this. Let's move from there to what the president also said about the e-transmission of post results. He said, electronic transmission of post results can't replace manual, says the president. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has signed the Electoral Act Amendment 2026 into law, stating that electronic transmission of election results is supportive, not a replacement for manual transmission. Tinubu emphasized that elections depend on human management and public trust, with manual voting and counting remaining central to Nigeria's electoral system. The amended law mandates electronic transmission of polling units results to INEC Result Viewer Portal, addressing concerns over result manipulation. And of course, as Senate President Godswill Akpabio said the law ensures every Nigerian to vote, eliminating result manipulation between polling units and coalition centers. I'm just surprised about this particular one. To join the conversation, kindly call the number 090-447-32605. Follow us on social media at VOB TV Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on VOB TV, and of course on YouTube with Voice of People TV. Kindly hit the subscribe button, and together we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll be taking the conversation here. Rivers Assembly halts impeachment proceedings against Fubara. Don't go nowhere, please. Stay tuned. I'll be right back. All right, welcome back to the program. It is still People's Voice on Voice of People Television. The Rivers State House of Assembly has altered impeachment proceedings against Governor Siminalayi Fubara and Deputy Governor Ngozi Odu following President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's intervention. The motion to halt the process was moved on Thursday as the House resumed sitting in Port Harcourt. The impeachment proceedings were initially in was meant to be in January 2026 over alleged gross misconduct, including demolition of the State Assembly complex and spending without legislative approval. The move is seen as part of reconciliation effort led by the president to de-escalate tension in the state. We're now being joined by Dr. Kayode, social political technocrat and of course aviation safety expert. Good afternoon, Doctor. Hello, Doctor. Please, can you unmute your mic? Can you hear me? Good afternoon, Doctor.
Yes. How are you? How are you, Savior?
I'm doing very well.
Are you hearing me?
I can
hear you. Are you
loud
hearing
and
me
clear.
now?
Yes.
Great. All right. Great busy too this afternoon.
Thank you so much. All right. We're also being joined by Honorable Sunday Moses Oladapo, who happens to be the House of Assembly candidate of Ikorodu, Constituency 1, Lagos State ADC leader, of course, in Ikorodu and Lagos, to be precise. Honorable, good afternoon to you, please.
Yeah, good afternoon, sir, Mr. Kayode.
Yes, that's my brother. That's my brother. Akushailu.
How did I do it to bring the ADCs to my show today? I just hope that these two gentlemen will not, form any coup against me.
They will shoot themselves at their legs. Don't worry.
Okay. Dr. Kayode, I'd like to start with you. Would you want to in just 1 minute, would you want to respond to any of the news stories, please?
Just speak them bit by bit, quick. That of Rivers. it is a big shame on not just democracy, but the composition of the members in that house. Just now, you were saying you want to impeach somebody based on impunity, financial recklessness, and demolition of the just again, you are now saying yes, you have settled. That means,
Doctor, that's the main conversation we're having, you know, except you just want to go straight to it.
You asked me to react, and I just want to
I wanted
react.
you to react to any of the other news stories before we come here.
All right, let me go to Wike again. Let me go back to Wike in Abuja.
Okay, because I know that you want to say so much about that.
The election coming up in Abuja. Now you can see what I've been saying, that Wike is holding on PDP for APC. Look at that candidate. We need to investigate that candidate. We need to look at his background. We need to look at his political antecedents. So also we need to also understand the kind of person he is. How can you, at the twilight of the election, now saying you are stepping down for PDP? For goodness sake, where is that one done? Now, not only stepping down with PDP, saying that again, there have been some kind of discussions between him and Wike. His account must be monitored. His activities must be monitored. His residential in Abuja must be monitored. And let us see whether we are going to see some skirmishes of Wike's hand in all that. Let us leave that alone. Let us come to the Electoral Act just signed. Now, talking about transmission of election from the polling units to the RF. And for Tinubu to be saying that one cannot replace, then what is the essence of all these sittings that we have been having of this Electoral Act amendment? Again, you have allowed that concept of discretion to come in again. So when you're now talking about discretion, what are the factors? What are the variables to be considered before you are using that discretion? Are you now saying that INEC chairman, a single person out of the millions of Nigeria, has the discretion of how to go about display of election results, coupled with the fact that there is a huge truth gap between the Electoral Commission, the umpire, and the people? So what are you doing? What are you saying? And again, how will the National Assembly tell me that they want to legislate on how somebody controls his or her house? Can you tell me how many times I'm to eat in my house? Can you tell me which school will the National Assembly want to legislate for me? Which school I should send my children to? So why are you now telling political parties how to go about their primaries? Why? I mean, how? Okay. It is never done. The court has already ruled. The court has ruled that all matters concerning internal political workings of the party must be allowed to be there. So why are you not dictating on how to conduct their primaries? No, it's never done. And I thank God for people like Uduaha, what's her name again? Natasha Uduaha, who said that yes, it is not the end of the issue. It is not the end. Some of us are still going to take it to court because the court is the last arbiter. No matter the kind of shenanigan they might be doing in that their National Assembly. The National Assembly that stood up sometimes ago to say, on your mandate we shall stand. What kind of mandate? The mandate that has failed the people. And you are saying using that mandate to fail the people. No! we have become wiser. We are not going to allow election results to go to the court, come to the 27th.
Right.
It must be decided at the polling units.
Thank you so much, Doctor, for your concern. Thank you so much for that particular. I love the energy this afternoon. But let me take it to your brother, your ADC counterpart. Honorable Sunday, are you there?
I'm with you.
We're always there. We're always there.
Okay, no problem.
We are never lacking.
At all.
So I wanted to confirm, did you also follow the news stories? Would you want to react to any of them before we move into the main conversation?
Yeah. The government in power has succeeded in playing in Yahoo Yahoo. You know, when you do Yahoo Yahoo to the citizens, just like what Mr. Kayode has said, most times I think we citizens also, we don't get our priority right. Now, while people were fighting about transmission, particularly to me, I know that that cannot solve majority of the problem, because by the time you go to the polling unit and this thug of the ruling party force you to vote, force you to sign, and then upload that fake result. So at the end of the day, you are still going to rely on that fake result online. Now, what the ruling party and the Senate, National Assembly, covered the people's face to be only interested in transmission and now go behind to interfere in the internal party democracy of the political parties. Now, they've succeeded in doing one thing, in making the opponent die. Because now, to conduct a direct primary is going to cost you a fortune. Now, by the time a candidate is spending hundreds of millions on direct primaries, now by the time you come to the proper election, you are already leaked. So now that is, to me, that is even more wrong than transmission, because for transmission, I believe that our party, I still believe in, we have an eagle eye at all the polling units in Nigeria, because that is the first thing that can solve the fraud at the polling unit. Let's have all the journalists, all the TV stations, have live view from every polling unit. That will have solved a lot of problems that the transmission we have been fighting with. And now they have break our bone and do Yahoo Yahoo for us from behind. And like Mr. Kayode had said, the issue of Wike and PDP is not what we are averse to. We know that is what we want to do. The intention is to ensure that PDP will adopt APC at the next presidential election. Now, we can see that play out now. And that is just a template they want to use. So I will just urge other remaining PDP members to think twice now and immediately come to join the right party now, the ADC. So that together we don't need to divide our votes, we don't need to divide our positions, we can go as one. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for that wonderful submission, Honorable Sunday. Dr. Kayode, let me come back to you here. Hello, Doctor.
They are muting me from your studio.
Please. Okay.
I was being muted from your studio.
Okay, Doctor. So, Doctor, you know, the whole situation of Rivers at some point, you know, it's almost sounds like a broken record, because there has been this repetition of back and forth, you know, settlements and issues, you know, governor carrying the live band, the FCC minister, his predecessor, also carrying the live band. You know, at some point, seeing Wike go to Rivers with motorcades and everywhere, it looks like he's still the governor of that particular state. Now, since it looks like, peace has been restored, so they said, and the House of Assembly have actually, you know, altered these impeachment proceedings. What's your take as regards to this particular scenario? What do you think would happen next, you know, in Rivers State?
Yes, you see, as I was saying earlier, it's a shame on democracy, and it's also a shame on that state House of Assembly, because you have already, because it's in the public domain, accused Similaye Fubara of impunity and the demolition of the assembly complex. Now the question is, what have you seen? What have you now seen that is now making you to stop that impeachment process? Is it because you have already bargained and settled? Like you said, if that is the case, then that means you are just in that assembly for settlement, for various forms of settlement. And the moment that settlement is not there, then you pick up the gauntlet. Is that how to legislate for socio-economic well-being of the people? Now that Fubara is now ready to do the bidding, call your godfather that claimed he bought your forms. So you are now removing all those things again. So if tomorrow comes, do you want Nigerians and especially the citizens of River State to believe you? Do you want them to believe you? When tomorrow comes and your children are watching the clip of these things that happened, how do you want them to look at you? How do you want to be perceived? What legacy are you leaving behind? No wonder. Fubara said he has now sent, I think 24 names as commissioners. Now, let me now see whether you approve that again. Let us see whether it will be approved. Because ever since, you have not been approving anything for him. But now, because you have been settled, you have signed agreements, you are now being given juicy positions. You can now say, yes, the governor is now part of us. You can now support him. No, that is mockery of democracy. Insult on the people of River State. And then an act that is antithetical to legacious living style.
Fact that you have issues with the River State political dynamics, and of course how their policies been played in that particular state. But when you look at this whole situation of the president, it is either is tilting to this side, it is either is here. Look at the other day, he told Fubara, he said Wike is the leader of the political structure of that particular state, and he said let them recognize all of his candidates as regards to the by-election. When you look at the whole situation, do you think that the president is doing Fubara good, or is just using him, to play politics? And do you really think that he's actually backing Fubara up in that particular state?
Yes, you know that the way Bola Ahmed Tinubu is now is trying with all his possible best. Tripodial relationship is happening within them. It is nothing other than 2007, and at the end of the day, they will still see their the coup de grace. I want to take them back to the days of Abacha. You remember the proponent of ABN, whereby all political parties were being made to adopt Abacha. What happened at the end of the day? No, what happened at the end of the day? Tinubu should be careful. Yoruba will say, Tinubu rọra ilẹ̀ yọ̀. Tinubu rọra ilẹ̀ yọ̀.
Okay.
Tinubu should be careful.
Okay.
Because the ground is standing is slippery.
Okay. Doctor, I amongst your qualification and of course all your antecedents. I never knew that you were also an artist who you could actually, give a dage and you sing with it. That's quite a very wonderful talent there,
I learned that one from Kashima Omoshu Dabiola.
Okay, let me move to Honorable Sunday. Hello, Honorable, are you there?
Yes, I'm.
Okay, so Honorable, I might be digressing a little, but of course, don't forget that I'm still staying on the conversation. Talking about the strength of Nigerians' democratic institution, we've actually had several episodes, in the past few years from this ruling party, and looking at the way the projections are presently, the president trying to broker peace among Wike, who is still a PDP member, and of course Fubara, who is an APC person, so they can work together in that state for him. And the same Wike, has actually intervened in FCT. It looks like it's almost everywhere. He has intervened in FCT, and the PDP person, the PDP chairmanship candidate, voluntarily, stepped down to say, oh, let's APC go. And that's not the only case. Now, I'm not trying to lace this up, but it is looking that way. Of course, now we still have another issue with the ADC. But before we go to the ADC, of course, I know that your candidate in Abuja, who happens to be Mo, is still, very, very much in the race. I think Antagwaye from SDP is also very, very much in that particular race. Basically, they're just the three now that we can actually say ADC, SDP, and APC, since the PDP has actually, walked off from that particular one. Now they're trying, or we have a court case with the ADC trying to deregister, your party. Do you think in one way or the other, the APC, you understand, has, devised a means to actually, will I say, crumble every major formidable opposition party and make it a very simple, movement for them to just, win this whole election? I would like you to touch on all of these particular, cases I've actually made.
Yeah. Thank you. I will touch on this. But before I go, I want to seek Dr. Kayode's position to support me in this little push for my constituency. Ikorodu, as that I think 3-4 years ago, the former vice president of Nigeria was in Ikorodu here to commission a company, I think Kimberly Clark. He promised us a road there. Till today, it has not been done. The Lagos state government presently has only been able to achieve zero penetration, zero impact in Ikorodu. When you see them, they are going to Lekki, going to major places, and Ikorodu gave the entire Lagos, all political parties, the second highest vote. So if Ikorodu is going to be asking even for the presidency in 2027, I think we are not asking too much. But for governorship candidates, I am warning and asking every political party that they must look at Ikorodu in 2027. I want Dr. Kayode to also please join us in this push. Our area lacks development. It lacks governance input. Everywhere is bad. There is no, in fact, you cannot see the Ikorodu and say it's part of Lagos State. So that is by the way, and I seek doctors and everybody's support for that push. Every political party must make sure that their candidates come from Ikorodu. Now let's go back to what you are, the point you have raised. The presidency is so selfish. Now the issue of Wike you are saying, Fubara you are saying, like Doctor said, is just aiming at one point. The president is so selfish that he wants to ensure there is no contest against him. Just like the one that happened to Abacha, where all the 5 major political parties adopted only Abacha. Now, go and write it down. The PDP controlled by Wike will adopt Bola Ahmed Tinubu in 2027. Now, all the games that is being played is just to ensure that Fubara is with him, Wike is with him, the entire River States are with him. That is for River State. Now, the one for Abuja, I can tell you in a free and fair contest, Dr. Mo is going to win that seat. And not only that seat, but the entire 5 councils in Abuja. Because it is going to be abnormal for anybody to see the wickedness going on in our spaces now, the bad performance, the non-delivery of promises, and still go ahead and tell you want to vote for APC. It's going to be, it's only going to take a rigging to achieve that, even in Abuja. The election is just less than 72 hours now, and you are going to see the result. Because I believe that Abuja people know their rights, and they know what they stand for, and they're going to ensure that they vote and defend their vote. So on the issue of ADC, the coalition partner, we have been in ADC for years. The coalition partner choose ADC because they know it is a party that stands. There is no point to deregister ADC.
But ADC has not met the requirement of the 25% of producing, the 25% of producing, or of course getting to a presidential candidate, which of course you know it is actually in the INET law, you know, and not only that, the ADC are not actually strong in almost all of the rural areas, and of course the grassroots.
Sorry. I think one of the requirements to deregister a party is.
But majorly that 25%, ADC has not actually done that.
No. I doubt if that can even be implemented now. You know, the reason is that any party that will not, if you look at the last political party set, there were the registered that challenged it in court. 25% in presidential election was not even a mandate that the court allowed.
But it is there. But it is there now.
Yeah, but the court ruled because AAC challenged this position in court, and AAC was not registered. AAC challenged this position in court. Other political parties challenged it in court, and the court did not rule that they can deregister them. And out of all the parties that have been deregistered, including AAC, only ADC has consistently won a seat. ADC has been in the House of Rep from the north for decades. So you cannot leave the likes of AAC, leave the likes of other political parties that never win one position, and then come to ADC that has representative in the House of Rep. So it's not going to work. You know, it's part of the fixing. You know, trying to twist things that we are talking about. It will be challenged in court. ADC being used by the coalition was carefully selected. There are multiple parties that will have been chosen. But the coalition partners look at the standing of ADC and know that ADC can withstand this storm. We are not unaware that the only party will come with those gimmicks. We are waiting for them, but we know it cannot stand. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Honorable Sunday. I love the fact that your hopes are quite high when it comes to that of the ADC. And coming to Dr. Kayode now, I know he would even say more than that. But Doctor.
1 second, please. You see, regarding the plan, the registration of ADC, this issue can be likened to the race between the tortoise and the dog. Who never knew that dog will always defeat tortoise? But tortoise, at every 10 meters, started putting nice, delicious bones on each 10 meters. And unfortunately, dog also allowed that one to be distracting it. So all these ones that APC and its other institutions like INEC are doing, Ariwo Jani, that can never distract APC from its focus. Yes. APC is focused. APC is focused at winning elections. APC is focused at ensuring that its votes are being defended at every polling unit.
Doctor, I mean,
and there is nobody that can cause that distraction.
Doctor, I think you wanted to say ADC here. Please go ahead. I'm
saying ADC. Why will I say AP what?
I think you had just a slip of,
It's ADC I'm talking about. So there is no way APC and its other institutions like INEC can come up with some destructive strategies of whereby we now lose focus. No, we are focused.
Doctor, when you use the word APC and other commission like INEC, are you saying INEC is compromised?
Who is telling you? Who is the owner of the chairman there? Who pays the piper? Dictates the tune.
Doctor, you've not answered my question.
Have we not seen the National Assembly?
Doctor,
have we not seen the whole National Assembly?
Doctor,
and the whole justices of Nigeria shouting on your mandate we shall stand?
Doctor, you've not
so what are you talking about?
You've not. The Justice of Nigeria, they said the song was just played by mistake, so it was not like they requested for it.
Why must it be played there? Why don't you play it on your own station?
But that's not the
Why
case.
you not playing it on your own station?
If they bring
penalized. No, sorry. Was anybody penalized for playing it? Because the first thing you know, if it's a mistake, then there should have been a penalty.
Regardless of that, they wouldn't bring it. They wouldn't bring it. They wouldn't bring it to us to let us know if someone was penalized. They might have done it internally. But
that bill has been in the public domain. We should have known. We should have seen that in the public domain.
Exactly.
If they are not an associate of the ruling party.
Doctor, I just want you to answer the question. Are you saying
I will answer you.
Are you saying that INEC is compromised?
Well, they asked Jesus Christ. Thank God we're in letting season. And now I'm on my way to Mount Erima to go and pray for 40 days and 40 nights. They asked our Lord Jesus Christ, are you the Son of God? He said, thou sayest. So you are not thou hast said it.
No. I am asking a question because
I am saying thou sayest.
No, doctor. This were your assertions. You said whatsoever the APC wants to do, and you went further by saying that including the other commission, including INEC, whatsoever they want to do, we are focused. So I am asking you, are you saying that INEC is compromised?
I said, what's
doctor, that means doctor
said it.
No, doctor. That means said it. Doctor, that means you are not sure of some of the things you say.
I am sure what I'm saying. That's why I said thou hast said it.
Doctor, and aside from that, I think to an extent you are being careful because you know what it means for you to actually say INEC is compromised.
If I said thou hast said
because
it,
if you
I said thou hast said it.
For you not to say, doctor,
I said it.
For you not to say yes or no, it shows that either you are scared of saying it.
Am I a kindergarten puppy?
Then doctor,
I'm a PhD holder.
But that's not the case, doctor.
And I'm highly conceptual.
Doctor, it's not about.
And I know what it means.
Doctor, it's not about
conceptual.
Doctor, it's not about you saying that you're a PhD holder, but that's not the case now. So, doctor, because I was waiting for you to actually tell me yes or no. If you had said no, of course, then the conversation would have been let go. But if you had said yes, I would have asked you, if you are saying just like an APC and their commission, the INEC, are compromised, why are you still, having hopes on INEC that they will deliver, a credible election? Why are you still putting, hopes on them, having faith, saying that they should?
Let me tell you this. Okay, let me tell you this. Nigerians are having that hope, not with the two eyes closed.
Doctor, I'm not talking about Nigerians now. I'm talking about you. Just you. Personalize this. We're talking about you now.
Have I not been disappointed by INEC before? The last chairman of INEC, he told us something. He did something else.
But that was the last. That was the last chairman, doctor. This is a new chairman.
INEC is INEC. INEC is INEC. INEC is INEC. Nothing has changed.
Okay.
It's only that the human beings there has changed. Nothing has changed. The process that brought up that chairman, same process brought up this one. So tell me, what has changed? So why will I be expecting so much? Okay. In a country whereby you have a lot of highly placed people there that cannot be trusted.
All right, thank you so much.
There's a huge deficit trust between the people and those people there. Okay. So how do you want me to sleep with my two eyes closed?
Doctor, you have been sleeping with your two eyes closed the last time I checked. But let me move to let me move to Honorable Sunday.
Are you not Fayoshe? Are you not Fayoshe that monitors Sheyi Makinde and the wife in his bedroom? Are you not Fayoshe?
I know you. That
monitors Sheyi Makinde and his wife in his bedroom.
I know no matter what, you look for a way to sneak in Fayoshe's conversation. I don't know the issue you have with Fayoshe, but God will settle both of you. Let me come to you, Honorable Sunday, as we close. Honorable, are you there?
Good.
All right. So what are your concluding thoughts as regards to this? I would have loved to ask you what are the potential risks, and challenges associated with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's reconciliations effort. But of course, I'd like to give me your concluding thought as we wrap up. In just 1 minute, please. We need to wrap up now.
Well, number one, INEC is an extension of APC. Doctor, the doctor is an Agbalagba, and the other only our Agbalagba man fi ogbongbon sa fun maalu. So, but we are younger one. We will tell you INEC is an extension of APC. Number one. Number two is that INEC has not shown that we can trust her. And the only time when we have a trust, just like what doctor said, that who pays the piper, they take the tune. Until we can have an INEC office or INEC chairperson that will be chosen by Nigerian, not by the presidency.
Okay.
That we are going to vote also and select. That's the only time we can have an unbiased umpire. Now,
Okay.
to close this remark.
So you believe INEC is an extension of APC, yet you are still hoping that the ADC should win election.
Well, if you look at the 2015 election.
No. I'm just asking the question. Yes. I'm just asking that question.
I'm telling you that we are ready to be vigilant. We are ready to ensure our vote count.
Okay.
And because it's going to be the Nigerian people versus APC.
All right. Thank you so much, Honorable Sunday, for being part of the program today. Hopefully, we'll have more of you. But I certainly would not want to bring these ADC men together again. And thank you so much, Dr. Kayode, for being part of the show. He is always very, very energetic when it comes to the administration, this particular administration's conversation. Yes, don't forget that the views and opinions expressed by our analysts are solely their own and do not reflect that of VOP Media. If you love World of Sport, I'd like you to stay put. Coming up next is Locker Room. Don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough do last. Whatsoever you're facing will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Savior Udo. Have a good evening. Rest.
Extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the Locker Room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
My name is Chelle, and here is to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. Obudu Mountain Resort, formerly known as the Obudu Cattle Ranch, is a ranch and resort on the Obudu Plateau in Cross River State, Nigeria. It was developed in 1951 by M. Macaulay. Macaulay, a Scottish who first explored the mountain ranges. In 1949, he camped on the mountaintop of the Oshia Ridge on Sankwala Mountains for a month before returning with Mr. Hugh Jones, a fellow rancher, in 1951, and Dr. Crefeld. Together, they developed the Obudu Cattle Ranch. Since 2005, a cable car climbing 870 meters from the base to the top of the plateau gave visitors a scenic view while bypassing the extremely winding road to the top. The resort is found on the Obudu Plateau, close to the Cameroon border in the northeastern part of Cross River State, approximately 110 kilometers east of the town of Ogoja and 65 kilometers from the town of Obudu. in Obanluku local government area of Cross River State. It's about 30 minutes drive from Obudu town and also about 332 kilometers drive from Calabar, the Cross River State capital. Charter air service is available to the Bebi Airport, which lies between the village of Obudu and the resort. However, the airstrip is no longer functioning and the cable car has been grounded for a while now due to lack of maintenance. In 2020, it was reported that the governor of Cross River State, Professor Ben Ayade, pledged to revive the cable car after successfully test running it for the Christmas period. Since then, life has returned to the ranch. The climate of the Obudu Cattle Ranch is semi-temperate mountain climate, which is the general weather condition experienced on the Obudu Plateau. Due to its 1,600 meters elevation, the ranch has in recent times seen an influx of both Nigerian and international tourists because of the development of tourist facilities by Cross River State government, which has turned the ranch into a well-known holiday and tourist resort center in Nigeria. It has a serene climate compared to other regions in Nigeria.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
All right, it seems like for a team, 2 points dropped, and of course, let me say 2 important points dropped again in the race for the title in the English Premier League. Arsenal up against Wolves, where they had a chance to get just, I won't call it 3 points against the bottom team in the Premier League. But of course, they can't fail to beat the allegations of them being tagged at the bottling company. Of course, they went from 7, it was 9 at some point, then it went to 7, then it went to 4. Now it's 5 points with Manchester City still a game in hand, and they are playing Newcastle United. I think it's at the Etihad Stadium. Welcome to the locker room and Voice of the People television this evening. I am Afiz Ogubanjo, and of course, for the next 15 minutes or thereabouts, we've got you the best stories from the world of football. Of course, the beautiful game, Jogo Bonito, as we call it. I won't be doing this alone on today's show. I have the man with me, Jerry Apelohai. Of course, the man himself is here with me, and we'll be breaking down the stories together. And Maiwa Alao will also be joining us, yes, virtually. We'll be expecting him very soon to also come and give us his input on all the stories we have for you today. And before we go on, do well to follow us on all our social media handles on YouTube as Voice of the People TV, and of course VOP TV Plus. Where you can like, comment, subscribe to the channel, and of course turn on your notification bells so that you won't miss any of the exciting episodes that we have for you on the show Locker Room, and of course on other programs on the platform. And of course, Jerry, Arsenal. What can you say about them now? A lot of people, I saw a lot of tags on the social media, butlers. It was even trending. It was trending at some point on X. It was just butlers, the bottling company, elephants on the tree is falling down. You had a chance against Wolves. Wolves, they are 20. They are on course to get the record, for the unwanted record, for let me say, least points gathered in Premier League history. They have 10. They were on 9 before that game. Everybody was expecting Arsenal to pick up 3 points at the Molineux. But do you want to excuse Arsenal by saying in the first leg, Arsenal scored, it was 2-1, but Wolves scored them all, 2 own goals to give Arsenal the victory, and they also scored the goals themselves, Tolu Kodari. What would you say about Arsenal? Do you think that the pressure of Pep Guardiola chasing them is catching up on them?
Yeah, first of all, I want the message to be clear to all Arsenal fans. Nothing good comes easy, and if they're expecting...
Are you trolling, or you are trying to? You are trying to be realistic. I know you.
I'm saying the fact. The thing is that nothing good comes easy. Even the season that Guardiola won the league, I think there was only one season that he really had a roller coaster. Everything just went away.
Yeah, that was the 17-18 season.
By 100 points.
Yeah, by 100 points.
Yeah. That was the only season he had it easy. Jurgen Klopp was always on his neck, yeah. Even there was even the time that Liverpool
98 to 97, the following season.
Liverpool they overtook Liverpool and won the league by a point.
Yeah,
twice on 2 occasions like that. So Arteta is going through that period right now. He has come close 3 times.
Yeah,
and this is the 4th time asking. He's improved the squad. Though I would have expected that Goyekores would have been firing on all cylinders. Unfortunately, that's not been the case in the Premier League.
Yeah,
and. Yes, a lot of things might not be working right now. They drew against Brentford, and now against Wolves. So a lot of Arsenal fans are already worried because they've gone through this process before. But let's not forget, this team survived December. It survived the January talk. It's even survived the November talk. Yeah, so this is just February. The season is getting to the stage where it's very, very competitive and very, very tough. So we should not rule out Arsenal yet. We should just keep it cool, keep it calm. Arsenal are still on first refusal as far as winning the English Premier League title is concerned. So they should just try as much as possible to be calm. I know Arteta is overthinking it, and the players are under pressure, and some of the players are also tired. Let's not also take that away from the squad. So a lot of things will surely work out together for good. Yeah, the January transfer is over. They have injuries. Take a look at Kai Havertz. Kai Havertz came back and he was also part of the team, giving them goals and so on. Now he's back injured. Calafiori is in and out. Saliba and talking about Gabriel Magalhaes.
Yeah.
They played a lot of games last season. They started again this season. They're also tired out. If not for the fact that he got Hincapi, it would have been a different kettle of fish.
Yeah.
And even Kai Havertz's injury was timely. Ebericheze, I think he should give more players more time and give them free hand. There's too much tightness.
I think with the squad depth, a lot of people were seeing it like, okay, fine, maybe a lot of people were not challenging them as expected. Like with Liverpool, they are dwindling even with their signings, and of course Manchester City very inconsistent. But with Arsenal's squad depth, you could say that there will come at a point where in earlier seasons, previous seasons, you see Arsenal, maybe an injury to Martin Odegaard or Bukayo Saka or William Saliba. It is over. The season is looking over for Arsenal. But now, it looks like even
Arsenal,
if you are injured now, you should be the one to be scared. But yet,
Arsenal and Arsenal fans are talking about squad depth. Squad depth that has not achieved anything yet. Let's not forget this squad depth. Eberechi is still trying to get into the Arteta system.
Yeah.
The Nkapis and some other players.
Nkapi went a season unbeaten in the German league.
Yeah, playing under Xabi Alonso.
You should know how to win a league.
Not under Mikel Arteta. Mikel Arteta's style of play is different from what Xabi Alonso does. So these guys are coming from a different setup.
Yeah.
And Arsenal is still heavily relying on the players of last season. The other players have not really given much as expected. The likes of Gyökeres, though Eberechi is not his fault because he's not getting as much game time. Even the former Brentford captain has not been given much game time. Even Zubimendi, Zubimendi is the only player I can say for sure 100% has brought something to the table. Then the other players we are talking about, they are saying squad depth. How much have they given to the team to give it that extra edge to win the league? They're still relying heavily on the players of last season. So everybody should relax. The players the new players who were signed, they're still trying to get their groove on. They're contributing one or two. And I think we rightly pointed out that the fact that Arsenal doesn't have a player who is giving them as much as 15, 20 goals. Imagine a player on that streak in that match against Wolves. At least we were able to give you 2 goals. Imagine you have someone like Erling Haaland.
Of course.
By now, you shouldn't be talking about 2 points. You're talking about like 6, 10, 11 points. So that's just what has not been happening for Arsenal. So, but I think they are still on a good patch. The players should not feel that it's over. They should not give up.
I think depth, when you mention squad depth, is all about quality more than quantity. Well, let's go into the stories of the day. And still speaking on depth, because this one is a bit funny because there's a level of depth in what Eric Chelle is asking the NFF to provide him if he wants to remain as a coach for the Super Eagles. And Super Eagles' current head coach, Eric Chelle, has submitted 19 demands to the Nigerian Football Federation, NFF, as part of contract extension talks. And these demands include a private SUV with a chauffeur and security, and a house with 24-hour uninterrupted power supply, and a furnished office with a projector for analysis. And Chelle is also seeking a monthly salary of $130,000, which will cover his technical staff and personal assistant. And other demands include flight tickets for his wife and 2 children, business class, internet provision, and GPS provision. He also wants the right to choose international friendly matches, initiate youth development programs, and have no interference in team selection and player call-ups. And additionally, Chelle is requesting that the NFF issues working contracts for his staff and includes his personal assistant in the bonus and allowance structure. I mean, is this as a result of what he achieved at the AFCON? I mean, or do you want to say, since he has changed his agency, recently changed his agency to Whistle Sports or Whistler Sports, if I'm not mistaken right now, do you think this is stemming up as a result of him changing his agency? Or what do you think is going through Eric Chelle's mind now?
Yeah, the thing is that at every stage in a man's life, he begins to know his worth and now understands that what he was taking yesterday is no longer what he should be taking today. Before he took the Super Eagles job, he was just an ordinary coach who just managed to take Mali to the quarterfinals, had an unbeaten run, and of course, he made a move to coach a club side, USM Algiers in Nigeria, and he's coming for quality. And the man who wants to have the most beautiful bride in town will have to do more than what others are doing to convince the bride. Even these days, even your own girlfriend, you have to do a lot to make her stay. Yes, you always win her, doing everything to make her happy. If not, she might say, look at your other colleagues. What are they doing? They are doing this for their girlfriends and so on and so forth. Even these days, even wives even want you to do more to show that you are the man. They want to also impress their fellow ladies. So Eric Chelle now, he knows what is obtainable. And the fact he sacked his agent, it looks like he has decided that this agent can no longer move, cannot take me to the next level. The level he has taken me to is the pinnacle of it, which is coaching the Super Eagles of Nigeria. He is dreaming further. He wants to go big time. And of course, there's nothing wrong for any man as far as you are breathing to have ambition. And that's what Eric Chelle currently has.
But let me ask you now, Jerry, the NFF, well, they've rejected some of the demands in the new contract that he's proposing. I mean, is it not looking like he's trying to hold them hostage just because of what he achieved? Fine, I'm sure it should aim higher, of course, but let us consider the fact that it is the NFF that gave him, let me say, his biggest job in his managerial career so far. Yes, he has shown the workings, of course. 18 games, 12 wins, and 6 draws. No losses so far over 90 minutes. But don't you think he's trying to hold them hostage? Or do you think he's trying to say, look, I've enjoyed what you've been doing over time. My last contract, or let me say my current contract, you are not even paying me enough. You are still owing me some of my money. Do you think that if you want me to stay, you offer this or you let me go? Do you think he's trying to hold the NFF hostage?
Yeah, the NFF has put themselves in this delicate situation. That is why every manager who does well, like Eric Chelle has done, will surely want to put them in this situation, making demands.
Yeah,
because ordinarily, if the NFF has done their homework, coaches should be lining up, begging to coach the Super Eagles of Nigeria because they have the quality of players that can make any good coach shine and do well. That is if the coach knows his onions.
Yeah.
So with that being said, Eric Chelle understands that the NFF needs him. They need him to stay, at least to build on the momentum of the AFCON. Because we made the same mistake the last time, sacking Pesero. Yeah, a lot of people say a lot of things about Pesero, but if we had maintained Pesero, it would have been different.
I think the Pesero sacking was a bit justified. I think a lot of Nigerians are fed up with the football.
Is that what did you do next after letting him go? Had it been they brought in maybe Eric Chelle immediately, or brought in a manager who was as good as Pesero, not the Finidi and the recycle the Guavon that we eventually did, and doing advert for the first time.
Yeah.
I don't know if maybe it's for the first time in Africa.
Yeah.
We are putting an advert for the Super Eagles coaching job on social media. I think some people should be arrested when it comes to the
honestly, I will agree with you. I mean, it's not supposed to be happening
now. So he made a whole joke of what the NFF stands for and what they are supposed to be doing as administrators of football in Nigeria. So I think they should not push aside Eric Chelle's demands. The man has ended, and he has decided that, yes, I want this and this and this to be done for me to keep this job. Because one, now Eric Chelle is wanted by a lot of club sides.
Yeah.
He's wanted by a lot of countries who are going to the World Cup.
Yes.
So for you to keep him from accepting those jobs, you must do something so that the man will not feel bad that he was offered $150,000 that is sure that a country that is not known, a federation that is not known for owning basic, you know, the NFF is known to be owing.
To be owing, of course.
And apart from owing, is a third party that is even paying his salaries, not even from the coffers from the NFF. That means they cannot decide. So they will have to go and beg those who are paying, and if they don't pay, and remind them, you are still in our coach. When are you paying?
You are receiving money that you should pay first hand. You are receiving from the government. You should be paying first hand. So why are they liaising with a private person to
the government has a budget for football. What is that budget used for? They get money from CAF.
Yeah.
They get money from FIFA.
For FIFA.
They get money from sponsors. What do they use all those money for? Are they building Maracana Stadium somewhere?
I'm even surprised that no stadium has even been developed under Ibrahim Gusso.
What are they using the funds that the NFF is getting for? What are they using it for? Because when they go for friendlies, the host pays for the flights to and fro.
Yeah.
They have a jersey sponsor who handles all the kits, and they make money from jerseys.
From those jerseys, of course.
So
they release beautiful jerseys.
Everything is done for them. They're just like housewives. They sit at home, the husband goes to work, and they just enjoy.
Yeah.
Do absolutely nothing. Bringing nothing to the table. What they bring to the table is to come to the table and eat. Like they prepare a table before them, and by the rivers or by the side of the water, like that version of the Bible says, they are the ones that the tree was planted by the water side for them to just come and be harvesting.
Yeah.
So it's quite unfortunate. All of this scenario makes the NFL looks like it's bad for business for a man who wants to look at his future and not feel bad. Because if the World Cup comes up in June and he sees teams like Tunisia with a coach which he feels is better than coaching those teams and doing well, and he's sitting back home stuck with the Super Eagles of Nigeria, and he's dragging and begging the NFL, please, I'm owing my landlord though. When am I receiving my salary so that I can pay my landlord? You remember what Radiwadro said? Yeah. He said he almost lost his home.
He almost lost his home, yeah.
Because how would you convince your wife that
you went to the FIFA World Cup, and you are telling me you came back home without anything, no bonus, your salary is still being owed. So are we going to eat sand?
We are going to open our mouth to the air.
Yes, even if it's abroad, at least they have to serve opportunities to get other jobs that are stable.
Abroad,
So if he start relying on that salary and he's being owed, you are putting him in a delicate situation. You are putting him in a situation where he will start regretting and feeling bad why he should stay with the Super Eagles. So a lot of things are really not working out as far as that is concerned. And I will not blame Chelle for making those demands. If those demands are not taken seriously by the NFL, I will not blame Chelle. Chelle, look for a good job that they will pay you constantly, and who knows?
Well, that's
Maybe
a big call.
up.
But Jerry, I want us to look at these points and in the 19 list, the 19 points list. I want us to look at it one by one. Maybe some of them are somehow ambiguous. I mean, the GPS provision, the internet provision. Is he trying to say that he's not there? Those things were not there when, in his current contracts, while he was manager of Super Eagles. Providing internet, providing GPS, asking for flights for his wife and children. I don't want to go to those ones now, but I want to pick out this.
Please add it. Let's emphasize.
I want to pick this one. Is requesting that the NFF they issue working contracts for his staff, and also there should be no interference in team selection. I think that one is important because over the years we've been having this issue that this is my slot thing. Do you think the NFF, considering that issue that they've had with this slot picking and all of that quota system, don't you think they will have a problem with Eric Chelle? But they will still be like, look, you've been the one that our players, they've fallen in love with your tactics. It's like they take to you now. They want to see you going forward. How do you think they will balance that quota and slot system with what Eric Chelle is demanding?
Yeah, you rightly wanted to mention a lot of things on the list about his wife.
I will go to some points, but I want you to touch on this one.
Talking about player selection, it's quite obvious that the NFF are still intruding in the selection process of Eric
and he
Chelle.
knows.
Yeah. And take a look at the selection of players like Usman Mohammed.
Yeah.
Usman Mohammed had no business being that team. Because at the end of the day, he didn't kick a ball in any of the games. Tochukwu Nandi, yes. It was used to launder his image ahead of the move he eventually got.
So Olympique Marseille in France.
Olympique Marseille. His agent and whoever is who in the NFF selected him so that it would be easy for him to make the move.
Really?
Yeah. Legends do that.
That's a big claim.
It's not a big claim, it's a fact. Agents are doing that. And if they have a godfather inside the Football Federation, it's just to put a call through and Eric Chelle must obey.
Okay.
It might even be from the third party who is even paying his salaries and say, come, this man that is paying your salary says that he has a boy. I don't know how you do it, unless you want your salary to be delayed.
Are they supposed to be saying that? When you are supposed to be the one paying my salary, you're telling me somebody somewhere is telling me that if I don't put his boy, you won't include me or you won't pay me.
Since it's like you've been in Nigeria for a while. So welcome back
I'm in Nigeria. I know how it's going. But so I'm not saying that it's not supposed to be like that.
It's not supposed to be, but welcome to Nigeria where things don't happen logically. So things happen like they are 10th wonder of the world. Things that are normally not supposed to happen.
Yeah.
Those are the things that happen. Anomalies are anomalies in Nigeria, which is really, really sad. The thing is that it's not like these people don't know the right thing to do. We've talked about the player selection process.
Yeah.
Eric Chelle wants a situation where he should be able to select his players.
Yes.
Because I was even surprised he made a bold move to drop Tolu Arokodare, for instance, and bring in Akon Adams, which was a master stroke. Eventually worked out for the team. Shows that the man knows what he's doing.
What he's doing.
So
Benjamin Fredericks,
given the opportunity, though he was scouted for him.
Yeah.
He took him to the Unity Cup and so that he has the capacity. And he has given him time in the team. Gradually, Chustel Kong has left the team and we are not worried. We're looking good.
Of course.
Yeah. Shemi Ajayi, anytime he gets injured, we are not worried. Benjamin
Fredericks is there too.
They talk about who is going to partner Osimhen in attack. It has been solved without any faults. That was what Finidi was trying to do for how many years, for how many months. He could not succeed. Even when Guavon could not achieve it. Even Pesero tried with Lookman, which was effective at the last the AFCON before this last one.
Yeah.
So Eric Chelle has proven he knows what he's doing. So with all due respect, the NFF should allow him make his selection. But we all know, no matter how it is only if the man's skin is fully white. That is when the NFF will be afraid to decide for him. I think they even succeeded with Gerotro. They eventually turned him to their boy. They succeeded because the man looked desperate.
Yeah.
I think at the point he was no longer looking like a white man.
But I don't think Eric Chelle looks desperate right now.
Yeah, Eric Chelle
with his new agency, I don't think he looks desperate.
Eric Chelle is now someone who understands his worth and is trying to make sure that the mistakes he made due to the fact that he wanted the job at that time does not continue. Because somehow the coach loses his confidence knowing that the players were selected for him. There's this thing he does to a man knowing that his wish is not being carried out. He's not being allowed to do his job to the best of his capacity because he knows he's better than what the NFF is giving him. Because he knows that Usman Mohammed does not deserve to be in that team. He will be feeling bad that he has that player and taking the spot of a player who he feels would have come in and done something different. What if he had a slot for a player who would have come into the Morocco game and scored the winning goal? Because I'm making an instance of Sunday Mba. How Sunday Mba was almost dropped ahead of the 2013
AFCON.
Stephen Keshi stood his ground and even wanted to take it to the presidency. Before he was allowed to bring in Godfrey Babona and Sunday Mba to the team. We all know how instrumental.
In 2013, of course.
How instrumental he was. He was the one who scored the winning goal. Imagine Sunday Mba.
Babona was a rock at the back.
Was a rock at the back. So let's not be the enemy fashioned against the NFF and the Super Eagles team. Because the NFF, from time immemorial, has become the weapon fashioned against the coach and the team. Which is really sad.
And it's not really working out for us. I mean, hopefully we'll just be praying that Eric Chelle, because I know you want Eric Chelle to also stay, even though if another club comes for him, he should go because of the history. you yourself, you had with the NFF.
I've said it before, that Eric Chelle, if you have a good package that makes a whole lot of sense, take it. Maybe in future, if the NFF needs you, if they now understand your worth, they can call you back. Maybe when you don't have a job again. But if you are doing well wherever you are going to, because I know
they will always find you.
They will always find you.
They will always find you.
And for instance, if he gets a club and they're paying him £200,000, I'm sure the NFL will not even near him. Because how would they cancel that contract? I'll give you 250.
They are not even. They won't even think about it. In fact, if he wants to come back to the Super Eagles and he's doing well somewhere, he wants to come back.
They will prefer to even go and call Eguavon and say, you are paying your salary.
They will pay out of their nose for him. Well, he has been linked with a move to Ligue 1 club Marseille, but I think unfortunately that one is no longer going to materialize because Abi Bey, a former player, has been appointed and he was also the captain. But I think Eric Chelle, I think other teams will come for him. If it's not teams that are qualified for the World Cup, I think a club side is still going to come for it because I think this new agency, they really will be working very, very well to get him a bigger job than the Super Eagles. Anyway, still staying in Nigeria, of course, this one is a rather sad one. I mean, Rivers United reported on this show in past episodes that they had rescheduled games in the NPFL. Of course, there are still 4 games. They still have 4 games in hand. Still 4 games adrift of the current table leaders. That's talking about Ikorodu City. But they played one of their rescheduled games against Kwara United. Of course, it happened in Kwara and Ilorin. But Kwara United, it turned out to be a very, very ugly situation. Kwara United took the lead. And of course, Rivers United equalized in the 93rd minute. And it came ultimate fan violence. And that was really, really bad. We don't want that. We saw what happened with Kano Pillars and Shooting Stars at the beginning of the season. And unfortunately, it is sad that it is still happening in the NPFL. Kwara United, however, they've condemned the crowd disturbance that followed their 1-1 draw with Rivers United FC in Ilorin, describing the incident as deeply troubling. And the match played at the Rashidi Yekini main bowl of the George Agbasika in the stadium was marred by chaos that broke out after the referee signaled full time, with reports indicating that Chief Oke Paluku, of course, one of the chairmen in the NPFL, was targeted during the unrest. And the club expressed a strong displeasure over the incident, emphasizing that discipline, fairness, and respect for officials and opponents are fundamental principles that must guide football engagements, and respect for match officials, administrators, visiting teams, and fellow supporters is non-negotiable. That's what Kwara United, the club, that's what they stated. And of course, Kwara United also acknowledged the passion of his fan base, insisting that actions of a few individuals should not define the broader supporter community known for peaceful conduct. And the club has extended apologies to Chief Paluku, the Rivers United delegation, match officials, security agencies, and spectators affected by the disturbance. Kwara United has pledged to collaborate with security agencies and league authorities to identify and sanction those responsible, and has announced plans to intensify fan education and engagement initiatives to promote responsible behavior at match venues. I mean, it is sad that even in big 2026, Jerry, we are still hearing about all of these things. Canopilas, they seem to be synonymous with this. In fact, for about 4 seasons straight, fan violence at Sani Abacha Stadium. Yes, they were taken to a neutral ground. No fans also in the stadium. They were also fined a lot of money. Why is this still happening? Why is it that Kwara United and Kwara United fans haven't learned from this one? Because trust me, the NPFL, they've clamped down on them. And I'm going to read out the punishment meted out on them. But why is this still happening in our football? And we are blaming ourselves that we are 12th in Africa. This is painting a bad image on our league. What do you think, Jerry?
Yeah, I didn't know that the Kwarans, they are this brave.
They are known for violence.
Yeah, if they are known for violence.
It doesn't. No, that's not. I don't know they are known for violence.
Yeah,
And
it is that.
it's somehow shocking and surprising.
Bandits have been terrorizing Kwara State. Why are these guys not utilizing this talent in chasing the bandits?
Come on,
back to where they are coming from. But
this is football that's supposed to be uniting us all and giving us joy.
Yeah, the thing is that why I'm really not happy with that statement, disturbance, is that do you know that they injured the general manager of the Rivers United team?
Exactly.
And there are pictures of it online, which are gory.
Yeah.
And they held the players captive. Some of the officials that I spoke to said it was like they were under siege. That it was like they were in Afghanistan. American soldiers caught up in the middle of terrorists. That it was like a war front. That they thought
that is very bad.
As a footballer right now, as far as the NPFL is concerned, NPFL is concerned, I think at the end of the season, all the players should be given an award.
For surviving
survivor
everything.
skills award. Because for you to even have the mind to leave your comfort zone and travel by road alone is also something that should be celebrated. They even going to that hostile ground to play away games and even come out alive. It's also another story to tell. And even when you get there and you win a game, he didn't even win the game. Even the match official's life was threatened. They had to be smuggled out of the pitch because of an equalizer. They felt that the equalizer came in the 9 minutes because the ref supposed to have given foul against their own goalkeeper.
Against their own goalkeeper, yeah.
So it now boils down to the fact that if the players get high, of course, we all know what happened in the stadium.
Yeah.
A lot of people are allowed to sell
drinks and all of that.
Local drinks and local malts, within the venues. And these guys are drinking it already high.
I don't think they will be allowed to play football like that.
No, I'm not talking about the players. I'm talking about the fans.
The fans, of course.
The fans, and those guys enjoy premium seats. They don't pay. These guys are who dare stops them? And the number of policemen in that game cannot even stand just 10 of those boys. Those boys are street boys. They come to cause problem anywhere. They don't even need an excuse. They just need one little opportunity to showcase their talent in terms of being violent. And unfortunately, I think Kwara United, I don't know, they are not chasing the league title.
Yeah.
And I don't even know whether they have any ambition for the past 4 or 5 seasons. I think they just enjoy the fact that they are playing the league and they have teams like Rivers United coming to play them in their home games. That sense of playing in the league, that's what they are after. So apart from that, I think when fans do this and the club side is trying to downplay it, that club should be fined heavily and maybe banished to the NNL. There are a lot of club sides who want to play the NPFL, who are serious.
Yeah.
If these teams are not serious, banish them to the NNL. Or tell them, stop playing football. Just play amateur, have academies and enjoy yourself. Play against yourselves every weekend. Because even the league they're even playing, what are they getting? Apart from collecting state funds. And at the end of the day, they have nothing to show for it.
So Jerry, let me read out the punishments before I go to the punishment meted out by the APFL, board on Kwara United. Let me first read this statement. The statement has come out
from the club side.
From the club side, and they are saying this with profound regret and deep concern that Kwara United Football Club addresses the unfortunate incidents. But I want to put something out there. They also said to ensure accountability and deter future occurrences, is fully committed to cooperating with relevant authorities in identifying and prosecuting all individuals found to have perpetrated or incited this violence. We know in the NPFL that they are not going to find those individuals because they can't even identify them. They don't even know who they are. And just like you said, these are players that have like VIP seats. They just come in. They don't. Some of them don't even get to pay to come in to come and watch the game. I don't think they are going to find out these individuals.
See, let me tell you, those individuals in question, the owners, the managers of the club, they know them. There's no how they will not tell them they don't know them because they always come to their games. They live within the stadium area. It's easy for them to make.
So you're saying they will know them, but they won't identify. They won't bring them out.
Yes, they will not want to bring them out because those are the guys that help them checkmate their opponents, put fear in their mind that this is a hostile ground. You're not coming here to win. It's one part of the tactics a lot of home teams devise in Africa, the continent of Africa. They like those kind of fans who take it to the extreme. It's only that this time around they took violence to the next level. They go about chanting, come as you are coming here. I said I've been a situation where I follow the NPFL side to an away game. I know the hostility that I faced just because I traveled with the away side.
Even here in Lagos, there used to be a time that you don't want to go to Agege to watch MFM.
I've gone to the Agege Stadium countless of times. And each time I go,
I don't want to go there.
With my gadgets. I don't go with my gadgets.
Because you might not come back with it.
Yeah, I go there individually just like a fan who comes to watch the games.
But what is the level, Jerry, what is the level of football?
Some notes and tell the guys, please just send me some sound bites.
What's the level of football that we play? How good is this NPFL that we're having? I know in a football game, yes, we should have fans that are passionate, of course. We're passionate about their clubs. We know how fans are passionate abroad about their teams, the local lads and all of that. But what level of football are we playing really in Nigeria that is inciting all of this? It's a football game. Decisions might come your way, and they might not come your way. Or play to the whistle. No matter how tough it gets, just play to the whistle and respect the referee's decision and everybody moves on. 93rd minutes, I know they were looking for that win. Okay, let's, just like we were talking about the Arsenal game, Arsenal considered in like the 95th minutes. Why did they say, okay, the Emirates fans or the Arsenal fans will come into the stadium and come and cause trouble? We've seen very, very strong decisions go against big teams, abroad, and they are not causing any trouble. Why does it keep happening here in Nigeria, Jerry?
Yeah, it's just pure transfer of aggression. You are the product of society.
But it should be controlled.
It should be controlled.
Everybody can transfer aggression.
We have a lot of youths who are not busy because they say the idle mind is the devil's workshop. So when you are not busy, you engage in abusing drugs, abusing alcohol, and become a nonchalant person in the society. Each time you see people who are doing well or making good with their life, you get angry and frustrated at every opportunity to melt out your anger on the society. This is just a pure evidence of idle mind. And those who are in the devil's workshop, those who are working in the devil's workshop, what do you expect them? When they walk, they want to, when you walk, to chop. So they are bringing out the activities of what they've led to the devil's workshop. So I think the reflection of the society pictures on our football a lot. And I just hope that we'll get it right in terms of making sure that things are done properly. Economically, financially, we're doing well as a country. We don't have a lot of people who go about making trouble and wanting to cause problems. And if our security is well beefed up, I know Nigerians know how to maintain themselves when they see really well uniformed, uptight security. They behave and conform. Imagine there were soldiers all around the side of the pitch. I'm telling you,
It's not going to happen.
Nobody will even cough.
Of course.
Everybody will maintain. But when they know that the security apparatus that is on ground cannot stop them, they will surely go haywire and begin to misbehave. But it shouldn't be like that.
All right, Jerry, but let me quickly read out the punishment given to Kwara United. They've been fined 2 million naira for failing to provide adequate and effective security, and of course, 1 million naira for failing to ensure proper conduct of their supporters. That's totaling 3 million, and they will further pay a fine of 2 million naira for assaulting the match officials and Rivers United officials, as well as another 1 million for unsporting behavior capable of bringing the game to disrepute. And Kwara United will also pay a fine of 1 million naira again for holding the match officials and Rivers United hostage. The match officials also for Rivers United officials hostage for several hours after the match, and another 2 million naira as compensatory costs for treatment and damages on match officials and also on Rivers United officials. 3 points and 3 goals shall be deducted from Kwara United's accrued points and goals for assaults on match officials, and they will also play their remaining home matches at the MKO Abiola Sports Arena in Abeokuta. I mean, don't you think this is enough for Kwara United, or do you think there's a further ban that should be given to them?
Yeah, subject to appeal, but I don't know what kind of appeal they are going to make, because evidence is crying everywhere.
It's everywhere, of course.
I think that's enough. That is, if they pay their fines and subjected that the rest of their games this season is going to be played away at the MKO Stadium. I think it's even better than the Kwara Stadium in terms of quality. They should be happy that we're having a fine pitch to play on, and I don't know whether they'll be able to...
Don't you think they are overloading games in that sports arena in Abeokuta? Because that's where Shooting Stars is also playing their own game.
That's what we'll become. If they can play all the games there this season and turn it to a bridge season, I think I will not be surprised. Maybe all the Southwest games will be played at the MKO Stadium. They'll be shuffling between Unicon and MKO Stadium.
And
they
MKO,
can do that.
of course.
I think if they can even do that, maybe to reduce
the pressure, of course, and maybe the pressure
and
on even the
north,
Oyo
you
Stadium.
have 2 major pitches. All the security men meet up at that place, secure those games, play it by each time. I think it will reduce some bit of violence and the insecurity that's bedeviling the league. So I think it's a good idea. I hope the LMC is listening.
Hopefully, but I think if you keep giving them all these fines of them paying money, I think they'll just look at it and say, okay, fine, you can afford it. And you will still want to let them do all those things. Shift them to a neutral ground. Their fans should not come there, and let's see how they are going to. Look, Canopilas, they haven't recovered from that one. They are still languishing in the relegation zone. Maybe when they get to the NNL, they should continue what they want to go and be doing there, because of course how much the revenue is going to take from them going from the NPFL that is already hard to the NNL. Maybe this will teach also Kwara United also a lesson, because even they are not even playing that well. Now that they are seeing that they almost got 3 points and the referee now blew against them and gave Rivers United a goal. Maybe that's what is really
want to win at all costs.
Yeah, they want to win at all costs. But let's move on to the Super Falcons of Nigeria. I mean, time has been fast spent, but let's move on to Super Falcons. Also, they've recalled their midfielder Ngozi Okogie and the forward Gift Monday to the squad for upcoming friendly matches against Cameroon. And head coach Justin Madugu has named a 25-player list, which also includes captain Rasheedat Ajibade and forwards Esther Okoronkwo and also goalkeeper Chiamaka Onadozie. We also have Chinwendu Uezuo also there, and notable inclusions are England-based goalkeeper Comfort Erabo, who earns a first call-up, and defender Chidima Okeke, who returns to the team. And this is the squad list for the game as the girls are preparing for the WAFCON. Goalkeeper, we have Onadozie Chiamaka Erabo Comfort, Ngbechi Adeline, and Oloko Fatima. In the defenders, Osinachi Ohale, she's still there. Michelle Alozie, Oluwatosin Dimei, Ashley Prompter is also there. Oladipo Shukrat is there. Ogbonna Glory, Isash Sikiratu, Okeke Chidima, and Ucheibe Christie. And in the midfielders, Ainde Alimatu, Okobi Okegene Ngozi is there. Jennifer Chegini is also there. Deborah Abiodun is also there. And Christopher Precious. And in forwards, we have Rasheedat Ajibade Gift Monday, who I think have been clamoring for a while that she should be back. It's good to see her back with the squad. Iezo Chinwendu, Okoronkwo Ijoma, and Babajide Omorinsola. We also have Ijamilu Sefolashade and Joy Ogochukwu Omewa. No call-up for Asista Oshoala? Do you think she's going to be called up during the tournament proper?
I was going to say that I don't know the situation of Asista Oshoala. I hope she's not injured.
And she's scoring goals at Halila. Maybe Madugu is trying something new.
Yeah, it looks like maybe they are planning for
with an
Life
assist
after
of
Oshoala.
Oshoala.
Yeah.
Maybe because, I don't know, not inviting her for this friendly showing that there are signs she might not be at the WAFCON.
Yeah.
But with that being said, I think we're still covered in the attack. We have Jamilusi. She was really awesome at the last tournament.
Yeah.
Echegini is also awesome, playing for PSG and ladies.
Gift Monday is also there.
Back.
Okoroko as well.
I think that's the most exciting story for me.
Yeah.
Gift Monday is back. Assistant Oshoala gets to play the big girls, stay at home, and see what the girls can bring to the table. So Ashida Ajibade is still captain the side. And the indomitable Lioness is not going to be a pushover. It's going to be a very big test for this team. They're going to play 2 friendlies back to back. So at least this would be a very good friendly for me to see what to expect at the WAFCON. That is if Morocco is still hosting, or if we're not going to.
But as it stands, it's like it's Morocco that will host. Let's just be honest.
I think they've gone to beg their
There's
senior
nothing
brother.
official that they are not going to host, and time is going.
They begged their senior brother to please.
So, you know, my wife is always saying on the show that if Morocco gets to host, they will win. I don't think so. It's going to happen this time around. I think the Super Falcons will still win.
I don't know what they used to beg Morocco. What was the agreement they had? What the party arrangement they had? So if the party arrangement said they should win the WAFCON, I think it's going to take an exceptional side like the Super Falcons to stop it from happening like they did the last time.
Of course. Okay, let's look at the UEFA Champions League. We saw games that went down. Newcastle United winning 6-1 against Qarabag. We saw goals from Anthony Gordon. He was like the star of the night. But let's begin this one. Atletico Madrid, of course, they drew 3-3 with Club Brugge in the Champions League playoff first leg with Nigerian forward Ademola Lookman scoring and Rafael Onyedika, also the midfielder, netting for the Belgian side. Club Brugge and Lookman impressed with his performance, having joined Atletico in January, and the match was intense with Atletico initially leading 2-0 through Julian Alvarez's penalty and Lookman's goal. However, Club Brugge, who for me are one of the most exciting teams in Europe, to be honest, the way they play their football, they fought back to level the score at 2-2 with Onyedika scoring and Nicolo Cesoldi also getting one, and Atletico regained the lead via an own goal, but Christos Zolis equalized in the 90th minute, securing a 3-3 draw, and the result sets up an exciting second leg next Tuesday at the Riyadh Air Metropolitano, and with last 16 berths at stake. And Atletico captain Koke admitted his team struggled to hold on to the lead, saying they had to concentrate more. But the Spanish side are struggling in La Liga and hope to achieve success through a cup route. I mean, that game was like a ding-dong affair. Before we came on here, he called it like a basketball match. And it really looked like it. But it's good to see Ademola Lookman and, Rafael Onyedika, the Nigerian boys, getting on the score sheet for their respective teams. Who do you think goes ahead from this one in the second leg?
Yeah, it's going to be difficult. But at the Wanda Metropolitano, you don't bet against an Atletico side.
We saw what they did to Barcelona.
Yeah, we saw what they did to Barcelona. So it's going to be a difficult one. Club Brugge, I expected at least they should have got this result at home to give them a chance in the second leg. So it's going to be a difficult one. Playing 3-3 away, but you cannot rule out Club Brugge. And they've been a side to really beat in this competition. Onyedika with a goal and an assist, quite tremendous. It shows that his form over time in the Champions League. It looks like he enjoys playing the Champions League.
He also scored against Monaco. Against Man City, he also did well.
The big sides, and that shows a player who wants to play among top quality players. And for Ademola Lookman, I think he has found a new lease of life. He's happy. He's excited, and the fact that playing for Atletico Madrid, the hunger has even increased. And that is what, when you join a club where there's competition, where you know that every opportunity counts, you want to bring out your A game. And that is what is riding for Ademola Lookman right now. And that is what the likes of, anyway, I don't know, his brother Victor is not really having. But though, Galatasaray, I was surprised to see Icardi still has it. Scoring a hat-trick.
Of course, he still has it.
Wow, coming back from that to win. I thought that game was already off for Galatasaray, but somehow they came into that game. And all our Nigerian players here are doing very well.
They did really well.
The playoffs right now. And of course, who says, I would have loved to see Club Brugge and Atletico together going through, but unfortunately one has to stay.
All right, as we go on the show today, which of the games stood out for you in the Champions League? And of course, I also want to touch on one. What is your take on what happened between Benfica and Real Madrid, the Vinicius Junior story? A lot of people have been coming out. I think it's safe to say no to racism. But what do you think about that whole situation?
Vinny is the most racially abused player. I don't know. He's always caught to the controversy.
And the question is, why always him?
He has had up to more than 20 racial abuse that have been out there. I think somehow maybe he calls for it, but I think he should maybe not
You know, a lot of teams have already studied that it gets to him.
Yeah.
I think he should stop allowing it get to him. If he stops allowing it get to him, I think it will virtually reduce. But it looks like other teams have studied him and know that to get in his skin, you have to racially abuse it.
Just rile him up, say something.
Yes, but it's really sad. Stop picking on the young man.
Yeah.
He has offered so much to football. He deserves the respect. And he should celebrate whichever way he likes. But I think for Vinny, if he knows whatever is going to draw a lot of attention to him, maybe he should keep the celebration more respectful.
But is there anything wrong with dancing? I mean, you've seen other people, you've seen other club, other players dancing.
Benfica were not happy that he was dancing with the flag.
Yeah.
You know?
But it's a celebration. We know
like
Brazilians are known for that.
The Portuguese people, they take some things like an insult, mostly the Benficans. And him holding the flag, scoring a goal that really hurt them. I think it was in the 80th minute or so.
Yeah.
So they were really looking forward to at least getting a draw and giving them a chance at the Bernabeu. It was all hot coming from the Benfica side. But they should never, there's no excuse to racially abuse a player.
All right. I mean, also on
then the biggest game has to be Bodo Glimt.
Of course, defeating Inter Milan.
I never saw that coming.
I told you Bodo Glimt were a threat.
I never saw that coming. Inter Milan were made to look second
best, of course.
Come on.
It's just the way they play in that stadium. But don't you think Inter will turn that around in the second leg?
If they turn around, to be more shame to that Bodo Glimt's performance. They deserve to go through.
They deserve to go through.
Inter doesn't deserve to go
I think they've also shown that they can win away. They defeated Atletico Madrid also in Spain, and they gave Man City a hell of a time. Even Tottenham Hotspur.
They're the team to watch.
I think they're the team to watch. But do you think they can go on to win the Champions League?
Definitely not. Definitely not. Because
there are still teams waiting for them upstairs.
It's going to go against them.
Of course.
This competition. And in terms of the quality of the manager they have, and the players who can go the extra, they're a good side.
I was surprised that Dikolo Barella's market value is more than the entire squad of Bodo Glimt. It's not about money sometimes.
That's how big that story is. That loss, it's a big one for Bodo Glimt and a bad one for
Inter Milan. Of course, I mean, on this show, we are going to be saying every day that saying no to racism is just a football game. Let us enjoy it. There's no reason for you to call a player in a derogatory manner. I mean, it's your colleague. Even though you're on opposite ends, he is still your colleague. And of course, that's where we are going to be bringing out the curtains on the show this evening. Locker Room has been an exciting time with my man Jerry Apelohai. Thanks for joining on the show. And also the guys behind the scene. I want to say a very big thank you for making the show a wonderful, wonderful one. It's the Locker Room. I am Afiz Ogubanjo. And up next is Political Lens with Chukwuma Okoro. Stay tuned and bye for now.
For the extraordinary. Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the Locker Room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apelohai. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the Locker Room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not playing to talk, please the sport.
This is African News on Voice of the People television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People television. Stay with us.
My name is Chelle Familoni, and here's to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations, but who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People television.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is
Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to VOP TV. See, I'm looking for good entertainment. You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. VOP is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it, or I'll find you, and I want you. And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV. So keep it locked, because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time, because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV. I want something actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see. You better not touch that die, because VOP is the plot.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging work.
Hello there, good evening and welcome to Political Lens. This is Voice of the People Television and I am Chukwuma Okoro. We are broadcasting on Metro SL TV channel 264 on YouTube and other social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. You can also be a part of this conversation by calling in or sending WhatsApp messages to the number scrolling on your screen. You can also go to the YouTube comment section and let us know your thoughts about the topics of discussion. But I will also advise you to be civil and obey community regulations as far as your comments are concerned. Now, on the show today, Nigerians reject new electoral bill hurriedly signed into law by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. APC World Congress is marred by violence across states. Arewa Distance itself abandons El-Rufai to his fate. Let's bring in our guests. We've been joined by Mr. Darlington Agomor. Mr. Agomor is a lawyer and political affairs analyst. Good evening, Mr. Agomor. And good to have you on Political Lens. I appreciate your presence, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Koran. How are you?
I'm very well, sir. Thanks for asking. I appreciate your presence.
Good.
Now, let's get into it. President Bola Tinubu has signed the Electoral Act amended 2026 into law, setting the legal framework for the 2027 general elections, shortly after INEC released the timetable. While he described the National Assembly's work and process as rigorous and patriotic, emphasizing that electronic transmission is not meant to replace, that electronic transmission is meant to complement, not replace manual voting and collation. While he questioned Nigeria's broadband readiness for mandatory real-time transmission, telecoms operators under the Association of Licensed Telecom Operators of Nigeria, ALTON, insisted the country has sufficient network coverage to support electronic result transmission nationwide. Opposition parties, including the People's Democratic Party, PDP, and the Labour Party caucus, condemned the swift assent, arguing that removing mandatory real-time transmission creates loopholes for manipulation. Adewale Adebayo, presidential candidate of the Social Democratic Party, SDP, in the 2023 general election, described the amendment as a hatchet job and hinted at constitutional challenges, while sociocultural groups such as Afenifere and Ohaneze Ndigbo, along with civil coalitions, warned that vague failure clauses could enable a return to manual processes and weaken public trust. The National Assembly ultimately retained manual transmission as a fallback, citing infrastructure and security concerns. Former INEC Resident Electoral Commissioner Mike Igini cautioned that discretionary network claims could endanger presiding officers, while Obiageli Ezekwesili, former education minister, backed e-transmission as vital for curbing rigging. In contrast, Shehu Sani argued that technology alone cannot ensure credible polls, underscoring that the integrity of the 2027 elections will depend largely on INEC's implementation and possible judicial interpretations. Now, after signing the act yesterday, which hurriedly, according to the opposition parties and all of that, civil society organizations,
the president said quite a lot after signing. I would like for us to get a video of the president, what he said after signing the Electoral Act, so that Barrister Darlington will, fall on that and help us make sense of the signing into law of the new electoral bill and what the president said and the consequences surrounding all of that and the concerns of Nigerians, how all of that will be addressed in the coming days.
At that right time or no. And we are all going to see democracy flourish. It is time that we have confidence in our system. No matter how good a system is, it's managed by the people, promoted by the people, and the result is finalized by the people. In fact, for final results, you are not going to be talking to the computer, you are going to be talking to human beings who will announce the final results. And when you look at the crux of various arguments, maybe Nigeria should question our broadband capability. How technically are we today? How technically will we be tomorrow to answer the call of, at that right time or no? And as long as you appear personally as a manual voter in any polling booth, but ballot paper is given to you manually, you decide in a corner and fingerprint, thumbprint of your choice, you cast your vote without hindrance and any interference. Ballots are subsequently counted.
Now there you have it. The president said quite a lot. He said, well, you are not going to be talking to computers, you are going to be talking to human beings, talking about the human angle to the conduct of the elections. And the president said something about where we should question, the integrity of our broadband, the strength of it and the connectivity, network connectivity and all of that. Barrister Darlington, the president hurriedly, according to Nigerians, the president hurriedly signed the new Electoral Act into law. Why the rush? Because there are times when a particular bill passes through the Senate or the House of Representatives and after the harmonization and all of that, and like 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and we are asking questions, what happened to that bill? We are told that, well, it is awaiting the president's assent. But this one, in less than 3 hours, despite the pushback, from Nigerians, from civil society organizations, from opposition parties, in fact, some members of even the ruling party, the president went ahead hurriedly within 3 hours and assented to that bill. Why the rush? Do you understand any of it?
Yeah, Mr. Okoro, what I think has happened is that the president just told you where his interest lies. Everything about this administration today is all about 2027. Anything that will give him an advantage, he will not waste a second to take it. And so the Electoral Act is in tandem with what they have in mind and what is going to happen. So I don't see why he will not sign it. I don't see why. The electronic transmission is there, the manual is there. So they can always, it's open to manipulation. That's just the truth. Like I said, when you hear manual, it's prone to manipulation. That's why they put manual there.
There's a section of the video that we didn't play, and the president was very emphatic. He said that the collation of the result, that in the process of collation, that manual collation will be central. More like dismissing the fact that, more like a reversal. Instead of saying that e-transmission should be central and manual as a fallback, the president clearly said that the manual collation will be central and then made the e-transmission more like a fallback. Is that what it should be?
No, he's talking to himself because the Electoral Act did not say so.
What I'm now saying is that no matter what he says, everybody already knows where he's going. Like this manual thing I've told you is subject to what? Manipulation.
People say e-transmission is also subject to hacking, to being hacked, to compromise.
It will not be that simple, oh. It will not be, because the moment you put anything inside the system, all the agents have the copy. All the agents say, whatever you are doing there, you're on your own. But this manual now, imagine what will happen if an entirely from EC8A is now brought from somewhere and filled. Imagine, and then maybe the signature of all the agents are now, doctored and inserted in it. Will you challenge such a result? You can see.
Barrister, what happened, what went down in the US elections in 2022 between Russia and America? The dust is yet to settle. So do you rely on the fact that, well, if you rely exclusively or almost exclusively on electronic transmission, that there wouldn't be problem? Like some people are saying, it's also open to compromise. It could be hacked.
Look, one of the reasons why you have government is to be ahead of the criminals who want to sabotage the system. That is why you're a government. You must have to be ahead of the criminals who are always trying to sabotage the system. But you must prove that you're a government. You are smarter. So if you know that such a thing is likely to happen, what are you supposed to do?
How will you know? How will you know? Did Obama know Russia was going to compromise the U.S. election? And does it look like, or does it mean that Obama wasn't a good president?
You learn
or
from
that the American government didn't exist at that point in time?
Look, you learn from what happened to others.
Okay.
With that kind of
compromise
incident.
Okay.
Are you not supposed to? The firewalls are there. All these tech guys who are all over the place. Why not hire them and say, look, nothing must go wrong with these votes. Okay. Come and protect it for us. Is it not possible? No, tell me now, is it not possible? So when they are saying all these things, they are just working towards an answer. So that by the time it will now have, they say, but we said it now, you will do not agree. Why not provide a safety guard against these things? In other claims, don't they conduct watertight elections? I mean, watertight. Nothing will escape. So those people, I don't know how many that are there. It's just that we are too lazy on these things because we don't want to produce a credible election. That is why all these excuses are coming from right, left, and center. The electronic transmission will be hacked. The manual can be manipulated. Then what are we going to do? Do we go back to option A4? No, do we go back to option A4 then? So that as they are lining up, you are counted, everybody will see what happened at the spot.
The problem is not with the voting. The problem is with the collation of results.
It's the same thing we are talking about.
Okay.
Because the people that are even doing this, you are not even sure of them. The INEC staff.
That's exactly what the president said. The president said you will not be talking to computers, you'll be talking to human beings, recognizing the human angle to the conduct of our election.
I am very sure that if nobody dissolves the INEC staff, they are going to do their job. But a situation whereby they are being bullied, threatened, and all that, induced with money, what do you want them to do?
But let's return to the rush. Now, don't you think that the rush has to do with the FCT elections are coming up on Saturday? Don't you think that the president quickly signed it into law so that it could take effect and INEC could use it to test run, the FCTA council elections? Don't you think that could be the reason for the rush?
That was not the intention of that act, to use the FCT to test run it.
No, but it could be happenstance.
That was not the intention, though.
A particular election has to be used to test it.
That's what I'm saying.
And probably the president didn't want to miss the opportunity of using the smaller election coverage to test it. Don't you think it could be the reason for the rush?
If it is so, then thank God for that. But can he take the same measure in other bills or acts that will come before him? from the National Assembly.
Well, history starts from a day.
Good. And must not stop in a day. Okay. Yeah, history starts in a day, but must not stop in a day. There should be continuity now in all aspects, especially important acts of parliament that come before him. He should not waste time on all those ones, because I can be very sure there are some acts of parliament before him that he has not signed into law. There are many of them. So what is he waiting for? So the summary that he's just interested in this election that is coming. So everything that has to do with it, he will, in fact, he will do everything as long as it will favor him. That's just...
Mr. Agoma, we'll talk about Nigeria beyond 2027 elections. I'd like for us to continue to interrogate the president's speech after the signing into law of the new Electoral Act. Now, the president said that Nigeria does not have broadband connectivity to sustain the e-transmission of election results. Isn't that a direct indictment on this administration for our own president to come out on national TV, international, because Reuters and others, everybody globally they were watching. We have international media in that conference, and the president said Nigeria does not have broadband connectivity to sustain the
in this age and time.
In this age and time, isn't that a clear indictment of this administration? Something that he should be ashamed, to tell Nigerians and the world.
And to think that Nigeria is 66 this year. So if you have a man of 66 years in a family, he did not marry, no skill, no education, he's not even doing any business.
Or probably he's married but cannot fend for his family.
How can you not marry when you cannot fend for the family? He's not married.
No, but we see that happen. We see that
they can't marry a wife and give you. You have to go.
Barrister, you said Nigeria is 66, so let's assume that if, at the analogy you are making, that even if it is married, he's unable to fend for his family.
If you cannot be able to fend for your family, what is the essence of your being there?
That's exactly my point now. According to you, Nigeria is 66 and we're unable to solve our problems. And we have the head of the family telling us, like, well, this is the problem we have. And because we have this problem, we cannot build something on that problem. Instead of having to, shouldn't the president have worked towards solving this problem before signing the law?
Telling us, yes, that will tell you. They don't want you to move forward. All these leaders you have today, they are anti-tech. They are anti-technology. I'm not joking. Anti-technology. So whatever you are doing now, I remember when during the campaign, one of the presidential candidates was talking about giving statistics, giving data, using it to buttress his points. And the other person say, share na data we go chop. Tell me any modern government that does not use data in whatever they are doing. Just mention that government. Donald Trump is always tweeting on his phone, anywhere on his phone. He doesn't wait until he gets to the office.
Well, our president says he doesn't like going to social media because Nigerians insult him. But he has his handlers doing all of that.
True, but his people can insult other people, Abi. By another guy can insult people. Really? You can see. So what I'm saying in essence that, Mr. Crow, we are not there yet. Seriously, we are not there. Seriously. The type of leadership we have in Africa is an embarrassment on its own. An embarrassment. Because most of them, they are not cut out for leadership. They don't happen to stumble on leadership. Ab initio, they are not supposed to lead anybody because they don't know what is governance. They don't know. That's why when they make statements, they don't even look at the implication and the import. They don't open their mouth and talk anyhow. That the giant of Africa in this age and time does not have a broadband. They don't have even light income. He made a mistake. He would have told the whole world that we have only 4,000 megawatts of electricity. So there's no light to even power the system. He would have added that to it. And then people will clap for him.
Very sad. You sound so funny, and I don't want to laugh.
Oh, God.
No, like I said,
whatever he's going to, you carry cheerleaders. Whatever he said, they will clap.
Even at the signing ceremony, after signing it, everybody
they were clapping. They were clapping.
Everybody was clapping, and Nigerians were questioning why will all the number of people gather there, just for the president to assent to a bill? The Senate president and the Speaker of the House of Representatives would have just been okay, for him to sign. Meanwhile, people had to abandon their responsibilities elsewhere, just to come clap when the president signs. What does that tell you about?
They don't have any responsibility. That is why they spend the whole time on this bill. Something that would have done under 1 hour without anybody breaking head. So this is what they wanted to do, and they spent all that time bickering and shouting and making noise. They don't have anything doing.
Okay, now when the National Assembly came up with the excuse that, well, we cannot follow this track now because we have network connectivity problem. The Association of Licensed Telecom Operators of Nigeria, Alton, said, no, it is not true. We have the capability, to conduct and, in fact, use the e-transmission as a tool in the conduct of our elections. So if we have this association that technically is in charge of the base, of this problem, of the base of this structure, and we have people that are coming from outside to say, no, what you have cannot serve us, and the people are saying what you have can serve you. But why do we have this dissonance, this disconnect?
Because government want to listen to what they want to listen to. If not, are they not supposed to call all these tech guys, all the networks, invite them to the house, question them before the whole world, let them tell us? Is that not how it's done? So that from their own statement and from their own administration, we will not know what to do. But they don't want to call them because they know that they are going to get an embarrassing answer. The networks are ready. They have said it that they can cover the whole Nigeria. They have said it. So why didn't you invite them to confirm what you are saying? The 9 states that Agbabio told us that don't have, where are they? Which are the 9 states? He mentioned them, but he didn't call the network to come and validate it. So that tomorrow we can use what they said. But he knows that he cannot do that. That will amount to a suicide mission. Because no network can come to them and tell you that we cannot cover Sokoto, we cannot cover Medugri. No network. All of them are ever ready because they are making their money as they are using their services. So why would they tell you that they can cover where? Okay, these terrorists that are doing selfie and content creating in the bush, Mr. Okoro, what are they using to do it? Is it spirits? Or are you not seeing them? Inside the bush. I mean, real forest, virgin forest that nobody have entered in the last 500 years.
You recall that at some point, Daniel Bwala told Nigerians that we cannot get them because they're using Starlink, and Starlink is a network that Nigerian operators don't have access to. Probably they're using Starlink.
Are you serious?
No, that's what Daniel said.
So how did they now get connected with their own network? Mr. Okoro?
But you heard Daniel Bwala say that. I'm not the one that said
the man that, you see, it's not enough for them to say. Interrogate what they are telling
Barrister,
you.
Didn't you hear when Daniel
said? Who interrogated it?
No, you are interrogating it now. But at least you heard him at that point.
For you to get connectivity, the other end must have access to you.
The back end.
I'm telling you. Can you just bring such a technology here and it to start working? No connectivity.
My direct question now is, didn't you hear Daniel Bwala say that?
If he said it, have you not? Who are you even talking about? You, this man that speaks with 3 mouths. No, this man that is that the person you want him to listen to. What have he told you that is real? You remember what he told you about
No, you raised the issue of why terrorists and bandits, are doing selfie.
It is not true.
And I just volunteered probably an explanation about.
I said it is not true.
Okay, it's not true.
They are using our network.
Okay, not Starlink.
Not what he told us. He would have even told us how. How did it work? How did you know that this is the network they are using? When Erufai told you that, we listen to them, we hear them, we see them. We listen to their conversation. So how do you explain that too?
Well, maybe you know that Erufai is in the eye of the storm now. He knows people that hack phones. Phone lines
the guy is even a tech guru. They should have employed him instead of persecuting him.
Now, Barrister, since the president ascended to that bill yesterday, in the evening of yesterday, Nigerians have been kicking opposition political parties, PDP, SDP, Labour Party, ADC, civil society, obviously, people have been kicking. Do you think that any level of pressure will make the president or the National Assembly to revisit the issue?
No, it's not possible.
So as far as you're concerned, it's a done deal?
I mean, as far as Tinubu is concerned, because he's the one that
So no level of pressure, even if Nigerians troop to the National Assembly or to the streets. Now, if Nigerians pour into the streets, you think that the president will not change his mind?
No Nigerian is pouring into it.
No, I better assuming.
I said it can never happen. Don't assume what can never be. This opposition, they are not good in mobilizing.
No, sir, you're also assuming what you don't know.
Because you have seen it now. We
have not seen it. You are the one seeing it. Because last week, Nigerians were at the presence of the National Assembly to protest.
How many of them?
So what tells you that they can't come out again?
How many of them?
It doesn't matter.
I was expecting 2 million people there.
There could be an overflow next time it happens. What if there's an overflow? So you think the president will not change his mind?
It will not happen. As long as
what will not happen?
I said
Nigerians pouring into the streets.
What are they coming to do? What are they coming to do?
To say no, we don't want this.
Look, both the e-transmission and the manual are now legal. You can challenge it to court. At least that is a victory for democracy.
Okay.
It's no longer at the discretion of any annex staff. The two of them are now made legal. So what are you going to protest again? What are you talking about? They are not legal. Whichever way that default, you can challenge it in court.
If they won't listen to Nigerians when they protest, is it going to court that will solve the problem? Especially when Nigerians say that even the judiciary has been captured.
Look,
as an institution of government.
It is not left for you, the opposition, to be vigilant during the election.
Okay. That's the only track
That is the only way. Because he who alleges must prove. If you are alleging that there have been rigging, then you can prove it. With these two systems in place, you can go to court with it. I mean, nobody will deny you that right. That's just the truth. So all you need to do, employ your own high-tech guys to monitor what is going on and all that. That's just the simple truth. Go and look for those who know this thing, who are experts in it, to come and tell you all the details of what can go wrong. Then from there, you monitor your votes. That's all.
Mr. Agomo, in the process, leading up to this assent of the, bill into an act of parliament, the world has been watching, and the back and forth have been going. Now, how does that portray the image of Nigeria abroad? I mean, the world's most populous black country. We can't get our elections right, and we are, going back and forth. No, we don't have connectivity. No, the connectivity we have is unable to do it. Some people are saying we can. Some people are saying we cannot. What does that say about Nigeria? How do you think that the international community will regard us within the Committee of Nations? When we go out there, to say something, how are they going to respond to us?
Of course, we are just told them that we cannot manage ourselves. That's just the simple explanation here. We just told the whole world that we cannot manage ourselves. Something as simple as conducting an election, we can't do that. And so they see you as somebody that need their sympathy. Somebody that need help. Somebody that is behind time. That is just the impression here. And so when you come out and they'll just be looking down at. In fact, our brothers and our kids and kin abroad, the shame and embarrassment is on them because they cannot be proud to call themselves Nigerian. Somebody will look back and say, is it those places where they are rigging election in
But why are you making light of this situation?
No, I'm telling you what is untenable now because I remember when the certificate issue came up. Some of them were aside from their places of work.
Which certificate? Okay,
from that time till now, has anything gotten better? We are still in the bracket of unserious country. Not even a country of particular concern. This one, an unserious country, a country of a disgraced nation. So, I mean, you don't need to be told.
Mr. Agomo, if we have, because we are unable to fight insecurity, we have now outsourced our security, to the United States, to Turkey and France. You recall that the first time the president went to France in 2023, after he was sworn in, he signed an MOU with the French government about protecting, about coming to help us in insecurity. Now we are dealing with the United States and Turkey. If we are unable to conduct our elections, will you be surprised if tomorrow we invite foreigners to come help us conduct elections? It might sound stupid, but then some people are saying, well, we also need foreigners to come help us conduct elections. Do you see that happening in the near future if we continue to travel in this direction?
Already, your tax is being outsourced to France. Did you not hear? I mean, did you not hear that France is coming to help us to ordinarily collect tax from Nigeria?
Was it concluded?
It was not concluded. Who told you it was not concluded?
No, I'm just asking.
Did they withdraw them? The thing is going on. It's just that they will not see it. Even the tax, this thing that was supposed to be on hold, gradually they have started implementing it, but they will not tell you. That is how crooked this administration works. They are never pure in anything they are doing. Never pure. That is, they are never transparent. So this election, I will not be surprised though, if they will call one country tomorrow and say, yes, they are experts in election conduction, so they should come and help us out. Yes, it may happen. It may happen seriously. Then you now wonder those who claim to have brought democracy to Nigeria, those who claim to have fought for democracy. So what did they now fight? What did you fight?
Maybe they are still trying to perfect the democracy.
But after how many years? No, after how many years, Mr. Okoro? There are things you will tell a kindergarten, he will understand, not an adult. Seriously.
No, before we leave this topic of discussion, the president said that manual collation remains central, to the conduct of our 2027 elections. What does that tell you about the 2027 elections? If we are asking for e-transmission, our president says manual collation remains central instead of e-transmission. What does that tell you about
the opposition must not allow it, because what we have from Akpabio is that manual should be a fallback. It's like NEPA and generator. The manual should be a fallback. It is not the main thing. They say where electronic transmission fail. That was his very word.
But the president said it will be central. So does it look like the president
That is not in his purview.
Does it look like he slipped? It was a slip of the tongue. Was it intentional?
He wants to impress himself. It is left for the opposition to implement what was said by the National Assembly. The president is not the National Assembly who who made the Act of Parliament. He is not. So the onus is on the opposition now to be vigilant and monitor what is going on at various polling units. That is all. For you to go to manual, you must prove that there is no network to power even with all, you must have done everything. Yes, you must have done everything to transmit before you can now go for manual. So whatever the president is saying, he's on his own. This election can be conducted without any interface with anybody.
Okay, but Mr. Gomo, we'll continue to interrogate the electoral process, at least now that INEC has released the election.
At least, yeah.
Now, let's go into another topic that is related to, within the realm of politics. The World Congresses of the All Progressives Congress, APC, ahead of its national convention, have been disrupted by violence, deaths, and confusion in several states. In Ondo States, 2 people were killed and 3 others injured after armed thugs attacked participants during the exercise in Dore local government area, prompting a security crackdown. Now, there are conflicting reports. Some say 2, some say 4 deaths recorded. Well, in Delta State, suspected political thugs allegedly linked to a federal lawmaker disrupted proceedings in Isoko North local government area, leading to the collapse of the Congress there. Elsewhere, heavy security was deployed across Benue State to ensure a smooth process, with party officials supporting peaceful conduct in all 23 local government areas. However, in Adamawa State, the APC postponed its ward, local government, and state congresses, citing internal reasons amid speculation about possible political realignments involving Governor Amadou Umaru Fintiri, whom we hear is dumping the PDP to the APC. Mr. Gomo, just what congresses, and we are seeing this, deaths, killings, thuggery, and all of that. Is it a sign of what is to come?
Of course, it has been foretold, Mr.
Who foretold?
I foretold it, yeah.
Okay.
You cannot
so you have become a political prophet.
Yes, you cannot deny. I foretold it, and not one, not twice. As a matter of obvious, when you have too many strange bedfellows in one room, there's going to be commotion in that room. That's the truth. There is going to be serious commotion in that room. That is Fuji House of Commotion. That is what I term APC. By admitting all manner of people. And I'm even proud. You remember when the president was very proud of it that APC is the most popular growing political party in the whole world. I said, really? Now, it is not enough for you to tell me that you are So the work has come. Manage the different opinions and different ideas and different human beings that are in that party now. Let me see how that will pan out. That is just the truth. Even when the direct primary has been chosen, it will still cannot help. Remember, in the Electoral Act, they said it's direct primary. Is that not true? Okay. That's what they choose. It cannot save the situation. Because every member of the party is now to participate in electing their what? So how do you think these political warlords in different localities will like it? No, tell me. Because the idea of choosing who will go to represent and who will not go is no longer with them. And so they are not finding it funny.
Now, could it be the problem when we are seeing this during APC Congress?
Of course.
Because apparently, this could be the control of the soul of APC across the state, because who controls the grassroots structure will eventually control the delegates.
Exactly.
And with the delegates, you can say, well, this person is going to Senate, this person is going to become governor or House of Reps.
That's it.
Now, in all of this, Barrister, does it look like the APC might be heading towards implosion?
It is something that will happen. It's not as if meh. It is something that will have more so when they don't have a leadership at the apex structure of the party. We should look at the organogram of the party. It is only one man that is up there. The BOT, Board of Trustees, that is the highest advisory board, is not there. It's not there. So who will tell who? Who will tell this person what to do and this person what not to do? The National Working Committee are selected. They are the apron string of the man up there. So the leadership is not there. It's just the territories of one man.
So what it means is that they have a centralized authority and it could work for them.
No, it cannot work because we are in a democracy.
We have seen that work in several places.
No, it cannot work. We are in a democracy. Okay. This will be the test of that. Look, bullying people.
This thing has been tested for the past 26 years in Lagos, and it seems to be working.
Oh God, that was Lagos. So, like I tell you, what's it called? Edo no be Lagos.
But it happened in
Nigeria
Edo.
No be Lagos.
But it happened in Edo. It happened in Ondo.
Listen to me, Mr. Okoro. If a student uses Expo to get 9 A's in WAEC, are you an intelligent student? Can you claim that you're
Mr. Gomo, the APC prides itself, as a party with very strong cohesive tendencies, that anywhere there is problem, they have a way of settling it like a family problem. What PDP used to be. Now, APC prides itself as that. And if you go through the steps, you discover that at any point there's a problem, the president steps in and everything, dies down. You think that will not happen before 2027?
It's not quelling any problem. He is inducing people to fall in line. He's threatening people to fall in line. Like this thing that is happening in Edo State now. In Ondo State now. Apparently, those people did not agree with what they are saying. That's why they killed them. Is that not true? Including the monarch. Anybody that does not agree with them, of course, the result is what you are hearing and seeing today. Is that how to settle a matter? No, tell me. Do you call that a settling matter? By eliminating opponents who don't want to agree with you.
But sir, you always make reference to Niccolo Machiavelli, who wrote The Prince.
Yeah,
and the end wasn't that his style, and it worked for him.
No.
So why is it not going to work now? What makes you think it's not going to work now?
No, it does not include eliminating human beings, please. It means that you have to be crafty in order to circumvent your enemy.
Isn't that what the president is doing?
No, killing people is not part of it.
I don't know about the killing of
But people died now. You don't know about people. You just
they got caught in the crossfires.
No. It was deliberate. Like the monarch that was dragged out of his palace.
Okay.
And when he was trying to resist, they killed him and dropped him on the road. Is that part of Machiavellian principle? Tell me.
It could be.
No, it cannot be.
Okay.
No, it cannot be. Eliminating an opponent
because the prince was feared at some point. The prince was feared. Because he instilled fear in people.
That was not the intention of Machiavelli.
Okay.
Yeah? The prince must be crafty enough to manage the different people in his domain. That if he begin to kill everybody, then who will he control?
No, look at it yourself.
But Barrister, you're trying to invest some interpretations, to what Machiavelli
let us
said.
not misinterpret it.
I also read that. I read that book copiously, and I understand what I'm saying. In all
you
of
can
this,
equally type in 48 laws of power.
Okay, Barrister,
What did he say?
In all of this, in all of
there
this,
is no place they say you must kill.
if you believe that the APC could be, I said may, you said no. It will certainly. If they are heading towards implosion and all of that, is there any opportunity, in that for the opposition to exploit and say, okay, this is our opportunity to take out the ruling party, if not at the central level, but in places that they have strongholds now? Is there any opportunity for the opposition parties?
Why not? If they are good at their game, why not? This is how to exploit the weaknesses in the ruling party. Because I remember how they got Amechi in Rivers. The moment Mr. Jonathan snatched the microphone from Amechi, somebody saw an opening and he moved in. That was how they wooed Amechi to their side. Is that not true? Whenever you see a crack in your opponent's camp, please go and fill that camp with your presence. That is the Machiavellian principle. Use it. That is where I would not even blame anybody. That was exactly how they got Amechi from Rivers State, from PDP to APC. Now, if you have an opposition that is laid back, an opposition that is not as crafty as the fox, is it the problem of the ruling party? These are things we are talking about. You must be very, very adept. Didn't the Bible say you must be as wise as a serpent? So if you are not good in taking advantage of the weaknesses of the ruling party, then you have yourself to blame. I've said it yesterday, or is it this morning, yes, that the opposition are not doing enough. Most of the advantages they need to exploit, they are not exploiting it. On their own side, there are things that this ruling party have done, which the opposition would have capitalized on, but they are not doing it. They are not. Seriously.
Anyway, Barrister, let's see how it pans out in the coming days, weeks, and months. When you talk about the fox being smart, I was told that hedgehog is even smarter than the fox itself. But let's move away from that. And let's go to northern Nigeria, where the Arawa think tank.
The serpent is Satan.
I didn't say serpent. I said hedgehog.
Hedgehog. Yes. But you said it's more clever than the fox.
Than the fox, yes.
I don't think so.
No, that's what I was told. And it's been confirmed. Barrister, the Arawa think tank has warned former Kaduna State Governor, former FCT Minister Nasiru El-Rufai not to mistake President Bola Tinubu's patience for weakness amid his feud with National Security Advisor Nuhu Ribadu. The group's convener, Muhammad Alhaji Yakubu, accused El-Rufai of trying to distract from allegations of corruption and mismanagement during his tenure, urging him to stop politicizing national security and instead clear his name. The group also backed the federal government's cybercrime charges against El-Rufai over the alleged unlawful interception of Ribadu's phone's communication, describing it as a serious breach of national security. It called for a thorough investigation and prosecution, insisting that no one is above the law and that accountability must prevail. Mr. Agomo, El-Rufai has been detained by the ICPC moments after he left the EFCC detention. Is this all about crime or is it about politics? 2027, what do you see?
When you hear things like this, go and check. Who is behind what? The people you mentioned now, who is behind them? What is their political leaning? Who have talked to them? And what is the inducement? They can't just make this declaration against their own. It's not possible. So go and check. Something is onto us here.
Barrister, this is not the first group that is saying it. Hakim Baba Ahmed said, well, El-Rufai, go and sort out yourself. I mean, if it's an issue of fraud, go and answer to it. Don't politicize it. Don't make it look as if, well, they are hounding you because you belong to the opposition. So who is behind him as well? He was the president's special advisor on politics before he dropped, and left.
They can ask El-Rufai to go and sort out himself, Abi. But Malami, they are behind him.
Who is behind him? People have also been said, no, Malami, don't frame your issue around persecution and northern interest and all of that. If you have questions to answer, go and answer them. So does it look like the North is waking up now to say, well, if you have stolen us blind, you should account for it?
No, it is a subterfuge because that is not their character.
Okay. Yes. And you think that I mean, nature itself is dynamic. You think they can't change?
Yes, no.
Because we see a lot changing in the north now. People are standing up to the oligarchy, to say, well, this is not what you want. You are speaking for yourself. You are not speaking for us.
That means there is something that is going on underneath.
No, which is what? Come open, Barrister, come open.
Something is happening. No, see, with this insecurity and the way Tinubu is going about it, the north is beginning to lose ground. And anything that will make them come back to reckoning, they will exploit it.
And that's the dynamic nature of social change that I'm talking about. So must there be people behind this before they come to speak truth to power?
Of course. Because, look, the way they have been caged now, I can say that the North, their arrogance and other things they used to enjoy, all the privileges, is gradually being withdrawn from them. And they wouldn't want to be caught in the crossfire. So they want to present an image that, yeah, we are now reasonable. We know what is wrong and what is not good and all that. So they are trying to put up a good face, put up a good image so that Tinubu will say, okay, yes, but beneath it, they are still waiting for something. Yes. Apparently, they have decided that, okay, we are going to support him to finish his medicine and the thing will come to the north. Is that not the end game?
Okay.
That's the end game, nothing else.
So you think that El-Rufai is in for it? Because I heard some people say, well, this man will be moving from one detention center to the other until 2027. Is that what is going to happen?
The IGP may come for him too. The IGP may come. Police will have their own charges if care is not taken. Maybe after that, civil defense will come. And by the time they drag him, the election would have been over. Maybe after a few harassment, they will leave him and, the matter will just die gradually.
Will you describe that as Machiavellian?
Yes and no.
Okay.
Because in this case now, the man, he doesn't have any, there are no strong points from him.
Okay.
In fact, he's a political orphan now. It is the government that is now exploiting the situation to their maximum benefits. Now that they are getting the voice of some northern leaders, the government can now deal with him, and his arrogance and flippancy will now end. So he will be at the mercy of the government. Okay. That's just the simple truth.
Barrister, I want us to do an experiment here. I want us to invest, the personality of the prince, in Machiavelli. Will Niccolo Machiavelli, will he come out as your role model if you were in power?
You remember when Machiavelli wrote that book, he was taken to one island by the Medici family.
Barrister, I need a direct answer. Will Niccolo Machiavelli, will he be a role model?
No, not in this age and time, because in that medieval period,
but you keep going back to him, because I know that he was very ruthless. The prince was ruthless.
Because that was what was obtainable that time, as at that medieval period.
So why do you keep going back to him?
Prince go to war.
Barrister, why do you keep going back to him?
It is you who brought the issue. It is you, Mr. Okoro.
No, but you have quoted him several times.
Because I want to relate it with what is going on today.
Okay.
As at that time, that book.
But you use it to support your thesis most times. Didn't I tell you?
That book was for that time.
Okay.
Even the
but you keep making reference to
even the 48 laws of power, it was for the period upon which it was written.
Okay.
So if you check, modernity have taken away some of the prognosis.
Who will be your political role model if I ask you now, like I'm asking you?
They are no longer around now. They are no longer around.
Just mention. The prince himself is not even around. Niccolo Machiavelli is not around.
That's what I'm saying. They are no longer around.
Who will be?
How can I take a role model for dead people? I don't see anybody.
Okay, so you have no living person, not in Nigeria, globally, nobody in it.
No, I've not seen any for now. I've not. Seriously, I would have been thinking of somebody. But it is outside Africa.
And who is that person?
What would you want to know?
I want to know. I'm the one asking the questions here.
What would you want to know who was a role model? No, it's a personal secret. Now, what are you saying?
Okay. Now, personal secret anyway.
I'm not entitled to it.
You are entitled to your opinion. You are at liberty. Not to tell me. Now, you see, from what we see now, does it look like the Arewa has abandoned El-Rufai? this group
They have
is saying
abandoned
something.
their son,
And
not just.
Hakeem Baba Ahmed is
that
also.
is what I'm telling you. That go and check. Something is happening behind closed door.
Okay.
They have abandoned their sons.
What is happening, like under the table kind of deal or arrangement?
Behind closed doors.
Maybe transactional.
Because if February were to be alive, Mr. Crow, you know this can never happen. If February were to be alive,
okay,
and Erufai will not go through it, or Malami, you know very well. These are his boys. And the Tinubu wouldn't want to offend the Buhari.
So that era is gone.
So, yes, exactly. So you can see now, nobody did not again to come to their aid. Nobody. You can see. That's why they are going through this now. And so the leadership, in order not to fall on the wrong side of the government, they are now trying to put up a good face. They now want to exonerate themselves. That's
all
why
right,
they say they should
Barrister,
go and
we are out of time, and I'll take that as a concluding thought. I must say a very big thank you to you, Barrister Darlington Agomore, lawyer and political affairs analyst, who joined me on Political Lens, and I hope that we can do this some other time.
My pleasure.
Now, on behalf of the backroom staff, the technical director, the bus manager, the sound engineer, and the ingest manager, I am Chukwuma Okoro. Up next is Issues with Nena Ndimdutu. I'll see you tomorrow, 8 o'clock in the morning on the morning show. Bye for now and enjoy the rest of your evening.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
When you say, make Nigeria no happen to you, me sef go say, make you no happen to Nigeria.
You dey bypass your light meter. You dey jump queue.
Yet, you dey wait make Nigeria change for you. My brother, my sister, you sef change.
Oh yeah. See that Naija pikin wey pack dirty wey block gutter wey dey cause flood.
Abba, Naija pikin, make we dey care for our environment.
Gen Z is no one work. Now quick cash them dey find.
Just like that, boys don't turn Pablo, and girls,
Hablets.
Wetin dey happen?
We dey argue online, spread fake news with our full chest, divide ourselves on top religion, tribe, and politics matter.
But we go dey shout, no unity for Naija.
My brother, my sister, unity begins with you.
Someone japa, nobody wants stay. But who go fix Naija if no be you?
Omo, you go stay o.
Naija dey wait for us same way we dey wait for Naija. That's why National Orientation Agency don bring this better ogbonge plan wey go change the game. That na 7 for 7 agenda. 7 promises from leaders, and 7 citizen codes.
Equality, democracy, entrepreneurship, employment, peace and security, inclusivity, justice, meritocracy. Now the Niger promises.
But without our own discipline, duty of care and tolerance, respect and true leadership, transparency we all need, environmental awareness, resilience in no go walk.
7 promises, them don't talk them. 7 codes, now we go do our move. No they wait, no they look face, join body make we run the race. Now you and me, now you and me, now you and me, go fix our Niger. Leave bribery, wash your hands, come out from mago ways. Talk true when you see security concern now all of us.
No they complain about Niger, complaining no they change our mode. If you be true Nigerian, if you be Ogbonge Naija, if we want better tomorrow, now we go make them work today. Hey.
7 promises, them don't talk 'em. 7 codes, now we go do our move. No they wait, no they look face, join body make we run the race. Now you and me, now you and me, now you and me, go fix our Niger. Akwa Ibom, Bayelsa, Cross River, Delta, Edo and Rivers. Oh,
Akwa Ibom, Bayelsa, Cross River, Delta, Edo and Rivers.
oh, 7 promises, them don't talk 'em. 7 codes, now we go do our move. No they wait, no they look face, join body make we run the race. Now you and me, now you and me, now you and me, go fix our Niger.
If we be true Nigerians, we go rise hand in hand, uphold the 7 for 7 agenda for Niger, our home, our pride, and our strength.
Powered by National Orientation Agency.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
VOP TV. Now.
Hello Nigerians, another exciting episode of the issues on Voice of the People Television. I will bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I am your host, Nnenna Ndomdioto. Today on the issues, we're examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance, from opposition parties and CSOs condemning President's accent to Electoral Act to ICPC taking El-Rufai into custody. Also, Rivers Assembly holds impeachment against Deputy Governor. And finally, Bode George decries exclusion of PDP, Labour Party, ADC from Rivers by-election. Join us as we break down the fact and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away. Glad to have you back. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. Opposition parties and civil society organizations have condemned President Bola Tinubu's accent to the Electoral Act 2026 amendment, describing the move as a setback to Nigeria's democratic progress and a legalization of electoral manipulation ahead of the 2027 general elections. The People's Democratic Party alleged at the ruling All Progressive Congress's fear of losing the upcoming elections drove what is called the rushed approval of the contentious legislation, which the party described as a threat to the country's democratic process. Similarly, the African Democratic Congress, ADC, has accused the ruling All Progressive Congress, APC, of undermining Nigeria's democracy following the passage of the Electoral Act Amendment Bill by the National Assembly. ADC spokesperson Bolaji Abdullahi warned that the ruling party's actions could threaten the democratic norms. Also, the executive director of Yaga Africa, Samson Itodo, described the bill as a step backward rather than a reform. He further stated that the bill is a reform in name and a regression in substance. He said that he wished that the president had rejected the bill and has asked the legislators to go and fix some aspects of the bill. You would recall the President Tinubu signed the Electoral Act 2026 into law on Wednesday, barely 24 hours after it was passed. Defending the move, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu described the legislation as a necessary step towards credible elections. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by two distinguished guests who will be joining us virtually. We have Comrade Destiny Onabulele. He is a former local government chairman and a former House of Assembly member, and he is a public affairs and political analyst. Glad to have you join us, comrade.
Yeah, my lovely sister, thanks for having me.
Also, we have joining us Lekia Christian. He is a public affairs analyst and, of course, President, Niger Delta Coalition Against Violence. We'll get to have him join us later. Let me come to you first, Destiny. Opposition parties, I'm sure you heard. Let me first ask, how did you feel when you heard the news about what people would say, the very rushed assent that the president gave to the bill? Let me start with that before we move on.
Yes, let me appreciate your platform for having me and to appreciate viewers and thank Nigerians. For me, I must be very frank. You can see the tone I am this evening. Like before, I have never. Let me be very I'm not a prophet of doom. I'm not a prophet of doom. If you can flash back at the various interviews I've had, or rather interface I've had with you guys, you agree with me that I have forecasted this scenario. I foretell this scenario. So for us, or for me, I've told Nigerians that the present INEC, as it currently stand, Josh, permit me, I'll pass the other name or names. We shouldn't expect something from this, something good. I won't use anything fantastic. Something good from the present INEC and the present renaissance of this country, from with utmost humility and simplicity, from the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. I'm not being very frank with you. At times when persons are saying that he's a Democrat, I'm a little bit. I'm not usually comfortable. Even when these old Olabalu or conodrum surrounding these electoral acts, I told some of my friends that I think this is what we discussed the last time. And what was my take? And my take is what is playing out now. Because I have told them that, look, this present electoral act, the way it's going to be designed, because in Nigeria we have created strong men rather than strong institutions. If you look at these as security stand today, there is a fundamental problem. You see, a democratic system without transparency, accountability, my dear sister, or public opinion, is just is a democracy in name and autocratic in nature. You agree with me? As a quality stand, that's what we are saying, because I'm short of words this evening. Nigeria is mourning. Nigeria is mourning. That is the gospel truth. That is the gospel truth. It is a sad moment in Nigeria. To some persons, they have been expecting something fantastic by way of saying, okay, the coming, electoral act or electoral law will be a sigh of relief where we can go to bed with our two eyes closed. I tell you, since yesterday or day before yesterday, we'll be keeping night vigil, because as a quality stand, there's no election. There's no election. It has been contested, has been won by APC and their co-travelers. I'm not trying to disturb the peace of the average Nigerians, or perhaps not to sell them some kind of fears. No. I'm a realist. I have a problem. I don't know how to pretend. That's one of my challenges. You see, Nigeria of today, if you look back and try to look at the future, I don't see anything meaningful coming out from this president as a quality stand, because all they are just after with utmost humility, is to see how they remain in power in perpetuity. You see, for a man for some of us that have seen pass through some certain system where some of us were a bit challenged or perhaps subject yourselves to some kind of questioning or challenges. When you know you are prepared, you embrace it with your full chest, without trying to cut corners or trying to come up with laws that you know that it will be beneficial to you. I don't know if you are getting me. As a student, when you prepare for an exam, you don't go into an exam or with what permit me, with chukuli, with a reminder, perhaps written on your lap or your palm. You go there not knowing fully well that you are prepared. But you can see from this present government, and President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and his co-travelers, all they have been doing, they have been it is to see how to cut corners that will be more beneficial to them. Barely 8 months or less than that into governance, into administration, into government. They started campaigning. What do you take out of that? As we speak, they have set up and they are campaigning. They are behaving as if opposition. So there is a fundamental problem. You know, I've been saying this thing from the very beginning. Some persons see me as a prophet of doom. I'm not a prophet of doom. I'm a student of history. We can see it coming. Because these persons, they have failed Nigeria. They have failed us woefully. From the very inception of this administration, that the issue of fuel subsidy is gone. That whatever they are going to be accrued from fuel subsidy, they are going to use it for SYC. What have we seen from fuel subsidy? Is it beneficial to the average Nigerian? Positively. It's only negatively. The negative effect that is hitting the average Nigerians. More Nigerians are neck deep in poverty. More Nigerians since the section of this government. The very few, the cabal from the Lagos houses and their boys that are smiling to the bank. They have so, in a cabalistic manner, have strangulated or perhaps strangulating Nigerians. I don't know what will remain in Nigeria in 2031, with utmost humility. Whether the issue of Nigeria or Nigerians or the entity called Nigeria will still be here, but that to many of us, we are still trying to consult the gods to see how we can get out of these woes. I once admonish Nigerians in this platform and every other platform. Let me reiterate, as I have said, that as we all go out to gym every week, I saw this coming. My dear sister, you will say this guy saw it coming. You remember some of our interview, some of our interviews. You say I saw it coming. As we all go out to gym every week, we must endeavor to set aside 1 hour to practice madness in preparation for 2027.
Okay, let me come in here. Let me come in here, comrade. Okay, so one of the things the president said while he was after signing this bill into law, he said we are not there yet. I'm trying to paraphrase now. We're not there yet in terms of infrastructure, in terms of technology, and that's why there's a need for manual collation. But don't you think there's a truth in it? Don't you think that, do you really think Nigeria is there when it comes to having real-time e-transmission and ensuring that is done in all aspects or in all sector or in every part of the nation? Do you think that we are there? Do you think that we can actually pull that through as a nation?
You see, I don't know how to I'm trying to look at a very simplify or more dignified manner in answering the question you put forward. I'm not frank. In my local government, for instance, of your Southwest local government, I think last week, I went to the interior part, that is Ofunama. Ask anybody. Where is Ofunama in Ovia Southwest? It is the inner part, the riverine part. I got an alert of a credit that someone who did a transaction about 2 weeks ago, he credited me in the interior part in Asamura, in Ofunama, Ward 9 of Ovia Southwest. That is the most interior part, the most difficult part of Ovia Southwest. I got an alert. It's here. If you want me to, I will bold it. You will see the date and time. So for them to say that, yes, every time or whatever, my dear sister, I try to be very careful with the choice of words. I have told Nigerians, if they like, they believe me, they like whatever language, there is nothing meaningful. There's nothing meaningful that is going to come out from this present administration led by President Bola. Nothing meaningful. Because you know why? Because they are used to cutting corners. Just look at them across board. From his chief of staff and what have you. Go back to their history. X-ray, do investigative journalism. Look at their antecedents, their upbringing. Look at them. Just see how they get to where they are. Now just look at how they get to where they are. That will tell you the stand of this present administration. That will tell you the president. Then you will be able to see. I've carried out my due diligence. I can tell you this person, because part of my hobby is to study people, to do history, to try to know how they arrive here. It's my hobby. At my leisure time, I try to do some research about people. I have seen them. These are men with utmost humility, with their background not fantastic. Let me put it that way. Not fantastic. Unlike some of us that grew up in the streets, even well known to be a den of the late Anini. Some of us grew up there. But I tell you, some of us don't smoke, we don't drink. We have never participated in thieving, permit me, or stealing. We have never. Because we believe in integrity, and we know that the future, as we were forecasting then, the future will reward us. But from what we are seeing, but that will not deter some of us to say, okay, because they have bastardized the future, let us now begin to think as they think. They will not take us to the mud. We will not think as they think. No, never. So the problem, I've told Nigerians must endeavor to take their destiny in their own hands. Nobody, I say it again, nobody. If you refuse to participate in what hurts you, you will go to the grave with it. We all must be active participants in this project called Nigeria. Otherwise, my son is here with me. When he come of age, will begin to ask us questions. Will begin to ask me questions that I cannot even answer. Perhaps I have an answer to it. That's why I'm talking the way I'm talking. Perhaps when I'm gone, you Google some of my activities or actions. You'll say, yeah, indeed, my dad tried. He really tried. That's why I must appreciate the likes of you for giving me this platform for posterity's sake, so that the children are born. When they go back to the archives in trying to see the various contributions of those that were alive at that era, they'll be able to see some of us. So indeed, we came, we saw, though we did not conquer. Okay. But I pray that we will conquer. That is my prayer, my endless prayer from the depth of my heart. Because this electoral act, it is the highest, disservice.
What are the specific risks that are associated with the act? What are the specific risks that are associated with the act?
You see, if you go back to some of our interface, my dear sister, I said it in this platform, that the reason, or one of the reasons, that you see them giving over $500 million to governors that decamp to their party for a palliative, and exclude governors of other political parties is because they are targeting the general election. You see, what is going to happen across board in all the states where you have the governors? Is either you vote for their party or don't go to voting center. I must say the way I must say it. It's either you go, it's either you vote for. You see, perhaps you must have heard some of the very disturbing thoughts from one bleaching fellow that is the acting, Edo State APC. You must have seen some of his clip threatening opposition, men and women, that if you are not for APC, or rather if you are not coming to vote for Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, don't just come out to vote. Perhaps you must have seen one of the videos that they make, that a certain girl or a lady that was castigating or criticizing Asiwaju, the man threatening that they should send him, or perhaps they are looking for the house address of that lady to unalive the lady, to kill the lady. You see, Fela said, call a thief. In Africa, a thief is a thief. The issue of saying unalive, buy. I'm not used to that. To kill the lady. You must have seen the video.
Okay, comrade, can you go ahead?
You must have seen the video. You must have seen the video. So that is where we find ourselves. That's why you see them trying to get many governors as possible. It's going to be terror on Nigerians that day. It's going to be terror on Nigerians. I'm saying it now. Write today's date down. For a president to use our collective patrimony to settle governors that are loyal to him. You've heard Zino Zamfara, yes, governor. He has cried out that because he has refused to join the APC, they have refused to give him the $500 million for palliative. See, that's where we find ourselves. You are using the people's taxpayers' money, our money, to enhance your political interest. Well, he did. He said it when he was coming. He said, "A Miloko." He said, "A Miloko. It is my turn." Indeed, his turn. That's why you can see he is living like a drunken sailor. Fleet of cars, left, right, center. Becoming, since the session of this country, since the session of this year, 2026. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, I think today is 18, if I'm not mistaken. Today is 19, plus 31. That will tell you, he has not even spent up to 11 days in this country. He has not even spent up to 11 days, if I'm not mistaken, in this country. That's why you see him on a global spree. Today in France, next tomorrow in Swahili, next tomorrow in Luxembourg, next tomorrow in leaving Nigerians to wallow in abject poverty. He bought a yacht that is floating between Monaco and Paris. He bought unappropriated for
comrade, let's come back. Okay.
Unappropriated private jet. I'm coming. I've heard it somewhere. You can see why they want to remain in perpetuity in power. So if not there, nobody can come in. You can see what they are doing to opposition leaders, arresting them. Here you have Yaya Bello that paid the children's school fees ahead of time. He has gone for Hajj. My brother. Well, Oshomole, the senator representing the donor, once said it. He said, if you are once a sinner, immediately you join APC, your sins are forgiven. Nigerians must rise up. A closed mouth is a closed destiny. Their destiny, our destiny, is in our hands. What we fail to do now will be the sacrifice that we all grow over tomorrow. God forbid, it will not be our portion.
Okay, I would want to ask you, comrade, with this electoral act, do you think that there are no good aspects of this act at all? But I actually want to, while you answer that question, I also want to draw you to one of the laws in this electoral act, and which is that for the primary that we know, which usually we get to have delegates primary, and now that has been cancelled, and we now have either a consensus or an indirect primary where every member of the party gets to vote. no longer a primary done by delegates and all of that. Do you think that's one of the good aspects of the Electoral Act? Do you think that's actually a good aspect of it? And aside from that, what are the good aspects? Because it's not just be that. I'm sure that not all the laws in this Electoral Act are not favorable. There are some parts that are actually very favorable. So can you tell us what are those aspects of the Electoral Act that are favorable? Yes, we know that we have some clauses that Nigerians don't like, but we also know that there are some clauses in that Electoral Act that are favorable to Nigerians and are good for our electoral reform. So can you reel out those aspects and then also talk about the mode of primary that has been changed?
For me, the end justified the means. I'm going to be very frank with you. You cannot say that the act, there are fantastic aspects, whereas the end result, it is anti-people. So I refuse to speak on the good aspect of that. I don't know if you are getting me. Yeah, my wife is a fantastic, and she's a woman, in all sense of it. But in my house, I'm living in hell. So what is fantastic about my wife? When we cannot live in harmony, when we cannot live in peace. I think that answers your question. For me to say yes, there are good aspects of this yes, good aspect. It is a means towards an end. I don't know if you are getting me. All these put together is a means towards an end. The end is what determines the whole results. So if the various components build up to the end result, it's fantastic. It's marred with fraud and whatever, then there is a problem. So for me, I refuse to itemize those areas that you have seen to be fantastic. I refuse. Because put together, in total, all, the end result is a problem. So for me, the issue of party candidates all over, it has been said. In the last, I think I was in the court in the build-up to the House of Assembly, as a fallout from PDP party primaries. We follow from the lower court to the Supreme Court. It has been expressly stated that it is the internal affair of the party. So for us, yes, the issue of having delegated whatever, blah, 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 or whatever, there's no problem. The court is there to remind the parties of their roles and responsibility towards having a viable system, or perhaps if they are reneging or drifting from the laid down rules and regulations. The role of the court, it is to remind them that you are veering off. So that's exactly what is there. So I refuse to speak, and I will not, for me, I can't see anything meaningful in the Electoral Act. Since the end result, it's not to the betterment of the average Nigerian.
Okay, before
this is what they have done now. They are putting Nigeria and Nigerians in a chaotic electoral system. You can take that to the bank. Underline it. In a chaotic. You see, we are already gravitating towards the 2027 general election. It's already in our doorstep. You see it, you will hear it. You will see it. Perhaps you must have heard what happened in Ondo. As a just interim within ABC. Some two persons, as a result of their party, primaries, they have armed, they have killed about two or thereabout persons in Ondo. So they are test running. Okay,
comrade.
And Nigerians. Yes, sir.
Yeah,
yes,
before we move to the next conversation, let me quickly get you to answer this particular question. There's been so much about this electronic transmission, but in your own opinion, can electronic transmission alone guarantee credible polls or credible elections in Nigeria?
I will tell you yes, from my experience in the last Edo election. No, I told you I was neck deep in the last Edo election that produced Dr. Asolime Ighodalo. He won that election. I can stand before our Lord Jesus Christ and testify. I'm a witness. You see, what happened between the units to the RAC center, which is the local government. From the local government, they came in a commando style. Oredo, Ego, and Ikobaha, which is, they are the urban AGA in Edo State. For those that are familiar with Edo State, they have the bulk of the votes. The commando, they commandeer, according to my grandmother, they commandeer the electoral materials to the state collating center. That is where they did, according to Fela, what was it? Said something magic. That's where they carry out the Asiwaju magic. That's where they did the Asiwaju. I think the writers and commentators will begin to see that Edo election as an Asiwaju magic. So for us, on the spot, because one of the issues in court is that the issue of electronic transmission is not known to our law. It's not known. That is the gospel truth. So it's not tenable. So you cannot rely on it. So now the issue of, you can see, they are saying they must work side by side, manually, and it is chaotic. It is chaotic. I'm talking from the last, my experience in the last Edo election. From, if you go to the IRF or the INEC, it will tell you that Dr. Asolime won Edo election. Go to the IRF and aggregate the various votes and see for yourself. So for us, they are aware, because all their lifestyle, their upbringing, the way they grew up, it is shielded in fraud. So they want to continue in perpetuity to fester their nest. That's exactly what is happening.
Okay, let's move on to our next conversation for tonight. The Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, says the former Kaduna State Governor, Nasir El-Rufai, is currently in its custody. El-Rufai was previously questioned by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission regarding alleged financial dealings worth 432 billion naira during his tenure as governor from 2015 to 2023. The ICPC, however, did not disclose further details about the investigation. Comrade, you know, I'm sure you've been following this particular story about about El-Rufai. First of when he was intercepted in the airport, and some TSS officials are going to arrest him, and then from there we saw how his interview went when he talked about tapping of phone tapping, and then he was arrested by the DSS. He actually went to the EFCC for, he already had a date with them, let me use that, and then he went to the EFCC. And then before then, DSS came out to say he has been filed a 3-count charge as a result of the phone tapping interview, or the interview had, which is talked about the phone tapping incident. And now AFCC, of course, came out with allegations, and now ICPC have now come for him. You know, what do you make about all of this? Some persons have said it is politically motivated. You also told that line that all of this that's happening to El-Rufai is politically motivated, or you think otherwise?
You see, my dear sister, I think I told you something. You see, I've lost hope. I've lost hope. Although their slogan is renewed hope in hopelessness. Renewed hope in hopelessness. The average Nigerian don't have hope with this present administration. You can't say you are fighting corruption while some are above the law. We are not in an animal kingdom. No, George Weah once said that in Animal Farm. Let me not go. It's there. It's simple. If you go back to some of the talks from the frontliners of APC, you will know that this is politically motivated. That is the gospel truth. You know, I said it earlier that Oshomole, the senator representing Edo, once said that if you were once a sinner, once you cross to APC, your sins are forgiven. Indeed. Indeed. We have had cases where even the SY governor, Okowa, was one time alleged of about how many billions, if I'm not mistaken. Or no, it was going to trillions, if I'm not mistaken. For Okowa, you can do that. But since he has done ship to APC, they suddenly become a disciple of our Lord Jesus Christ. It's not a saint. That's to tell you, I think that answers your question. All these whole shenanigans, this whole, Olabalu, they are all politically motivated. At any rate, who will go in a commando style to arrest a former Senate, a former minister, a two-time governor of Kaduna State, to arrest him like a common thief in an airport, international airport, where we have visitors across the world? So at times when some persons are saying that we that are critiquing this government are the ones demarketing this government, I laugh. That act is very patriotic and demarketing this country. That is the gospel truth. If you can put up that show of shame in an international airport before the international friends coming to Nigeria, what do you call that? If we're to be a sane society, those persons and the person that ordered them to go for, by now they should be facing a disciplinary action or committee, or be asked to exit the system. But as you know, maybe it's from the office of the chief of staff, because that is the arm wing of this government. You saw the way the DSS stormed there in the commando style. But here we are in Kwara State. Bandits are killing as if they are having a free day. But here you are, the DSS, who ought to have been gathering intelligence. They are in bed with money, and they are now suddenly becoming a contractor and now eating jollof rice in Aso Rock. So their mandate has since been fighting for destiny. That is a gospel truth. I have issue with the DSS because they once attacked me as a person. I will not stop. But that's exactly what they are taking. I have advocated that they should be disbanded. They should be disbanded because they have outlived their usefulness to the Nigerian people. Because with the little I have gathered, they ought to have been the center, the center for information gathering for all. But no way. But they are not suddenly becoming the arm, the top wing. I will use the arm, the top wing of APC. You can see them chasing everybody left, right, center. If you speak, if you criticize, they're after you. They are abandoning. If they are so powerful, and they are so powerful, quote and unquote, let them take them to face our bandits. They claim that they are powerful. So for me, that act was a pure, how would I put it, unprofessional. That is a presidential rascality. It is a presidential rascality in the highest order. You don't go, you invite him. At any rate, he has told you that where is the letter? Just show him the letter. Yes. So for us, if they think that they can use the instrument of taxpayers to begin to oppress and suppress the taxpayers, I think they better think twice. Because majority of them, let me start with Mr. President. When he was a governor, when OBJ, Passenger at that time, decided to say, okay, the creation of local governments, LCD, as a governor, as he then was, nobody crucified. Some of us stood by him with our small NGO and civil society to say, yes, at least it's within. Nobody strangulated him. So for us, since he said he's from the democratic, process, that he evolved from the democratic process, I would have expected him to have lived by example. Alas, no, reverse is the case. It is disturbing. It is disturbing. He will live in glass house. He don't throw stone. It is disturbing. Said he has fought for this democracy. But for me, there's nothing democratic from the section of this administration. Nothing democratic. I can give you instances. Nothing democratic. It doesn't listen. It's not a listening president. This administration is not a listening administration. They do it as if they are running. Even when you are running the smaller unit, your family, there are ways you dish out orders. Your wife will tell you, "Mommy, no, this is too autocratic." Will tell you no, except maybe you marry a Dundee, an illiterate. Even an illiterate woman, there's a way she will reply you. So for us, as a people, have lost hope in this government of renewed hope, in hopelessness. They call them renewed hope in hopelessness. So it is sad and disheartening. They need to, if they think that they can suffocate the opposition, they better have a rethink.
Okay.
Because there's a saying, the Bible said it. The Bible said it. It says in the days of John the Baptist, the kingdom of God suffered violence, and the violent want to get it by force. I'm not in any way implying violence. What I'm implying, Nigerians need to take the bull by the horn. Don't be afraid. Stand for the truth. Confront and defend what you believe and what you believe that is right. If you believe it's right and you are convinced in your inner man, step out and confront. And at any rate, when there was Governor Bola Ahmed Tinubu, as he then was, he believed in certain policies, in his programs and policies. He stood by it. And he came up and created LCDA. Even when the federal government stopped its allocation, he survived it with the help of some Nigerians. But here you are today, you want to strangulate, it's not done that way.
Okay.
So for me, I appeal to him to have a rethink and go back to the drawing board in moving forward.
Okay, let's move on to what is happening in Rivers State. The Rivers State House of Assembly has halted impeachment proceedings against Governor Siminalayi Fubara and his deputy Ngozi Odu. The decision was reached during Thursday's sitting after the impeachment process became entangled in legal and political challenges, which stalled further action pending the outcome of ongoing court cases and consultations. Recall that the State Assembly members in January initiated impeachment proceedings against the governor and his deputy over allegations of gross misconduct. Destiny, what do you make of this development? You know, we know how the impeachment proceedings started, and we know everything that went with it or came with it. The constitution of a 7-man panel and the back and forth. And now we're seeing a halt on this impeachment proceedings. What do you make of this development?
My dear sister, what do you want me to make of it? You see, I said it earlier. It is regrettably lugubrious that we have found ourselves in this quagmire. You see, it was the president of the former president of the United States of America that once said that one of the challenges, not challenges is a thing that you can surmount with time. One of the problems with Africa, Nigeria inclusive, is the problem of strong men rather than strong institutions. That's where we find ourselves. You see, the man that at the center of it all, that the president, he has called the godfather and the godson to say, okay, look, this is your continuous, be at each other's neck. He's frustrating his success in rivers and vis-a-vis the Nigeria as a whole. And indeed, Fubara has again moved to APC. You can see to what I said earlier. Some of the statements, ascribed to the former governor of Edo State when he said, if you're once a sinner, as you move to APC, your sins are forgiven. You see, the sins of Sim Fubara had been forgiven since he moved to APC. For me, I saw it coming. I think I told one of your uncles, my friend, what's his name again? One of your uncles. I told him, I said, this Fubara moving to APC will not be the barrier of the impeachment. You can see, for us, that is it. So for me, I don't see anything to talk about here. I don't see anything to talk about here.
But well, let me come in here, Comrade, before you continue. You said that the moving of Fubara to APC would stop every impeachment precedent. But it was even while he was in APC that this particular impeachment was brought up. Don't you think that even the fact that he went to APC did not stop them from actually bringing up impeachment proceedings against him?
Let me tell you the history of some of the things that you see from a very reliable, authority. Hope Uzodinma, was one of those, that would or perhaps engineered Fubara to come to APC, and not to the knowledge of the godfather. So if you look at the scenario, the relationship between FCT minister and the IMO, the man that go to Abuja just to wave hand to the president anytime he's going out to this country. So the relationship is not there. So what they wanted to achieve, or rather what the motive behind the impeachment notice was to draw the attention of Mr. President to sound warning that, look, we are in charge of this state. If Fubara continue in this path, we are going to continue with this impeachment. At that time, Fubara called the bluff of both the House of Assembly and their godfather, which is the Yedeba of Abuja, if you recall. So that impeachment saga was to draw the attention of Mr. President and their co-traveler to say, okay, this path will not lead us, it will lead us to nowhere.
Okay.
And since the president has intervened and it has, yielded some kind of, results, and today, that is exactly what you are seeing. The halting of the
halting of the impeachment president. Okay, that would just be a fine place to leave this discussion today. Comrade, thank you. Sorry I had to cut you like this, but because of time, I would have to let you go. Thank you very much for being a part of the issues.
Pleasure. Always my pleasure. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's all we have for today's episode of The Issues. We explored the challenges facing Nigeria's politics and governance. Thank you for being a part of it. Don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insight. Until next time, stay informed. Remember that the views and opinions expressed by analysts are solely their own and do not reflect that of VOP Media. I am Nnenna Ndomdieto. This has been the issues on Voice of the People Television, where the future faces forward. Please don't forget to stay tuned for hashtag with Vivian by 8 p.m. Don't go away.
Ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not playing to the talk, please discuss.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here is to VOP TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching VOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is VOP TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking